So, welcome to Santa Marta, Colombia, again for our second day of live broadcasting from the first conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels. So, welcome to Santa Marta, Colombia, our second day of live broadcasting from the first conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels. The broadcasts are brought to you by We Don't Have Time, that is the official global media partner to the conference. And we have lots of enabling partners like the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative and the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. 57 countries have gathered here in Colombia to begin the process of creating roadmaps to phase out fossil fuels. The first roadmap for Colombia has been presented to this conference, and the numbers were quite stunning. Is that correct, Katerina?
Yes, indeed. The pathway is set to deliver a 90% reduction in both primary fossil fuel demand relative to 2026 and also associated emissions relative to 2015 levels, which is quite impressive, while also presenting a compelling economic case. So while transitioning of fossil fuels is calculated to cost 10.6 billion annually, the plan more than doubles that in returns. It is expected to unlock 23 billion in yearly savings through cheaper operations, heightened efficiency, and avoided health and climate impacts. So you can find the report on wedon'thavetime.org, where you also find quite a few of our interviews that we've been conducting over the past week.
So in this session we'll discuss expectations for the second day of these very interesting and really quite historic discussions. Together we will do this with representatives from national governments and also with the perspectives of cities and NGOs and also regions of the world. So don't miss it. Let's move on. Welcome back to this session called Mapping the Fossil Fuel Transition, Cities and Regions, but also governments as well, and NGOs. We have various guests with us here today. We're hoping to have Mina Talia, who is the Minister for Home Affairs, Climate Change and Environment for Tuvalu. No, actually he can't be with us today. He's got to do something else. Fine, that's okay. We have Katerina Sarfati. She's Managing Director, Political Strategy and Advocacy at C40 Cities. We have Benoit Faraco, climate, you know I'm British, so I have to be very careful with the French, right? Climate Envoy for France. And Claudio Angelo, Head of International Policy, Observatorio do Clima in Brazil. So great to see everybody here. Maybe we can go to you first, Benoit. Tell us a little bit about what does a climate envoy do practically and politically? What's your role? I'm just curious. I think for the audience as well, it's interesting.
Hello, good morning to you. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to be here live from Santa Marta with you today. My role as a climate envoy for France is basically leading the French diplomacy on climate negotiation, and everything related to energy. And I have a background. I was part of the French team, actually. We negotiated the Paris Agreement 10 years ago. And over the last 10 years, I've worked with President Macron trying to implement at home. So making the connection between international negotiation and implementation is super important to me.
Okay. We've heard that France actually has now published a roadmap away from fossil fuels. I suppose I've got two or three questions on that. One is, why haven't we had one before? But now that we've got one, tell us about it, and what will this mean for France going forward? Is it also a roadmap that supports the developing countries as well, or is it purely domestic? Yeah, far away.
Yeah, so I mean, the long story about transitioning away from fossil fuel in France started about 10 years ago, and now document roadmaps. We call also the very first step. For instance, in 2018, France was one of the very first countries to pass a domestic law to ban progressively the exploitation and the exploration of fossil fuel. Because you know that the Paris Agreement set up a framework, which is climate neutrality, up to be reached by mid-century, meaning that we have to phase out and to transition away from fossil fuel. As a direct consequences of the Paris Agreement, we decided to have this very first law to set up, to say we will not be a producer of fossil fuel anymore back 10 years ago. And with our roadmap, we added up tangible objectives regarding fossil fuel consumption, because you all know that France is not a major producing country for oil and gas. We are very electrified already in a way. We have a lot of nuclear and renewable, very few coal in our electricity mix. So the big challenges for us was to transform consumption of oil and gas in transport, in building, in every consuming sectors, and that's what this roadmap does. It has been elaborated after the very first time under this negotiation we discussed fossil fuel back in COP28 in Dubai, because it seems awkward to people, but the Paris Agreement does not mention emission sources. It does not mention fossil fuels, which represent almost about 75% of the world's emission, but it does not refer to other emissions, neither industry, forest. And we had to wait the global stocktake 2 years ago to have and to start this very concrete conversation on how do we implement this Paris Agreement. So we started to elaborate this roadmap 2 years ago, and we managed to publish it on time for this conference in Santa Marta with clear deadline: 2030 for coal, 2045 for oil, and 2050 for fossil gas, in order to be compliant with our carbon neutrality objective.
Right. And so it is different to your nationally determined contribution, your national climate plan under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. It's a different...
Yeah, exactly.
Complementary, but different, if I can put it that way.
It's consistent, and that's also part of my job, to double check that what we commit at the international level is also what we try to deliver at home. But it's much more detailed in a way. You know, an NDC is a short piece of paper presenting your long-term objective, and when you look at what does it mean for citizens, for stakeholders, for cities, for all your partners to transition away from fossil fuel, you need to have a much more detailed approach, describing sector by sector, where do you want to go, what is your short-term, long-term objective, and this is what our roadmap does. Because we have not only those targets, but also the way to reach it. For instance, transforming our heating system. It can be very cold in France, and a lot of people are reliant on fossil fuel and natural gas for heating on winter. We have solution, heat pumps, and we plan to, in our roadmap, to install 1 million heat pump, replacing oil, fuel and gas in a residential and commercial building for the year. And in every sector, with our roadmap, we try to describe the precise path to implement ONDC in a way.
I had the mayor of Grenoble on our show from Belém, and he was talking about these contradictions and the complexity of, you know, the heating and the cooling. That was, for them, was a big deal, because of course they used to be in a very cold place. Now it's getting a lot warmer, and they were quite good at keeping things warm. Now they have to try and keep things cool. And anyway, that's a longer discussion.
You're absolutely right, because I mean a lot of partners who are super relevant to implement the Paris Agreement can be sometimes a little lost. There are many technologies, there are many changes also in climate, so we need to guide them, and that's why roadmaps are super useful.
Yeah. Stay with us, Benoit. Very interesting. Katerina, C40 cities, the mega cities they're sometimes called. There's a lot of city organizations nationally, globally, but you're one of the big ones. And but you're also one of 3 leading organizations here that presented in Santa Marta some messages, some concepts that you feel are important. There was Italy included in this, and also the Under 2 Coalition. For people out there that don't know the Under 2 Coalition, that's more regions, isn't it? Like California, for example. Can you share some of the key messages that you were bringing to the pre-conference dialogue that's fed into this high-level section? Yeah.
Yes, hi, thank you very much. We don't have time for having us. Yeah, for us it's really important to be here in Santa Marta with the partners you mentioned, because we find this really at a moment of, it couldn't have come at a most appropriate moment. Like it's exactly the right moment we need to have this conversation, which hopefully is a conversation of actionable hope. Because in our cities and in the world, we see really strongly that we are faced, maybe even more than before, with a very clear choice. Because on one hand, we know that renewables are much cheaper. Renewable electricity is 50% cheaper than fossil fuel production. But on the other hand, it's not yet more profitable. So we're really confronted, in particular at the local level, with a choice between a more volatile economy, a less resilient economy, with energy spikes and energy prices, but profits and extra profits shared between a few amount of shareholders of the fossil fuel companies. And on the other hand, the choice between more affordable bills, more energy security, more reliable economies. And this is really happening at the local level. Energy poverty is increasing at the local level. The spikes are felt at the local level, which is why the choice that cities made was to be here through the networks. Because the cities have already made this choice, but they need to be recognized as such and need better support to do faster and more equitable transition. We have a commitment collectively in C40. All C40 cities have decided to halve fossil fuel use by 2030. It means halving the demand and use of fossil fuel in the next 4 years. This is not a watered down commitment.
No, I was going to say 4 years is just around the corner, isn't it?
It's not a small task. They're already putting action in place. They have adopted a new framework that is actually aligned with integrity matters in the UN. We have a framework in the UN that are enabling them to review and update the climate plans, the local NDCs, with criteria that are much more stringent on how to end fossil fuel use and support to fossil fuels. There are cities that have power on supply. There are cities that have power on demand. They're taking action. But they need more support. They need better support. They need to have more decentralized energy power. They need to have better finance. We're not asking for more money because every constituency in the world asks for more money, in particular the national governments. We're asking for better money. Like if we can de-risk fossil fuels, we can de-risk clean energy. We can de-risk investment on public transport. And this is what cities want, and this is why we're here.
And I mean, obviously the cities play obviously a clear and very pivotal role in this story, right? Because humanity is basically now an urbanized being, if I can put it that way, in general. But what is it that, what's different about this Santa Marta process, right, from the city's point of view? This is an interesting question for the public, I think, as well, because they're listening to some of these shows and they're kind of like, is it different? Is it the same thing with new ribbons? What is different? Because we need this thing to be agile, don't we? The UNFCCC is a very different process. It gets bogged down. It's got everything loaded into it. Yeah.
I was really hoping that you were going to ask me this question.
Oh, good. All right.
because I think, you know, the UNFCCC and the COP process, we're very committed to it. We think it's like the only multilateral space that is in some shape or form, even with very much big difficulties, working in the world. But the real innovation of this process for us is not that just the topic, just putting fossil fuels at the center of the climate crisis, which is exactly what we should do because the climate crisis is a fossil fuel crisis. But it's also the process. We have chapters where parliamentarians have organized among themselves, academics have organized among themselves, civil society have organized among themselves, and we have a dedicated chapter on subnational. So with our partners, we convened governors, cities before the conference, during the conference, to discuss together what were the actions that we were taking, the barriers we were facing, and then contributing to the result of the conversation. And I think this is critical because if I heard Murray Robinson say that this conference is about moving from the if to the how. So we're not discussing anymore if we have to transition, but how. In the moment you discuss the how, cities are the living laboratory of this conference. They need to be at the center of the discussion and conversation because it's where just transition becomes tangible. I'll give you one example. A key barrier to deliver reduction of demand of fossil fuels and a just transition is the skill gap. We already know in cities, much more maybe than at other levels, that even when we have the investment, for example, on heat pumps, we miss the plumbers that know how to build a heat pump and can advise households on how to do it. Even when we have investment on electric buses, we miss the bus drivers that know how to drive an electric bus, which, by the way, is different than driving a fossil fuel bus. We need the agronomists that do the rewilding. And cities are the place where this is happening already. So they know what the skills gap are. They are creating more jobs. They can convene the different stakeholders to have workforce development process and training. They can make sure that the opportunities of the transition are really accessible. But this is a type of conversation that is a very tangible one that we can bring to the discussion that I'm not necessarily hearing like at the sort of more institutional level, but at the local level is where these challenges really play out. And very, very quickly, another example is on energy poverty. Like in Warsaw in Poland, the city managed to move from coal stoves to heat pumps, bypassing gas, so saying we don't need gas in a moment where it was pretty intense from a political perspective, let's say like
the Russia attacking the Ukraine,
So they totally bypassed the need of the need of coal, the need of gas, and they did it in the low-income families, in the public housing, in the social housing, reducing energy poverty. Now they're the second city in the world that has improved air quality faster, and they did it with the people and with the constituencies, with the public support of the low-income families, because that's what we do, that's what they do. And that is the type of examples and the type of solutions that I'm really hoping that we're going to get out from Santa Marta.
And also this is where the cities dovetail with the governments because, I mean, you've had a change of regime in Poland and a much more environmentally friendly, we might say, government versus the previous one. Let's go to Claudio. Claudio, you're sitting in a sense in a spider's web, a network of NGOs in Brazil, and this gentleman was also a very highly acclaimed journalist in Brazil as well, covering environment and sustainability issues. Can you reflect a little bit on what you've been hearing here, and where do you think this Santa Marta process actually goes from Santa Marta? We know physically where it might go, but where does it actually politically and practically go?
Well, thanks for having me, Nick. Why do I get the tough one?
The tough one, yeah.
So, this place is feeling like COPs used to be back in the old days when you respond to science. And you remember, you're as old as in this process as I am. But
far older, Claudio. Far older. You're a young man.
I was just being gentle. Long ago, COPs used to respond to science. I think it was the way. First of all, the way symbols are being managed at this conference is just something to pay close attention to, because it matters. In politics, the way you manage symbols matter almost most than the actual policies being debated. It was spectacular that we started this conference with a science panel and with 2 days of scientists presenting models and discussing where and how we should move with the fossil fuel transition. There's a quote wrongly attributed to Einstein that says, the definition of insanity, is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. I think this time around, we're trying to do things differently. The beauty of this process and the roadmap that's being designed by the COP30 presidency is precisely to recognize that we may have hit a wall with consensus in the Paris Agreement, and the ratchet mechanism may have reached its limit. So we must move to another level of climate governance, and that's precisely what people are trying to do here, to take implementation a little bit away from the mass of the UNFCCC. It's not that the UNFCCC is not important anymore. It is still crucial. The Paris Agreement gives us the lawful, the juridical foundation for everything that's being debated here. But in fact, we need to move implementation elsewhere. And maybe, get away from the big process a little bit to get countries together who are really into implementing this thing and forming a coalition that needs to grow. And to finally answer your question, I think this whole idea of a modular coalition of countries that can grow in number from here to Tuvalu, hopefully next year, and in the future, in the next conference, the next 2 or 3 years, is for me, this is the biggest added value of this process. We need coalitions that can surf on the political wave that was formed in Belém and make this wave grow, so that we can, the crash of this wave must get so loud that people will have trouble sleeping in Washington and Moscow and Riyadh and other places.
You raised so many interesting questions here, and I just see the clock at 5 minutes 58 seconds, because this is I could flip this into another 30-minute session, because I used to work for the UNFCCC. I was a director there and whatever, and there was a debate at the end of Paris. Should we roll up the UNFCCC? It's a multilateral environmental agreement. It's not a UN organization. And then transfer the implementation to all the rest of the UN system, and maybe keep the UNFCCC as an events organizer, because it's very good at that. And of course, it's the classic thing. Nobody wants to deal with these they're not really complex, but they become like giant problems, because you have national governments involved you have a German government involved, for example, that likes Bonn and the location where it is. This happens with multilateral agreements, right? So it's a complex thing. And the other thing that you raise is another interesting point, I think, which is that some people said we get to a point where we've dealt with a third of the problem of climate change, and that's the low-hanging fruit. We're now into the 2/3 that's left. And this is where, the rubber hits the road, to use an American phrase. I don't know if anybody shares any of these things, but we are at a very different moment. We're also at a different moment, it seems, because of this egregious war in the Middle East, and countries not saying, oh my God, we must all go digging for fossil fuels. Some are, but not many. Many others are actually saying this is actually proof that we need to move much faster. And I think it's been interesting for the countries in Asia who have actually suffered quite badly from what happened in the Middle East, because they were dependent on the fossil fuels there, as almost a wake-up call to Asia. So I think interesting politics going on right now, interesting moments. And we all know that the fossil fuels now, as you mentioned earlier, are not as cheap as chips, but, they are really affordable, and you have to make sure the price that the consumer pays, of course, becomes affordable as well. These are so many topics here which are almost impossible to answer, but anybody want to pick up on this discussion?
Yeah, maybe to comment on the impact of the energy crisis, I think it has the potential to be a kind of a wake-up call. We know in COP30 it was quite difficult to bring back this topic on the official negotiation. For some things that has been discussed and adopted. We had a decision, Global Stocktech, that decided collectively to organize this transition away from fossil fuel. And in a way, in COP30, we had a lot of countries still challenging the need for a roadmap and for continuing discussion. And on the other hand, we are here today in Santa Marta discussing about boilers or heat pumps and very technical stuff. And the big question is, how do we connect this kind of processes in particular? Because I think the challenge we face and our partners in Asia in particular are facing is that everyone knows, and we discover at the as a consequences of the actual crisis, that the fossil fuel economy is not sustainable. It does not bring value to the people. It does not bring value to local authorities. They create much more problems than they bring solution. We still have some big challenges. For instance, in East Asia, when they are confronted to instability and volatility of price and risk on the supply chain, and we have a lot of colleagues who are in the front line of this crisis. They can also turn back to the easiest but the most polluting solution, which is coal. Because we know that one of the biggest challenges we will have to face in order to reach the 1.5 objective of the Paris Agreement is to accelerate the transition from coal. Because if we continue at this pace on coal emission, in particular in East Asia, but also in all countries relying on coal, we will miss completely the target. So I think those are interesting challenges. And I think it's very interesting to see that the roadmap can bring also response to the question of this energy crisis. Yes, we need to find financial mechanism that will allow people to invest as quickly as possible in the solution. They are their solutions. There are EVs, we have a retrofitting building, heat pump, electrification, brings a lot of solutions. But for a lot of countries, it's sometimes easier to continue, even to subsidize fossil fuel, rather to invest in the new. And I think our collective responsibility also here is to bring solution, to invest in the new, to be able to unplug dirty energy.
Katerina?
Yeah, very quickly, I think given everything that was said, we don't need innovation of technology. We have that. We need an innovation in multilateralism. And I think Minister Torres put it very well yesterday. What we're doing here, which is so important, it's innovating the way we discuss together and we do multilateralism. There is a multilateralism that is not, with all due respect, only between national governments, but it's between national governments, local governments, civil society, bringing forward solutions together. And I think we shouldn't be afraid of seeing these efforts as complementary. Like the roadmap that Brazil is doing, the efforts that UNFCCC is doing to move from negotiation to action are really interesting. This is a coalition of the willing that, if it works, will always serve as a watchdog to the implementation of the Paris Agreement and will serve as a critical friend and a critical complementary to the process. We are discussing the possibility of having a treaty, a fossil fuel treaty. There's some governments. We are very interested in what this means. Our chair is a special envoy of the treaty. Like, these are all efforts that need to come together to innovate the way we do multilateralism, because we're not anymore 60 years ago.
What about Brazil, Claudia? Have they got a map now, to exit fossil fuels? I think we were hoping there might be something here. Did they present one? No? No.
I wish I had something good to say about Brazil right now on this.
Okay.
But no, President Lula in December gave 4 of his ministers the task to draw the guidelines for the National Council on Energy Policy to design the roadmap. 2 of those ministers left cabinet to run for office, and those were precisely the ministers who are trying to push for an ambitious roadmap. The minister who stayed was the energy minister, who never wanted a roadmap in the first place. So now, you know, it's an example of how domestic politics may totally derail those big, beautiful aspirations sometimes. It's not a done deal yet. President Lula can still make a decision and push for the roadmap, but with elections coming, we are afraid this might get delayed. So not very good looking things right now for Brazil.
So we have to wait and see what happens, really.
We have to wait and push Lula into, you know, making a decision.
We're just running over time now. and I wish we could have talked more about this because there's so many other questions. It's such a good conversation, this. I don't know, maybe we can try something later, I don't know, but it's really fascinating. Thank you so much all for being here. I hope the viewers understand this. This is very exciting what we're talking about. I like the idea we might be reinventing some energy back into multilateralism, which is an interesting concept all on its own. Thank you very much indeed for being here. Yeah.
During the academic pre-conference here in Santa Marta on the 24th and the 25th of April, there were many discussions on the financial prerequisites and also the incentives for the role of phasing out fossil fuels. What is the role of central banks and trade unions in this transition? And what do the financial prognoses say? We will dive into this and more in this fourth Make Science Great Again panel here from Santa Marta. And I have distinguished guests here next to me. We have Jessica Arias Gavria. You are senior researcher, Poland Transiciones Justas. And next to you is Francesco Corvaro, and you are Italy's special envoy for climate change, and you're from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. And next to me here, Nick Robbins. You're a Senior Director, Finance and Private Sector at the World Resources Institute, and you have a 25-year experience of working with sustainable development. And in the Stockholm studio, we have Therese Svanström. She is chair of TCO, the Swedish Confederation of Professional Employees. And next to Therese is Ingmar Renshaug, the CEO and co-founder of We Don't Have Time. And I'd like to start with you, Ingmar, to set the stage here. And I know you have a presentation prepared for us. So go ahead.
Thank you, Katarina. And I will set the stage by talking about why we are not seeing faster change. We have the solutions. We know the problem, but change is not happening fast enough. Why is that? I will say it's because there is some powerful interest of special interest of oil that is trying to stop change. And they have tried to do that many years by getting people to believe that it's not happening, by denying climate change. But that is not really working anymore because people feel the weather is different when they walk outside. Winter is not as long anymore. Things are different. They are getting flooded in their homes, etc. So it's not really a good strategy. So the change strategy and saying instead that, yes, there's some problem, but we can address it when I'm dead 50 years from now, when I'm not in office, etc. But that's not really working either. Why? Because the economy is changing. We are going green, either oil companies like it or not. So now they're getting scared of the change, of the speed that is starting to pick up. So they are starting to cancel science itself. And ground zero for this is coming from United States, where you have a president that have received a lot of sponsorship from those special interests. So what's happening here? I have an example. This is where the site where we know that we have a climate crisis is the Mauna Loa Observatory on Hawaii, where you measure every day since the 1960s the carbon dioxide level in the atmosphere. And it's, of course, going up, and last year it was record high, very alarming. So what are the United States government doing about it? They try to end the land lease and cancel the observatory, so we can't have this data anymore. We can't measure on somewhere else. It will break the data series. And it's not just observatories, it's also satellites they're shutting down, and it's spreading all over the world. In Germany, for example, the far-right party AfD threatens to tear down all wind turbines because they think they are ugly. So why is this happening? I will say this is happening because they are starting to lose. Last year, for the first time, clean energy went past coal, oil, gas. Is now the biggest source of electricity power comes from clean energy. And in the United States, 96% of all new power in 2024, electric power, were fossil-free. And this is happening in an enormous speed. And I can illustrate that with this example. Worldwide, it took a year to build 1 gigawatt of power in 2004. In 2010, it took under a month. 2015, it just over a week. 2023, a day. And last year, less than an hour. If you zoom out, you see that it took 68 years to build 1 terawatt and only 2 years to double that. And one thing fossil fuel lovers love to say is that, yeah, but clean energy, you can't store it. But that is changing now as well. The global capacity for energy storage are growing, and the costs are going down on speed. And this is starting to get effect, where we now see more and more countries where the economy are growing and emissions are going down. So this is very good, but it's not happening fast enough. According to science, we need to cut emission in half every decade, and the speed is not just there. And I will say the reason why the speed is not there is that as long as we're only focusing on scaling up the solutions, we will not get there fast enough. We must also focus on scaling down the problem, the fossil fuel. And I have a perfect example of that. This is the pace of how electric vehicles are scaling or selling in different countries. Norway are leading with 98% electric vehicles and new car sales. Some other countries are chasing and will also be it in a couple of years from now. But how can we move this faster? If we also ban the fossil fuel cars, and we have an example of that, and that's the Ethiopia country. They have banned fossil fuel import, so they are not just growing solutions exponentially, they are spiking it. And can a country like Ethiopia do it? They are not the world's biggest economy. Everyone can do it. So this is a very hopeful example. And people want it. According to global studies, more than 80% of people globally want stronger climate action from their leaders. And where you are now, in Colombia, Santa Marta, that's where the action actually is starting to deliver what people want. And it's not, it's a lot of people represented. More than 50% of global GDP are actually represented in the Santa Marta conference. 30% of global population and 20% of the world's fossil fuel production. And there is also a science panel using science as a guide to start phasing down fossil fuel. So this is very hopeful. But even if we get a fossil fuel phase-out agreement coming from Santa Marta or the process that have now started, there is more things we need to do, and we need to address and use the money power. And that is a power going in the wrong direction today. According to IMF, 7 trillion of subsidies are going to the fossil fuel. And on the same time, we need 4.5 trillion investment in clean energy. So we need to scale down the fossil fuel subsidies and scale up the investment. And that is something everyone working in finance at least can move their money from fossil investment to solutions. And when we do that, what will happen? We will scale the solutions, but we will also defund the fossil fuel industry that are fighting against us so that they can't afford lobbying, disinformation attacks, and attack on science. So use your money. And if you also want to do something and support this campaign, you can scan this QR code and you can use your money to buy a cap to support us. I'm looking forward to the conversation today.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Ingmar. I'm turning now to Jessica. Being a researcher, what reflections do you have on Ingmar's intervention here? Oh, please hand the microphone. We need to share.
Yeah, thank you.
It's all right.
Yeah, no, I think that we are all here together because we are in a consensus that we need to take actions further into moving away from fossil fuels. I've been personally in the academic sector, in the academic dialogues, and I think many of the things that you mentioned were actually discussed in the academic dialogues. And there are many things in which we already have guides on some next steps. Of course, we are not going to figure it out everything in 3 or 4 days, but we do have already some very critical recommendations on how to go one step forward.
So Jessica, you were one of the moderators for the economics and data work stream in this science pre-conference. Could you please share an overview of the input that you delivered out of this work stream?
Yeah. So we were discussing a lot about all the impacts that moving away from fossil fuels can have for economies, especially for vulnerable global south countries that are highly dependent on exports and on production of fossil fuels, and how we are trapped in a system that punishes those countries that want to move forward. So it's not a matter of if we should or not move away. I think that answer is already that question have already answered and science have spoken. So it's a matter of those countries who wants to do it are being punished by international systems, by investment systems. So how do we move away from that? We need to think about mechanisms that allow countries to move away and having a principle of common but differentiated responsibilities that can actually, especially global south countries, can actually see an exit and a way out of this. One really important conclusion of this session of economics and data is that all the importers countries who are willing to transition and support transition should also work in a coalition of importers, of net importers, that can act as a block in the market, give a signal to the market that a transition is happening and that they are willing also, even if they are still dependent on imports of oil and gas, that they are willing to transition. And so that can find a way to provide some commercial mechanisms toward that direction. Some agreement of different work streams and in different spaces is that the infrastructure of the international investment systems right now are blocking the transition. It's not that a transition is not economically feasible. That's not true. I mean, a transition is feasible. Investing in clean energy is profitable. It's a good business for many in most of the countries, in most of the cases, but the architecture of financing is just not allowing that to happen. We don't have the investment flows going into the places and a kind of investment that should go. And just summarizing to close, one very clear enabler that could actually help to move one step forward and see something that we can do now in a very specific action is to work on open data, information, and regulation. So that would help investments to have more information and how better direct that, and also will give the signals to the market to having some regulation and open data, not only on production but also on investment in fossil fuels.
Thank you very much indeed. Please pass the microphone to Nick Robbins here. Nick, you were one of the co-moderators for the work stream on central banking. Please share the key messages from your work in this panel.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to build on what we just heard. I mean, I'd first like to say that the Santa Marta conference has been really innovatory, full of innovation in the process, in having the research meeting beforehand and developing ideas which can then support the ways in which governments are actually thinking about these issues. So in terms of central banks, one of the things maybe responding to what we heard just now is that April 2026 is the moment at which the world is changing. Yeah? We've had these crises, and we see this terrible war in the Gulf making very clear that fossil fuels are systemic sources of economic and financial instability. And that means that there are powerful things that financial ministries, climate, other ministries, but particularly central banks, whose job is to preserve price stability and financial stability, that they have a major role in this issue. Central banks have been working for about a decade on climate change, looking at climate risks. And we are very pleased to have central banks from Brazil, from Chile, from China, from Colombia, from the ECB, from Spain, Trinidad and Tobago, from Uruguay, former central bankers, existing central bankers. And I think really recognizing that the central banks can play a really useful role in the implementation of what comes out of Santa Marta. And if I could take two examples.
Please do.
First, we saw in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, not just the human cost of that, but obviously how that hit prices around the world. Central banks responded by raising interest rates to curb inflation. The consequence of that is it really hit capital-intensive investments, notably renewables. The transition is very capital-intensive, upfront capital, but very little OPEX, operating capital. We cannot allow that to happen again. We cannot allow that to happen again, and as we think through the economic costs of this crisis, there seem to be rising prices. We do need to curb inflation, but we need to think smartly so that there is long and low and affordable capital for transition investments in housing, in industry, in power, in transportation, in every sector, in agriculture. And we have examples. So we heard at our conference from Professor Dr. Ma Jun, previous chief economist of China, of Chinese Central Bank, that they have a green refinancing rate of 1.5%. Now, if you were getting a mortgage for your house at 1.5%, I think you would think that's a bargain, and I would rather make my investment. He then added that actually China, the People's Bank of China, has actually reduced that green refinancing rate to 1.25%. So I think there is a consideration, whether it's in Europe or Latin America or other countries, to think how can central banks do their job, curb price stability, but recognize that clean energy is now a structural force for price stability, and therefore not have unnecessary increases in interest rates. And then there's the prudential factor, maybe we can come back to this, is many countries, many governments, many corporates, many banks are introducing transition plans. And at the moment, they've been anchored to 2050 emissions. And that's simply not strong enough to get the action we need. I think it's now reasonable for governments to say, we would like our industry, our banks, our investors to introduce transition plans, but you need to link that to dealing with the crisis, and we need to see how energy efficient you are and how defossilized your value chain is. So I think there's some really profound things. The spirit in Santa Marta in the governmental conference has been very productive, and I believe we're going to make a lot of progress.
Thank you very much indeed. So over to Francesco Corrado. You're Italy's special envoy on climate change. So what can you say about your government's perspective on financing and transitioning away from fossil fuels, please?
So as you know, Italy, first of all, thanks for inviting me. What you are doing is very important because in the beginning of this connection, we had the opportunity to listen about the importance of information, because there is a huge disinformation around climate. About Italy, I would like to say that the situation in Italy in the energy sector is very bad. We are strongly dependent on the fossil fuel. Our roadmap remains the same, even if Minister Pichetto decided to postpone not the close of the coal, but only the decommissioning of the power plant that we had in the continent part of Italy for safety, only for this, because from economic point of view, it's not convenient to keep this kind of energy production, but in the situation that we are living, for us is very tough, and we are moving on the transitioning. We have an increase of the photovoltaic installation in 2025 of 25%, so a huge amount. We have some issues internally, particularly in the relationship between the central government and the local municipality. Because as you know, in Italy, local municipality have the possibility to decide if it's start or not. And in my opinion, in some case, is very dangerous because energy is a national treat. Is something that is crucial for the entire country of Italy, and we particularly if we are speaking about renewable energies and some renewable energy that in my opinion are not democratic, like wind, you need to use the resource where this resource is. It's not possible to install a wind power outside of some particular situation and region. So Italy is involving in this process. Is not easy. For this reason we are here to recognize that also Italy accepted the global stocktake, the first global stocktake, and there is written if you want, the prototype of a real roadmap, because when you wrote transitioning away from fossil fuel, obviously it is necessary to have a sort of framework, a sort of roadmap to do this. But I believe that we are living in a very peculiar moment. Another thing that I appreciate very much about the introduction, even if I was not able to hear everything because it's very loud here, is the problem of the elephant in the room. I don't know if you had the opportunity to listen my speech of yesterday, but my speech was at the end. So a lot of things have already said, and I decided to focus the attention on a specific aspect, the diplomatic aspect of this new conference. In my opinion, this new framework that we are building here in Santa Marta must to remember that if we want to make the difference in the climate, so I am not speaking about energy transition, the 57 countries that are here can do their own transition, is good, is affordable, is economic, positive, what you want. But if our target is to change the 2 Celsius degree, we need find a way to involve the main emitters in the world. It's not possible. This is not politics. This is science. And I am a university professor. I studied this. If this is the target that we want to achieve, we need to find a new way to enter in contact with the countries that want to refuse the climate change, that is that try to say that is not true. At the same time, we need to reach the ones that want to reduce the effort in the transition. Is the only way, if our target is that one. And I believe, but is only my perspective, is not so important, but that probably yesterday you heard about the decision of Emirates to quit from the OPEC. So there are a lot of ideas behind this, but I have my idea. I believe that in some way everyone is starting to recognize that this moment could be really the end of the fossil fuel in the perspective of the population. A lot of people, in my opinion, started to be very tired about the cost of energy connected with the fossil fuel. And probably this could be a gap to find to reduce the pressure on this, producing more oil, what you want. Because really, the feeling, in my opinion, right now is that a lot of people is really tired about the situation of this crisis. And in Italy, in the last month, in March 2026, we had an increase of sales of electric vehicle of 71% comparison to the same month in 2025.
That's amazing. Thank you. Let's go to Stockholm now. We will shift perspective slightly, but stay in the same sort of broader picture. We're going to talk about the economic benefits of reskilling the workforce to work beyond fossil fuels, because this is of course a crucial part of the transition here. And with us we have Therese Svanström, You are a political scientist and you have a solid background in union and political work. So Therese, how do we make sure that employees and employers also and education systems really adapt gradually so that they can react in time rather than under pressure?
Yes, hello everybody, and thank you for having me on this important discussion. That's of course a very important discussion, and I would just like to first of all underline that the trade union movement can really contribute with with a lot of people wanting this transformation to happen. We have in Sweden TCO 1.3 million members, and the trade union movement as a total 3.5 million people wanting this to happen, and they know that that is going to need reskilling and upskilling of the workforces and for themselves to be able to cope with that change that the labor market is going to undertake. But they are actually not afraid of that. They are willing to do it. Unfortunately, they are not yet doing it at the workplaces, the reskilling and upscaling, but they are actually willing to pay for it themselves and to upscale to be able to contribute to the green transition. But I think that we have to have a mindset at the labor market that both the green transition, the climate transition, and other large transformation processes like AI, when it comes to working places, has to be to shift our mindset to a constant reskilling and upscaling. We also know that we have to work we live longer, we have to work for longer periods in a lifetime, and that means that we have to fill in with reskilling and upskilling during a lifetime. There's the old-fashioned way that, as my generation probably think, that once we were educated, that would last for life. That won't be the case anymore. So I think both employers and employees, and I think that employees already know that, we have to change the mindset when it comes to knowledge and reskilling and upskilling at the labor market. And then we all, of course, needs systems that support that. We need education systems that actually support shorter and quicker education for employees. We need maybe, like in Sweden, we have recently made agreements about financial systems that actually support workforce to undertake education during a lifetime and so on. So we also need supporting systems to make that change in mindset happen.
So thank you very much, Therese. What can you say about the support from the workers for this green transition? I think you have some numbers.
There's a huge support from the workforces in Sweden for this transition, and that's we try to mission this every time that we have a possibility. 7 out of 10 think that this is they are worried about the climate changes, but they are also very much willing to and they actually want the political arena to be more active and take the decisions that are needed to see to that we have a future to long for, also for coming generations. They are very much willing to support that and actually demands more of action from the political arena. So there are no doubt that there are a huge support from Swedish workers and employees in this transformation process.
Thank you very much, Therese. And over to you now, Ingmar. What reflections do you have after having listened to the panelists?
I mean, it's. I think everyone here agrees. There's a big part of the humanity that demands change. And we have processes happening, but the way I see it, we need to remove the cork, the ones holding us back. And I think what's happening in Santa Marta is doing just like that, because the people that don't want to change, the leaders that don't want change, are not invited. People are talking about the COP meetings. The problem with the COP meetings are that there's so many fossil fuel lobbyists there. I don't agree. The problem with the COP meetings is that there's so many leaders there that are influenced by lobbyists back home that are pushing for a delay agenda, a deny agenda, and even now canceling science agenda, the worst cases. If you remove those leaders from the room, the rest will move fast. And I mean, to see like France publishing a fossil fuel phase-out roadmap yesterday coming out from this conference, and that's just one action happening. It's going to happen many, many more things. That will create something that will get the others on board. And like we heard here, it's not enough to have 57 countries doing everything in a good way. If the rest are not doing it, that will not solve climate crisis. But 57 countries, or what we now we're going to see as the ambitious of the willing, that will be enough to create fear of missing out. And I believe that Santa Marta might be the point in time where people look back and say, hey, that's where the moment where finally fossil fuel were called out. Not for the people like us. I mean, we know this, but for the general public. They are now losing the support, the license, the social license to operate. So what we need to do now is just keep pushing that narrative and do more to create more FOMO.
Thank you very much indeed, Ingmar. So we have a few minutes left. Would anybody like to reflect on what you heard from Stockholm, or Nick, you were pointed out to? You start.
Well, I think it's very interesting hearing our colleague from the trade unions. We've been talking here about finance, and that's going to be key to the delivery of anything coming out of Santa Marta. And we should recognize that trade unions have a big stake in the financial system through the pensions. And this is known as workers' capital. And in the work I've done with major pension funds in Europe, in the UK, and around the world, there's a real potential and opportunity of linking workers on the boards of pension funds to them in the workforce, and actually therefore delivering a very strategic response, encouraging companies to set ambitious climate targets, but doing that with just transition principles involved, social dialogue with the workforce, engagement with communities, and also importantly, cooperation with local government and also national development banks who can really help in terms of the financing of the redevelopment of areas. So I think we should see obviously the skills dimension of workers as being critical, but recognize that actually workers are participants in the financial system, notably through their pension funds as well.
Thank you for connecting these two topics. Jessica, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I totally agree. And in Colombia, we are seeing now unions also mobilizing around just energy transition, making very clear and valid demands on what's happening. And this is one of the things in which we cannot wait until we have everyone on board and everyone convinced. Because unions are already saying, okay, we are on board, we know that we need to transition, but we need actions now because we really don't see what are the opportunities for ourselves. So showing steps, showing progress on those matters of just energy transition are also going to enable that we can show the rest of the world, show the non-convinced people, show those who are not here, that there are actions that we are doing and that can actually help us move forward. And maybe, I think this is a complementary effort rather than taking isolated paths.
Thank you very much.
So if I can, I would like to remember a slide that you put in the screen in the beginning about the subsidizing fossil fuel.
The oil barrels.
The answer is there. We have the money. The idea is to find a way to change the direction of this money, and this is possible at the political level. But what I learned doing this job, because my real job is a university professor, but doing this job, I understood this, that politicians respond immediately to voters. They want their consensus. Is vital for them. For this reason, what we are doing now, the importance on information, of moving people to understand, is the fundamental step to attract the attention. Because I believe that if a huge amount of people started to request this, for them is not possible to avoid, because we have the money. It was evident this. We are looking a lot of time for money, but really we have the money. But I want to say more. Sometimes it's not necessary, because if you put at the same level all the energy production system without any subsidies, renewable energies are more affordable than the other. So at least it could be good also to avoid any subsidy and run alone in a commercial way. And this could be really enough.
Well, that was a brilliant intervention, and of course we have been discussing fossil fuel subsidies for quite a while. So, but I'd like to turn to Jessica now for a final question. What would you like to say about the phasing out of the subsidies? What have the discussions been in your work stream about this?
Yeah, I think there's also a consensus that we need to do it, but we need to do it in a differentiated way. Those subsidies that impact more to the most vulnerable people should be the last ones that should be phased out. We need to start with those subsidies that are going to not necessarily vulnerable people. Colombia already started the pathway to phasing out fossil fuels, and of course it's full of challenges, because it's always going to be really hard to track who are the most affected people with that. But I think it's a fundamental step. That's also a conclusion for, I think, all the work streams in the academic conference. We need to keep pushing for removing fossil fuel subsidies, and actually working on open data should also include that, because there are many subsidies that we are not aware of that are behind the stage, making more profitable the fossil fuels business. So that's a fundamental step, and having open information and having inventories on subsidies are also one of those steps that I keep saying we can do now to move a little bit forward into this pathway.
Well, thank you very much indeed, all three of you here in Santa Marta, and Therese and Ingmar in Stockholm, for being part of this panel discussion. And we will continue on all our different levels and fields to push for this. So thank you for your energy and for your commitment. Thank you. Thank you. Now let's move on. I'm here with a parliamentarian from Canada. Could you please state your name?
Rosa Galvez.
And Rosa, Canada is not in this coalition of the willing, but you are here. Could you tell us about why and what you try to achieve here?
The government is all kinds of parliamentarians, the ones that are in power and the ones that come from different parties and groups. So I'm an independent senator. I've been with the parliamentarians for a fossil-free future for the last 5 years. And I think that I commend and I admire the government of Colombia to have had the guts and the courage to call for this coalition and to say, we have to move, transition, we have to accelerate this, and well, some are willing, and some are not that willing. But the ones that will, let's try to do it.
So what could you say about what's happening in this room here today and what might come out of it?
I am so in awe of what I have heard and how parliamentarians from around the world are actually very informed and aware of all the benefits, economical, the health, the works, the jobs, the stability, the sovereignty, the dignity that can be brought by transitioning and accelerating this transitioning to a low-carbon economy.
What would be the benefits and the upsides for Canada to join this coalition of the willing?
So we have to understand that Canada is a very big country and it's a very complex. So while we have provinces that have, 90% of renewable energy and are being doing these transitions for the last 10, 15 years. We have other provinces, and we have the Arctic, which is more difficult. So we have, for example, a province, Alberta, where their main revenues come from the oil. So we cannot accelerate progress at the same pace. So I think that what I would like to bring back is to tell there are other alternatives. There are other countries here that are also oil exporters, but still they are going into the transition, and what is the ways they are doing this.
So is there any specific things that you might want to bring back that is touching upon this from your perspective, from this room?
Yes, absolutely. So, there is the compromises and the pledges have not worked. The voluntary things have not worked. So the role of parliamentarians is central to push for this. And we have to facilitate, we have to guide different sectors, the high emitting sector, but also the financial sector, the agricultural sector, and tell them these are the alternatives for your sector to move. And of course, it cannot be just a public or a government initiative. It has to be accompanied by the private sector and also by the support of the citizens. And that's very interesting because all the polls tells that 60%, and in some provinces 80% of the population demand and want more climate action.
So apart from Canada, what other country would you really like to push to become a part of this transition away from fossil fuels in this concept?
So this is very interesting because there are, big countries that are not present here that are not in any transition at all. But actually in the United States, you will find the same because California is very well advanced and the New England states are also very well advanced. And then you have in the middle many states that are not progressing and they don't want. Actually, they don't even want to go back. There are countries such as India is not present here today either. But China, which is already much ahead of us in this transition, is not there, but they are doing. So maybe that's the message, is that it depends of what do you want. And so I think that this coalition of these countries that are present here in this venue wants to go ahead and wants to listen from those that have good ideas. And I'm talking about Denmark, about Sweden, about the Netherlands, and from Latin America, there is Costa Rica, there is Colombia, there is Chile, there is Uruguay, that are progressing. So I think that it's a sharing experience and choosing the best strategy and the best practices in order to accelerate, because the stakes are too high.
Thank you very much for taking time to do this interview. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am here with a parliamentarian from Colombia. Could you please state your name?
Juan Carlos Lozada.
And what can you tell us about what's going on in this room here today in Santa Marta at the conference?
Oh, we've been having such an interesting discussion. I think parliamentarians play a very big role in pushing transition in each of our countries. We are not the government. we are not civil society. We're somewhere in between those two. We represent the civil society. We don't take the biggest decisions, but we can make big decisions in budget when it comes to Congress, and we can present laws that can enhance our politics for the transition. So to be able to share experiences among parliamentarians from everywhere in the world. In this room we're more than 30 parliamentarians from more than 15 countries. It's a pleasure and it's an honor, and I think we're learning a lot from each other.
And what is discussed here in the room? What will happen to those insights?
Well, usually we take them home. We are part of a big network of more than 900 parliamentarians who are pushing for a just transition, who are pushing for phased out of fossil fuels. We have demonstrated that whenever we go to these international stages, when we go back to our countries, we're able to coordinate actions that goes towards that goal. For instance, in the Amazon, we're more than 5 members of parliament here who presented at the same time a bill in Brazil, in Peru, in Ecuador, in Colombia, in Bolivia, to phase out the fossil fuels in the Amazon, which is a strategic, very strategic ecosystem that we have to preserve. So, of course, we're going to take all these learnings and all these ideas to our home countries, and we're going to push our governments to start building a road towards the phased out.
So Colombia being one of the organizers here of this epic, historic event, what would you say are the main winnings, the gains from being part of this coalition of the willing?
Well, only the fact that we have this coalition and that we have met in Santa Marta is a huge win. We have been part of the Conference of the Parts of the United Nations, and we have seen how systematically talking about the phased out is vetoed by some countries. So to be able to gather with the people who want a change in this planet, who want to take the deep decisions that have to be made for the planet to stay alive, it's an absolute win. And I think that the cooperation that is going to be built after this conference is going to take us towards that goal without any doubt. So the fact that we're here is already a big win, and what's going to happen after this, I'm sure, is going to be, as you said, historic.
So there are 56 countries present. Is there a special country that you would like to give a shout out to, that you would like to grab to bring into this coalition of the willing, and why?
Of course, without the United States, it's absolutely impossible to do this transition in the world. Without China, it's absolutely impossible to do this transition. Without India, it's impossible to do this transition. We need to get the countries that are the most historically responsible for the state of the art of the planet to join this coalition. Of course, that's going to take time, and that's going to take political will from those democracies to be able to get back, especially the United States, on track. What's going on today in the United States politics is unspeakable and unacceptable for the rest of the world. So, of course, we would love to have people like the governor of California to join this task force to bring America back to the Paris Agreement.
So what would they win if they join? What would they lose, in short?
Well, if they don't join, is the whole world who's going to lose, themselves included. So the United States have to understand that economy is not only the gains of their own country, but if the planet goes, in the wrong way, they're going to suffer the consequences as much as all the other countries in the world. So I think the American economy must understand that there's a global economy that has to be based on ethical measures, and that has to do the transformation that is needed for the planet to stay alive, or they're going to be also implicated in the consequences.
Thank you very much indeed for taking time for this interview.
Thank you so much, Katrina. For me, it's an honor, and for all the viewers from Santa Marta, we welcome everybody who wants to make a change in the world.
I am here with Juan Manuel Santos, the former president of Colombia, who's also one of the Planetary Guardians and chair of the Elders. And you're also a Nobel Prize laureate. So it's an honor to be standing here next to you.
My honor to be with you.
So, given your background as the former Colombian president and also a longtime champion for climate, how does it feel to be attending this conference here in your country, in Santa Marta?
Well, I came here not as part of the government, because I'm not part of the government, but I came here because we wanted to support, as elders and as planetary guardians, the objective of this conference. How did this conference come about? It is the product of the failure of the COP in Brazil to take a concrete decision on two issues. One, how to do away with fossil fuels, and second, how to protect the Amazon. Both are very, very important steps to save the planet. So this conference, promoted by Colombia and the Netherlands, what it wants to achieve is to get all the countries that are already in a good mood to take the correct decisions, to see how can they do it in a better way to attract more support for this cause. And as elders and as planetary guardians, well, this cause is something that for us is important, and that's why I am here.
And you just attended or gave a press conference as the Guardians where you presented the Renewable Freedom Report. So could you please briefly share what this report entails?
Well, the Planetary Guardians give the scientists tremendous importance because we believe in science. And one of the scientists, which is one of the leaders of the Planetary Guardians, has been following what is happening with the 9 boundaries that have been identified as boundaries that we cannot break if we want to save the planet. And what is very worrisome is that we have already have broken 7 of the 9 boundaries. So this is a call to action and urgent action because time is running out. And what I hope also comes out of this conference is that message, that time is running out, that we are confronted with a big problem, bigger than what many, many people believe, and that hopefully we can encourage others to join the cause and take the necessary decisions.
There are quite a few strong examples in the report. For instance, how Uruguay has been transferring to almost 100%. I'm here with the former president of Ireland and the former chair of the Elders and also Planetary Guardian, Mary Robinson. What an honor to have you with us here in our studio.
Thank you.
I attended the press conference that the Planetary Guardians gave the other day here in Santa Marta, where you presented the Renewable Freedom Report. So could you please share with us and the viewers what this report is about?
I'm very keen on this report because, believe it or not, I'm a member of the 3 organizations that produced it: Planetary Guardians, the B team of business leaders, and Project Dandelion, a wonderful group of women leaders on climate justice. And the reason why we combined is we wanted to tell the positive story, the story of how important it is to security that we have the alternative to what is causing so many wars. You know, renewable fossil fuel is unreliable now because, you know, we've seen not just the current really bad crisis, the worst crisis, but the earlier crises that we've had. So we need to think about renewables in terms of security, and we need to talk about the countries that are moving fast, like Denmark is moving, like Spain is moving, like Uruguay in this region, moving very significantly, and the companies. I'm a member of the B team, as I mentioned. I love the way IKEA speaks so positively about the fact that focus on sustainability and reducing their emissions help their profits. Patagonia say the same thing. These are the stories. We need to get a mindset change.
So during the press conference, you talked about how we pay for fossil fuels several times.
Three times.
Tell our viewers what this means.
Well, I mean, we pay for fossil fuel when we're buying it. Mm-hmm. We pay for fossil fuel in terms of our health, the health of the planet, the health of the economy, and it's just it doesn't make sense.
Indeed, it doesn't. So you also addressed the topic of fossil fuel subsidies in the report and also in the intervention of the press conference.
It's actually incredible that we spend 2.6 trillion on harmful subsidies, and 1.5 trillion of that is fossil fuel. I mean, that is a very large amount each year on what is harming us. It's actually harming us, we must remember that. And if you think of shifting half of that quickly, what we could do to incentivize access to the renewable freedom, the renewable energy which is affordable and accessible to all. That will change our world, and that will also create jobs.
Something else I picked up from your intervention at the press conference was the legal aspects of renewable transition.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I remember, because I was the special envoy in Paris, when we got, through the work of the High Ambition Coalition, we got the new goal of staying well below 2 degrees and working for 1.5. We thought of that as being purely political. The International Court of Justice now, the highest court of authority, thanks to Vanuatu, students in Vanuatu and Vanuatu itself, the International Court of Justice has made it very clear this is now a legal obligation on countries to stop harmful conduct. In other words, it is harmful to us to have these subsidies, to have too much dependence on fossil fuel, and that we must move legally, not just politically. It's really very important.
And this is a very exciting development because things are really moving quite fast when it comes to Ecoside.
Yeah, I think, it's wonderful to be here in Santa Marta and see when there's the space created to talk about these things, we can talk about transition. Do you know what I think now? I think we need 3 just transitions. The just transition out of fossil fuel, the just transition into affordable, accessible, renewable energy for all, and the just transition to live sustainably with nature. All 3, quickly. And they're related. One will help the other, and actually we would have a much better world.
Indeed. So what are your hopes for the outcome of the Santa Marta conference?
I think everybody who's here feels the energy of it, feels how important it is. I think it's really important that we keep this momentum. We need it. We need the COP. It needs to feed into the COP and influence the COP, but we do need the consensus of everybody that the COP generates. That's really important. We need to align with the roadmaps on getting out of fossil fuel and no deforestation that Brazil is taking care of and that Anatoni is speaking so well about here at this COP. I think we've broadened, we've sort of a double multilateral system going. The official and the governments and others involved in a less official but really very energized here in Santa Marta. We must make sure the next conference is equally open and engages and sees that there are coalitions now, like the coalition to get out of fossil fuel, like the coalition looking for a treaty to do that, like the coalition, all of the coalitions, and we need to know that we need the other just transitions to be talked about at the same time.
On a personal note, you have been working in this field relentlessly for so many years. So how does it feel to be part of this crowd here where they're really more or less everybody wants to go the same direction.
Well, I must say the first thing I went to was the People's Summit to hear the voices, and I was very energized by that. There's lovely language in the People's Summit Declaration, language about care, about needing to ground our transitions in a real sense of care, because that's about people. It's about mental health. It's about, how we, there's so much kind of noise and activity going on, and actually it's very disturbing to people. We need to kind of almost breathe a little deeply and say, we have to do very significant transitional change now, these just transitions, but we need to do them in a way that by linking with nature, actually, we bring about this calmness. We bring about that sense of, and I've been passionate about climate justice since I made the connection between violation of human rights and what the the richer countries are doing to the poorer countries of the world, the injustice of it. And I think this is a pivot moment for climate justice. I really do.
We have 57 countries here.
Yes.
What would you say to the countries that are not here?
I would encourage countries that are not here to understand how important it is to have this discussion. Every country needs to have it. There are countries that are not here who are trying to move forward. And actually, I believe that the next time it would be good to have major countries like China and India, because we need to factor in the just transition into affordable, accessible, renewable energy for all. And we need them to help us along that.
So next year, Vanuatu or Tuvalu together. Tuvalu is the official
host.
Yes.
And Ireland, in support, as I understand it, I'll be meeting the Irish later today. Actually, it's the first time I'll have met them, and I hope that they are supportive of what Tuvalu is planning, but also supportive of the broad taking forward of the energy and commitment here, and a sense that there are several just transitions we need to make.
So would you agree if I say this is the beginning of the end of fossil fuels happening here in Santa Marta?
I certainly hope so, and it can't happen soon enough.
I agree. Thank you so much, Mary Robinson, for joining us here in the studio.
Thank you very much indeed.
Delightful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The old trade-off between growth and climate performance is breaking down. Leading companies and countries are showing that revenues can rise while emissions fall when efficiency, electrification, and clean innovation reinforce competitiveness. In today's first exponential roadmap session, we will explore the new economics of decoupling, what separates leaders from laggards, and how to scale value creation with lower emissions. The timing has never been better. The current fossil fuel crisis is not only a warning signal, it is also a unique opportunity to accelerate clean solutions and strengthen resilience and also sovereignty. So our guests here in the studio Mattias Frumery, Climate Ambassador, Swedish Ministry of Climate and Enterprise. Terrific to have you with us, Mattias. Next to Mattias is Maria Azul Schwarzman, your norm-setting engagement manager for the World Benchmarking Alliance. Welcome to the studio. Wonderful to have you. And on Zoom, we should be having Ramon Mendez Galain. I'm not sure he's with us, but I'll introduce him anyways because he might show up. He's president REN 21 and former Energy Secretary of Uruguay. And in the Stockholm studio, we have Owen Gaffney. He's co-founder and chief scientific officer, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. There we go. There we have Ramon Mendez Galain. Terrific to have you with us. So I'm going to start turning to Owen in the Stockholm studio. Could you please explain the term crocodile economics and present the latest updates from the Exponential Roadmap Initiative?
Hi, Katarina. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
Yeah, it's great to be with you. I wish you could be there in Colombia. Yeah, it's great to be talking about this topic because, as you say, you know, the decoupling is the key topic we need to be talking about. Here at Exponential Roadmap Initiative, I'm going to talk through for a few minutes what we call crocodile economics, the economics of decoupling. And this is based on you know, a new platform we're developing right now because the evidence is just becoming completely overwhelming that we're going through a massive structural change in the global economy, and this has been happening for several decades, and things, you know, the pace can be so slow that it can be quite incremental and you don't notice it. But now we look back and we can see the bigger picture. So I'm going to talk through really which countries are genuinely decoupling and which companies are decoupling. So the first thing we're going to look at here is, you know, actually around 49 countries in total have decoupled their growth from their emissions. And we see this not just in their territorial emissions, the emissions coming from within the country, but also their consumption emissions that are emitted elsewhere, and as goods are being imported into countries. But we can see this trend, which you can see why it's called crocodile economics. We have the mouth of a crocodile here, and this, you know, going back to, in some cases, the you know, the 2000s or so, late 90s, we see the start of decoupling in some countries, and that's continuing on. And you know, we see like the European Union here as one of the graphs here on the second row. You know, as the whole, you know, 27 countries, you know, a massive shift over the last few decades. So this just isn't a blip. This just isn't a bump in the road, or, you know, a small shift. These are major shifts that are happening year on year. It's not just as a result of, you know, one shock or you know, or an economic shock. These are long-term structural changes in countries. And here's a fuller list of countries going through the transition. And as I say, so it's you know, a quarter of the countries in the world, and about 50% of global GDP, if you look at it in that way, is represented in the countries decoupling. So massive shifts there. So then the next thing we've done with this dashboard is then we've been working with CDP and other providers of data, Science-Based Targets Initiative, and Klimatkollen here in Sweden, to bring in company data to see if we can see similar trends with companies and how they're decoupling. So we have almost 1,000. We've got over 900 companies in our database now. It's growing every week, actually, and we're looking at what's happening. And we can see that the signal's also very clear. We see the definite crocodile economics signal here. Here we're looking at companies with revenue over 10 billion. And we're looking at scope 1 and 2 emissions, and we're seeing some of the major corporations are making progress there. And if you look, and then you can say, well, okay, scope 1 and 2, but that's the easy emissions. What about scope 3? So this is scope 1, 2, and 3 for the companies we've looked at with revenues of over 10 billion, and then we can see some the Crocodile pattern is telling a convincing story here that there is some real shifts going on. I mean, we don't have as much data going back as far as we do for countries. This is just emerging, you know, in the last 5-6 years. We're getting better and better data from companies. But as the years go on, the data will improve, and we can do some deeper analysis of the kind of trends that we're seeing. Now, I'll just finish by saying, you know, it's fantastic news. This is long-term structural changes we're seeing with certainly with countries and now with companies. Is it at the scale we need? So it's not at the scale we need for countries, without doubt. It's we can see on average that you know, the shifts, the reductions in emissions are perhaps 1.5%, 2%, 3%, 4%. And we need more than that. We need emissions reductions of 7% or so to really start getting onto the kind of carbon law trajectories, the trajectories that will really allow us to halve emissions every decade. So we need to really ramp up the level of emissions reductions. But the good news, though, and to finish on some good news, is that a lot of the reductions have just come from the energy sector. You know, there's the other major sectors. We have industry, we have transport, we have the food sector, we have buildings. They're not coming through so strongly in the signals yet, but we can see that this is these are the big areas that are seeing huge amounts of change. So that'll start growing as and what needs to happen really is that that we need strategies that push all sectors at the same time to get up to that you know, plus 7% emissions reductions per year, which we need to see. And note that the European Union, I think in 2023, reduced emissions 7% due to efficiencies and a big shift away from fossil fuels. So it is feasible. Over to you, Katerina.
Thank you very much indeed, Owen. I'm turning now to Ramon, because Uruguay is indeed a great example of crocodile economics as a country. So what could you say? What are your reflections after having listened to Owen's presentation, please?
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure to be here today. So my most important comment is that today, thanks to the climate efforts, today renewables are the best option that we can have in the climate, in the energy sector, for example. So we have already new technologies that are delivering and then can make the transition possible, not just as an effort, not just as a contribution, as the NDC was the possibility. But today, renewables are just the best issue that we can have on our system. So what happened in Uruguay? Uruguay, we had 98% of renewables in the power mix, and this helped us to reduce by a factor of 2 the cost of producing electricity. We created about 50,000 new jobs, which is 3% of the total labor force of the country. So we proved not only that the new renewable economy is possible, but we prove it that it's best than the one that we have today. So my most important comment is that today there's no longer neither a technology issue nor a finance issue, but the point is decision making, because the best for our countries is to go, at least in the energy sector, at least in the power sector, to go to renewable energies, which is the best geopolitical, economic, labor, and climate option.
Thank you, Ramon. So, from your perspective as Energy Secretary of Uruguay, could you please briefly tell us how you achieved this?
Well, yes, of course. In fact, it's very simple in the way that, once again, it's not a technological issue, it's not a finance issue. In fact, it's a regulatory and market design issue. What I mean is that our market, our system, our energy system has been built according to the characteristic of fossil fuels, and that's fine, because till some years ago, they were the best that we can have. But now, that we are willing to introduce new technologies, renewable technologies, then we need to not just to change from one fuel to another fuel, but we have to restructure our power system. So we dramatically changed the way we plan the system, the way we operate the system. So there were a number of regulatory changes that we had to redefine. We have to completely redefine our market design, going from short-term traditional energy market to a long-term capacity market. And so this was crucial in order to attract investors. In fact, we received something like $6 billion investment for a country which economy size is only 50 billion. So 12% of the GDP investment in just 4 to 5 years, because we created the appropriate condition to attract investment. And that's why we made it. I mean, in only 4 to 5 years, we went from about 50% fossil fuels in the power share to only 2% of fossil fuels in the power share. In fact, in 2024, we reached our optimum, which was 99.1% of renewables in the grid. And in fact, yes, we had to solve some technical issues, but we understood how to, that in fact, dealing with solar and wind intermittency was not really rocket science. You know, at the end of the day, human engineering has succeeded to put a man in the moon 50 years ago. So solving intermittency, it was not just a rocket science issue. It was complicated, but we did it in a small country like Uruguay. So anybody can do it, following exactly the same kind of pathway.
Excellent. And your example is also in the Planetary Guardian's report of energy freedom that was just presented here in Santa Marta. So Uruguay really stands out. Thank you for sharing this. So Matthias Fremery, what could you say about crocodile economics from your experience and perspective?
Great to be with you, and I think the graphs which we've seen, which Owen showed, I mean, it really points to the experience that we have from a Swedish perspective, but also from an EU perspective. You know, that we are decoupling growth from emissions, and I think it was interesting to see also the companies. The first time I saw that, that kind of data which you have delivered, and I think it speaks to the point which was made also by company representatives here in Santa Marta yesterday, saying that for companies to be able to decarbonize, they need policy clarity. Mm-hmm. And we've been hearing that very strongly also from Swedish companies. You know, we need to stay the course in terms of the EU approach to climate action. In the various types of instruments that we have at the EU level, for example, the emissions trading systems, there's very strong support for companies who have made their investments already to actually be able to provide these kind of products and services. And I mean, what I hear from Swedish companies at least is that, you know, they're doing this transition because it makes them more profitable, and this is where the market will be. So this whole idea of decoupling or crocodile economics, I really think shows sort of how the market will be developing. But of course, it also needs for all countries to be putting those kind of regulatory frameworks in place.
So Matthias, how do you see the importance of scaling up solutions and how leading countries and companies can work in tandem really to accelerate the fossil phasing out and also the decoupling moving forward? What is with the tandem with the countries and the companies and the regulatory perspectives here?
Well, having that kind of dialogue, and I think the conference here in Santa Marta brings various types of actors together, and I think, again, you know, showing the importance and usefulness of having that kind of regulatory clarity for countries to be setting long-term targets, but also breaking those down in terms of how we will be managing our transition in the next couple of years. I mean, the NDCs are a great example of how countries will actually display and showcase how they are transitioning away from fossil fuels as well. And of course, for us as countries to be working together as well for NDC implementation. And I'm proud to see that from a Swedish perspective, you know, we can be supporting not only with policy support and working with partners to develop that kind of policy, but also providing solutions across a range of different sectors. I mean, energy sector, obviously, but also, I mean, as was said here, in transport, in industry, food systems, waste management, there are solutions available across the board. So I think it is upon countries to ensure that you have that kind of regulatory environment, but also an attractive investment climate, you know, with everything, freedom from corruption, functioning institutions, to make sure that investors have the confidence of providing those kind of investments and solutions.
Thank you, Matthias. Turning now to Maria, the World Benchmarking Alliance is specifically benchmarking corporate transition plans, correct? And they're important to accelerate solutions of phasing out fossil fuels. So could you share the reflections on crocodile economics from your perspective, and also what you heard from Uruguay and from Owen and from Matthias?
Yes, sure, thank you. So, is it working,
Yeah,
right?
it's working.
Sorry. So first of all, I need to give a kudos to Exponential Roadmap, because that term, crocodile economics, once you see the graphs, you can't unsee them, right? So it really sticks with you. So
we even have a crocodile behind it.
So kudos to that. But as you were saying, we at the World Benchmarking Alliance, we analyzed the 2,000 biggest companies of the world in their corporate transition plans. And like Owen was saying, we see these data points that decoupling is possible. Of course, it's not the norm, and we're still not there yet, but we see companies that have valid 1.5 aligned long-term targets, that are involving their communities and their workers in their transitions, that are allocating capital expenditure to low carbon options. So we do see that it is possible, and I have this data point that from our latest research that we published on the 280 biggest energy-intensive companies of the world, that without any major political, technological shift, companies could easily up by 30% their low-carbon capex as of now. They only need to believe that it's the best for their business. So I think that is a very strong signal that the crocodile economics work and could be in the future for the biggest companies of the world.
So Maria, what are you picking up here in Santa Marta in this field?
Yeah, so for context as well, WBA is here as a co-lead of the private truck sector, so together with Fortescue and BYD. And I think that, as Matthias was saying, one of the two key messages that we've heard from the private sector is we need clear long-term policy signals. And here is where, coincidentally, Uruguay and also Chile were brought up as examples in the region where policies have lived through administrations, which if you're from the region like I am from Argentina, where that rarely happens. It is very positive, and companies were saying we can operate here and we can put capital in a green transition because we know that we have long-term policies that are backing that.
How does that resonate with you, Matthias, the long-term policy view here?
Absolutely, and I think that's what we're trying to achieve also here in Santa Marta, to rally more actors and countries around that approach to having these kind of long-term policies. How we as Sweden are trying to engage also with partners to highlighting the benefits of having those kind of long-term policies, again, because that's what we hear from our business actors that they need in order to be able to also, as you scale the kind of solutions that they have available already. And I think, again, coming back to the NDCs, if we aggregate the information we have in the NDCs, we can both see also at a global level what is the demand signals that the NDCs are sending to various types of actors, within the transport sector, for example. Which countries want to focus on charging infrastructure, and which actors can provide that, which countries want to focus on, green steel, and which actors can provide that. So by aggregating also the information we already have in the NDCs, we can see where the world is headed. Obviously, it's not enough. We need to do more, but at least as a starting point in terms of how to scale these solutions by looking into the kind of policy signals that we see in the NDCs.
And talk about tandem between countries and companies, just looking at Ethiopia with their super impressive setting of plans for electrical vehicles, and it's really skyrocketing, just like we saw here. So turning now back to Owen in Stockholm, what would you say are the major enablers and also the blockers to really have more crocodiles all over the place, so to speak?
Okay, and I mean, yeah, so the policy framework, so the regulatory framework obviously is a huge game changer. It creates the kind of energy, the kind of drive that we need, and that long-term commitment, gives confidence that the policies will stay in place and companies can act. I mean, and basically what we've seen with energy is that now companies in many regions of the world, they have easy access to clean energy. So that's fantastic because a large percentage of most companies' emissions are from on the energy side. So it's easy to make that switch. but then we get into the next stage of decarbonization when it comes to transport, when it comes to the buildings, when it comes to the rest of industrial emissions, when it comes to the land use and food. So those other sectors, that's going to be the frontier over the next few years. And this is where we need really strong signals from policy on the kind of transformations we need there. So I'd say we've hit tipping points with wind and with solar. They're in a new phase of growth, which is brilliant news. And we're at a tipping point with electric vehicles to a certain extent in many places in the world, and way past a tipping point in some places. China, it's 50%, and Norway, it's over 90%. So incredible progress there. But there's all these other transitions that need to happen as well that haven't reached that tipping point, and we need the kind of regulations in place to push us up that curve.
Thank you. And during the pre-conferences here, before the plenary, the high level here today and yesterday, there have been many meetings on just transition from an indigenous people's perspective, and also the aspect of extractivism has been brought up in many fields. And of course, this energy transition has a high demand for all sorts of minerals and other materials that could be in fields and lands and regions that could be affected by this industry. So how do we make sure that this decoupling and this energy transition is also done in a just way from that perspective? So what could you say, Matthias? You've been working in this field for a long time. It's complicated, but we really need to make sure. We have this problem in Sweden too.
I think one experience which we can bring is, the experience from structural reforms of our economies historically as well. And what has helped us, and I think other economies, is ensuring that you have that kind of structured dialogue with, in your labor market, that you have social security systems in place. And of course, all countries need to choose their own model for doing this. But having that kind of inclusivity when designing new policies and ensuring that those individuals and communities or companies that are affected by the transition are also part of finding the solutions. And I think that's what's coming out very clearly from the various actors engaged here at the Santa Marta conference. And hopefully that sort of provides also momentum for countries globally to be ensuring that you have those kind of systems in place. And obviously it's going to be looking different in different types of countries, but just having that kind of dialogue, and then of course making sure that you have systems to sort of make the trade-offs as well, because
there will be
by
trade-offs.
the inclusivity doesn't mean that everybody gets their wish through, but you have to be transparent in how the decisions are being made and find that kind of acceptance as well at sort of the community level.
Thank you, Matthias. Any reflections from your side, Owen, on this topic?
Well, just following from Matthias, I would also say that ensuring that that local communities and indigenous communities economically benefit from these new industries, and a part of this this new industry. I know in the UK, for example, local communities have got huge incentives on renewable energy. They're being offered much lower rates for electricity, for example, in areas with wind turbines and things. So providing those sorts of economic incentives, and I think sort of new ownership models as well for in these areas is it would be really exciting and would help build support for this transition. I think, and finally to say, what one of the big things that's slowing us down is permitting, and I know Matthias knows this very well on the scale out of renewables, and we need to find some mechanisms that are both extremely respectful to local communities, indigenous communities, and can accelerate the permitting of to allow us to scale rapidly. And the benefits are there. What a clear, obvious benefit is energy independence at all those sorts of scales if we can scale at the required rate.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Owen, Ramon, Matthias, and Maria, for sharing your insights in this panel. The dialogue will be continuing, and this is a very, very exciting trajectory that we see with the gap and the crocodile. And as I said, we already have a crocodile here in the studio. There might be more crocodiles coming, who knows. But thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your day, and now let's move on.
So we have another great guest here in Santa Marta in Colombia at this great conference to phase out fossil fuels. It's Stefan Sampaio. He's facilitator at the Pura Roca Collective in Brazil, indeed in Belém, which was the host of the last climate conference. Stefan, tell us a little bit about the collective. I mean, for those that don't know about it, just a brief heads up.
Hello, it's very nice to be here. It's an opportunity to talk about more what we've been doing here in Colombia. So, the Pura Roca Collective is an initiative that aims to work on not only social environmental themes, but also everything regarding justice as a whole, and that includes climate justice, that includes local empowerment in Brazil, Belém specifically, and we are here at Santa Marta discussing fossil fuel phase out because Pura Roca as a whole believes that we can't discuss climate change, we can't discuss a just transition without actually pointing towards what is actually the main issue, and we believe the main issue are fossil fuels. In Brazil, we do have many fronts, new fronts of exploration, of exploitation in the territories, especially in the Amazonas department, the Pará department, where Belém held the COP30, you know, and over there we are facing many issues with fossil fuels. New blocks of exploitation are being liberated, are being licensed, and we think that we need to discuss that before it gets way hotter and it intensifies what climate change is already doing to our region, especially in the tropical region, in the Amazon rainforest. So that's one of our issues we talk about.
Good. And over the past 2 days, you brought together movements, and organizers here in Santa Marta for this first conference on the transition away from fossil fuels. Tell us a little bit about who these organizations are you've been bringing together, and tell us a little bit about this headline, in a sense, initiative you have called the Fossil-Free Territories.
The Conference for Fossil Fuel-Free Territories was actually organized by many organizations that work in the Pan-Amazon region. Pura Roca is one of them, and we've been discussing it since the COP30 alongside other organizations that compose this trajectory of resisting against fossil fuels, of resisting territories as well. So what we've been discussing is that more than just discussing phase out, more than just discussing the ways in which we can bring alternative economies, alternative solutions to fossil fuels, we need to discuss to stop new initiatives of fossil fuel exploitation in many different regions and many different territories, especially because those who are affected the most by it are indigenous people, the Ribeirinho population in Belém, in the Amazon actually, the Afro-descendant communities in Brazil, in Colombia, in Ecuador, in Ecuador, in Peru. So it's a Pan-Amazonia initiative, which we've been thinking beyond what the Santa Marta official conference has been discussing. Not only to stop, but also to we need to bring free territories. No more exploitation, not even discussing it as a whole. We need to free them to prohibit new exploitations in these territories.
Yeah, because it would be absolutely crazy, wouldn't it, if the world is starting to phase down fossil fuels to be opening new ones, that you then have to sometime in the future begin the phase down of those. I mean, why would you do that? So that's absolutely, you've got a very good idea here, I think, from the beginning. How is your work being listened to here at the pre-conference of the big transition away from fossil fuel conference, this transition going on here, actually at the University of Magdalena here in Santa Marta? People listening to what you're saying, and is it resonating well with other groups you're talking to?
Well, it depends. The official conference has many different segments. We do have the high-level segment, we do have the parliamentaries, we do have the NGOs, and there are many segments, and not all of them listen to what we propose in the same terms. So we are provoking these discussions in these sectors, but we are also converging these discussions with who listen to us and who is interested in joining this agenda of the fossil fuel-free territories, especially because they are very connected to the social movements trajectory here in the South America. So indigenous people, indigenous communities, they've been proposing it for years now. What we are doing is confirming it. We kind of are helping this population to organize this in a structured agenda for the Pan-Amazon region. And however, we do think of the conference of something autonomous, not necessarily tied or linked to what is going on here, except by the fact that there are many people here who want to discuss fossil fuel territories, and we directed them to our conference. But of course, we are interested in knowing what's going on here, understanding the discussions and the repercussions of it, but we think of our process as autonomous.
But it could be a process that could spread to other parts of the world. I mean, there are other parts of the world where, we don't need any new fossil fuel developments, fossil-free territories. So it's inherently logical what you're proposing, and makes total sense. And well, best of luck with your work. I think we like what you're doing. Are you hoping that there will be a good confirmation of governments here at the end, that they're all backing this phase out of fossil fuels? Ideally, you'd like them to say no new fossil fuels, but are you optimistic that this is a good track, a good process that maybe could lead to something very positive also for your work?
I believe that we've already gone a long way just by having this conference, just by tackling the main issue, just by saying fossil fuels are an issue and we need to talk about them specifically. But although I'm always trying to be optimistic as a person who works in this field, in this sector, I'm also very concerned about how we are dividing the segments and how we are actually guaranteeing that democratically the ideas that will be presented as conclusion of this conference will actually represent all of those involved. So those are my concerns, but to end on a positive note, I think that just by starting to discuss it, we are doing a great job as a community, as a society that is resistant against fossil fuels, and I hope to see more of it in local, regional, international dimensions. I hope to see more of these discussions in Southeast Asia, in Oceania, and many different continents, especially Africa as well. We need to decentralize the discussion from fossil fuels from Europe and North America, and we need to start discussing not only how to prevent new fronts of exploitation here in the global south, but also what can we propose as alternative, as something different from this path we are currently heading on towards climate devastation.
Okay, Stefan, well, thanks very much indeed for being with us. Thanks for being with We Don't Have Time TV, and best of luck with your work.
I'm here with Professor Johan Rockström. You just stepped off the stage here after the launch of the scientific panel here in Santa Marta, Colombia. So could you please tell us a bit about the panel and its work?
Yeah, thanks. No, so the Science Panel for the Global Energy Transition is an initiative born out of COP30 in Belém. It was in this decisive moment when the Brazilian presidency really wanted to push forward the roadmap on accelerating the phase out of fossil fuels that Anatoni, the CEO of the presidency team, came to Professor Carlos Nobel and myself at the Planetary Science Pavilion and asked, couldn't you set up and consider a science panel to support the accelerated transition away from fossil fuels as a way to provide momentum in the global policy discussions? We put out a science statement already in Belém that this was a really good idea. It never made it into the formal decisions in plenary, neither on the roadmap nor on the science panel. But we got so much support following on Belém that we took the initiative, and now, after having consulted with the Turkish presidency, the Australian incoming presidency, with COP32 in Ethiopia even, but of course with full support from the Brazilian presidency that actually has its mandate up until the next COP, we're here in Santa Marta with full support from Colombia and the Netherlands, co-hosting the meeting here and launching the science panel, which has two objectives essentially. One is to update the pathways that need to be followed with the latest science, which then will be scaled down to country level, what needs to be accomplished between now and 2035, year by year, sector by sector. But second, and most importantly, which I think will be the big contribution from the panel, which is to use the latest scientific methods to map the science, the policy portfolio that gives the best outcomes and can unlock the constraints that many countries are facing with massive dilemmas, with demands from low-income households. How do you tailor taxes and subsidies and incentives and regulations in ways that can unlock some of the really important lock-ins that we have in the fossil fuel infrastructure in particular? The science panel is now born. It has three co-chairs, Vera Songwe, Professor Ottmar Edenhofer, and Gilberto Giannuzzi. It will be based at the University of São Paulo. It was born in Brazil. It will be coordinated from Brazil, but it's an international global common good, which will serve all the countries that want to, have a scientific guidance in the transition away from fossil fuels. There will be almost 60 countries gathered here in Santa Marta. That's a critical mass indeed. But also the science panel will every year provide synthesis reports and policy briefs of, how are things going, how are we doing on technology, on finance, on governance, what are the lessons learned so far, how many countries are succeeding, are we bending the curve, and report that into the global COP process. So I see this as a way of, science contributing to ensure that the fossil fuel agenda never disappears from the global policy agenda ever again.
So, Johan, what could you say about the timing here, given the energy crisis and the security crisis?
The timing is quite unique, actually, because, it's not so many weeks ago that even we in the science community wondered, will this meeting at all have any, convening power, and is it really worth even to launch a science initiative like this? But, with the war in Iran and the escalating oil and gas prices, combined with the evidence of catastrophic climate risks in front of us, we see suddenly that this Santa Marta meeting has become like a unique moment in history where we meet exactly at the time of a peak of a global energy crisis, which exceeds even the crisis of the oil crisis in the 1970s. And we're all lined up for this. The science has been prepared. The science panel is launched. We have the first fossil fuel-free transition pathway for Colombia. We have a whole report on the 12 action points that can guide the transition, which is timed perfectly with this moment where clearly it's starting to sink in that, look here, energy independence is not only about avoiding climate disaster, it's really about building more prosperous, equitable, and resilient societies. So I think we're just having that serendipitous luck that we meet in Santa Marta just at this point when this can really become a turning point for global development.
The members of the panel are economists, environmental economists, at least two of them, correct?
Yes, so two of the three co-chairs are economists, and that's done per design because, as I mentioned earlier, I foresee that while the panel will be doing, integrated assessment modeling and updating the pathways to be able to minimize the 1.5 degrees Celsius overshoot. These are climate modelers, basically the same modelers that inform the IPCC, so it's the same groups. But, the real breakthrough will be that this panel is not meant to build up new science. It's not meant to develop new scientific consensus like the IPCC. It's meant to support decision making. It's meant to connect with national policies. And therefore we need the economists, the political scientists, and the policy review methodologies so that we can bring the mitigation pathways, technologies into action at the local level. And I think that is a combination that we rarely see.
You mentioned critical mass and the number of 60 countries present here at the Santa Marta conference. And of course, the tipping points here, it's crucial. And also these countries represent more than 50% of the global economy. So what could you say as a scientist to the countries that are not present here when you look at the numbers of, economy?
Well, science has been trying to communicate for many, many years that it's not a question if we will be phasing out fossil fuels. The only question is, will we be too late to have a manageable climate future? So we are in a transition phase. Everyone knows it, even in the inner works of ExxonMobil or BP or Shell or the big state-owned oil companies in Saudi Arabia. They know the writing is clear on the wall. What we see here in Santa Marta is that enough is enough, that we won't be allowing anymore the world to just kick the can down the road and speak as if they take the climate crisis seriously, but in reality not acting on it. Here we see for the first time the opportunity not only to act on the fossil fuel phase out, but even to speed it up and to again ensure that all the evidence that this can be done and can give benefits in the other end will be reported back into those actors who are continuously using the global policy arena as a way to slow down the transition. So I think that is what this represents. It's really a bridge maker, and it will in the end, I think, undoubtedly be the winning path, because that's what's so reassuring. The science is clear. Not only is it necessary to transition away from the fossil fuel driven global economy, we know that it is a gauntlet to transition. It's not easy. One should not underestimate the challenge. But once we're through, we become winners in the other end. And this is well proven, and it comes on health, it comes on security, it comes even on attractiveness. Everyone, ask a Norwegian citizen today where 95% of cars sold are fully electric. This is not a climate policy driven choice. It's because it simply is a more modern, attractive technology. It's more efficient, it's cheaper, and it's more attractive. So I think the fact that when you offer something that is better than the incumbent, and you exceed 20-25% of market penetration or engagement in society, that's when you cross social tipping points. And Santa Marta represents potentially such a transition point.
So final question, what are your hopes for this conference, and how could it be fit into the COP process?
Yeah, well, so my hope is fundamentally that the countries gathered here, number one, agreed to truly commit, to say that, look, we're not only going to provide nice rhetorics and nice speeches, we're going to really engage and follow science and start bending the curve over the next 5 years. We're going to, essentially follow a pathway of 5% reduction of emissions per year across sectors, and we're going to engage with science to get the policymakers to achieve that. Number two, which I think is equally fundamental, perhaps even more, is to say that this is just a start. Tuvalu has already offered to host the next meeting. We will use this as a start of a process for many years to come, and we'll be reporting that back into the global climate negotiations. And number three, I hope that there's a clear statement in support of having the science panel as a support function for the process, stated in the outcome from the meeting.
Thank you very much indeed, Johan Rockström. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So another super guest here in Santa Marta, where governments are meeting in a few days to actually make some decisions about how do you get off fossil fuels as part of this amazing first conference on the transition away from fossil fuels, coordinated by Colombia and the Netherlands. If you could say who you are and who you're representing.
So my name is Mark Campanale. I'm here with the Carbon Tracker Initiative, which is a non-profit financial think tank of ex-financial analysts and fund managers based in London.
Yeah, it's super. Carbon Tracker, yeah, #1 in my inbox. Well done. You're looking at the economics of transitioning away from fossil fuels, and you've just been in a plenary, I think, and you were making some points there, which I think were borrowing a lot from the head of the International Energy Agency's comments yesterday, Fatih Birol. Yeah, tell us about what you were saying.
I think the main point is the energy system is changing around us. It's driven by electrification, it's driven by technologies on steep learning curves, which means the more you build, the cheaper they get. The cheaper they get, the more they get adopted, and they get more efficient. It's a bit like building a laptop but moving on very, very rapidly, you've got all these battery storage technologies and solar technologies, and the world is awash with them. China has huge capacity and is exporting it to the world. And we're seeing the old system being replaced in front of our eyes with the rise of solar. It's just extraordinary. Just look, Pakistan building virtually a new system within a couple of years. It's extraordinary. So I was talking about the dynamics of that, the economics of what is driving that, and what it means for the fossil fuel system.
So that's the headline stuff. Obviously, when you get into the nitty-gritty of transitioning away from fossil fuels. I mean, Colombia, here we are, a massive coal exporter, but also I think getting the sense that they're not really making much money out of this coal anyway. How do they get off this economically? How would you say that the transformations happening right now could be maybe speeded up is the word, because there is some inevitability about where things are going, but the speed is probably the big question, yeah?
Yeah, you know, some of these developing countries, emerging economies in the global south, they're leapfrogging the old system. They're going straight to clean technologies, and they're doing it because it's cheaper. You don't have to import heavy molecules in the form of oil and gas or coal, and they're leapfrogging. Now, the unfortunate thing is if you're a producer country like Colombia that has enjoyed the revenues of fossil fuels, what do you do? And you're kind of stuck. But the only thing I can say is, and it's pretty unfair if you're a producer country, is 80% of the world's population lives in energy importing countries. 20% lives in energy exporting countries. They've grown, many of them have grown rich off of the fact that the world needed their energy to power out the economy. But today you don't need that. And lots of countries, Ethiopia, Nepal, Vietnam, Pakistan, the list goes on and on and on, are electrifying very quickly and just don't want other people's fossil fuel exports. Certainly not $100 a barrel. I mean, just, you know, Philippines is virtually closed down in the middle of this war in the Middle East, and they're going to come out of that thinking, well, we don't want that kind of disruption. Let's build a solar system, let's build a battery storage system, and get off of fossil fuels completely. So that's the kind of thing we were talking about this morning, the economic drivers and the reactions to the politics of what's going on in the Middle East.
On those 2 points, I mean, we were chatting a little bit earlier. You were saying that, for example, you can actually see these economic indicators all around you with things like the oil companies. You mentioned BP and Shell. What exactly were you articulating there?
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got this idea that the oil companies are really bullish. Certainly the American ones are under Trump, but looking at the European ones, they've been running down their reserves. Shell and BP are good examples of that. BP is down to its last sort of 7-8 years of technical reserves, and they're not replacing it at the same rate that they were. Shell, from 2016 to now, their production is a third down from 2016. We call it the quiet retreat. What they're doing is, instead of reinvesting in new exploration and production, they're paying it out in the form of dividends and share buybacks, and they're gently withdrawing from the sector. There's a real question of what these companies are going to look like in 5, 6, 7, 8 years' time. As the transition takes over, I think probably they're doing the wise thing, and the Americans are getting stuck in the old system, which the world is withdrawing from. Now, why is this important? If you can produce oil at $10 a barrel and sell it at $100 a barrel, you're going to do it every day that you can for the rest of your life. But if oil demand is falling and the IEA says that with EVs, we're going to lose 5-6 million barrels of oil demand a day in about 5 years' time. Now, why is that important? Last time that happened was during COVID. Oil prices went down to $10 a barrel. Now, if you're a Shell or a BP or an Exxon and your production cost is, say, $30 a barrel and the oil price is 20, that's a negative price. You're making losses, which is really the threat that these companies face, is lower demand, lower prices, lower profitability, and they're just going to withdraw from the sector. And EVs are triumphing. You know, the war has just driven this switch to EVs. Europe has gone from virtually nowhere to 25% of car sales are EVs in the last couple of years. It's extraordinary, really.
So, Mark, do you think then that all this kind of concern about things like we've got to get rid of fossil fuel subsidies, we've got to do this, we've got to do that, that despite all those things, the economics are shifting inexorably towards the green economy, and it's absolutely unstoppable, and it's only a question of how fast?
I see it like that. The one thing that we don't have, unfortunately, is time. I think you and I first met each other 20 years ago. We could have done with those 20 years from now, because the carbon budget, the remaining budget of how much CO2 you can release to the atmosphere, I mean, for 1.5, we're virtually dead. We're at 1.5 now. 2 degrees is not that far away. Now, 2 degrees is a catastrophe. So even if technology runs at the fast pace that it is and is giving us hope, it's not fast enough to keep fossil fuels and future emissions down to well below 2 degrees. I actually think the right thing to do now is for countries to negotiate together openly the end of the fossil fuel age, which is what really the Santa Marta process is about, the roadmap for a fossil fuel phase out. It's got to be done in an economically just way. Wealthy countries have got to support the global south to do this. But we've got the positive headwinds of technology behind us. Now, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when there was an energy crisis, there were no substitutes. No. People queued at the pump to try, for hours waiting for fuel to be delivered. Today, we're not in the same situation. You just buy a cheap electric motorbike and you power up from your own solar panel at home. I mean, now you can buy a panel for a few £100, plug it in to your energy system at home, and you can power your home battery, you can power your TV from electricity from your back garden. You couldn't do that 20 years ago. The world's very different.
Good. So maybe, this process will deliver, and maybe in 4 years we'll be celebrating,
Well, let's see. Great.
Back to the live show then, everybody. We're going to talk about who should pay for the transition to a clean, just and equitable world. Should we tax polluters and the ultra-rich, or do we introduce fossil fuel levies? Should we take all the current fossil fuel subsidies and channel those into, say, loss and damage funds, to reparations, to international solidarity mechanisms? The session will try and explore some of the bold approaches to unlock finance for communities and countries most affected by climate change. And also we'll try and reflect on how this actually fits in to this Is it a Santa Marta process? I don't know. But whatever we're doing here in Santa Marta on helping governments plan the exit from fossil fuels, how does it all fit in? And this is why we have some great panelists. We have Bronwyn Tucker, the public finance lead at Oil Change International. Great, nice to see you. Joy Reyes. Okay. Technical advisor at the Manila Observatory. Mariana Paoli, global climate lead at Oxfam. And by the magic of Zoom, we've got Dr. Amira Sawas, head of research and policy at the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative. I hope you can hear us, Amira.
Yes, I can. Thanks.
Okay, because on the other side, we've got a picture of a duck, I think with its bottom in the air, but I don't think that's going out on the live show. It's quite weird to actually see. Okay, let's go with you first, Bronwyn. Where are we today on climate finance? How much is currently mobilized, and what do we need for a just transition, and what explains the gap between the two?
Short answer is it is a big gap, and the problem is that the climate finance is overwhelmingly being given in loans instead of grants, and so it's actually not really correcting for the problem or the injustice that, you know, rich countries have agreed to pay and do their fair share for climate change. But at the end of the day, at this point, technically, the amount of climate finance is negative because countries are paying back more on the debt servicing from their loans than they're receiving net in climate finance. And so that's a big problem, and we need to act fast when countries are, you know, all here. We have 60 countries here who are wanting to transition in a fair and fast way from fossil fuels, but, you know, they're being forced to pay so much on debt servicing for climate finance, but then also all the other loans in the financial architecture that we have. And then I think you contrast that with just how much money is available in the world, where there's so much and record-breaking amounts of money going to fuel war, and particularly U.S. wars. We have also a massive transfer of wealth from the working everyday people to billionaires and the super rich. And so that's where I think that kind of transfer of money is also a transfer of power, and that's been behind a lot of the gridlock in climate negotiations and even climate action at home. But yeah, just to break down maybe a little bit more what we need in terms of finance for a just energy transition that countries are here for at Santa Marta. I think here one of the problems is, well, I think the good news is that paying for a just transition is much less expensive than continued fossil fuel dependence. It's nearly half the cost, even when you're looking across the whole economy at public transit, at making sure you're paying for workers and communities to have a transition. It's still far, far less. But what we're seeing today is that global north countries have a lot more tools in the toolkit to be able to pay for that transition. And so about 15% of the finance is going to the 70% of the world that is in the global majority outside of the global north and China. And so, you know, the countries that we are seeing go fast are not having to rely on private finance, which, you know, is not good at funding public goods. They are, you know, doing private finance regulation. They are having subsidies. In some cases, they're actually increasing public ownership and community ownership of energy that can make energy just fair and more affordable for everyone. And the problem is, though, to be able to use that full toolkit, we'll need a lot of financial architecture reform, and that's where global north countries, again, are really blocking the day. They are blocking really good proposals for a debt convention, for a tax convention, and, you know, they've come to Santa Marta, and we haven't heard enough in terms of really coming to the table and being able and willing to, yes, give climate finance, but also rethink rules on trade and tax and debt. And so I think that's where, I mean, where I have hope is that we are in the middle of a geopolitical reckoning, and, you know, I'm from Canada. Our negotiator yesterday said, oh, we need global trade partners. We are, you know, worried about our economic stability. And so, you know, they're worried about the U.S. They're distancing themselves from the U.S. Not enough. They're still really complicit in the fossil fuel economy and the war crimes that the Trump administration is committing, but there is a rupture, and I think that's if Santa Marta can grow that rupture and really force the rest of the global north to come to the table, that's where I have some hope. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll come back to you, Bronwyn. Let's go to Joy. The growing momentum about climate reparations. Can you explain what climate reparations might mean in practice? I think some people understand the term from, the First World War and the Second World War and other wars, and whether this is a politically and legally possible pathway for financing a just transition.
Thank you. So at its core, climate reparations are about addressing unequal responsibility and unequal harm. Countries and corporations that have contributed most to greenhouse gas emissions and climate harms are then called to compensate those that contributed the least but face the worst of the climate impacts. Just to note, however, that reparations is not just about financing, although that's a very important part of it. Very clearly, the International Court of Justice, for instance, said in its advisory opinion that it also means, number one, guarantees of non-repetition of harm, and also the cessation of unlawful acts. And so that's a very, very important conversation that we're now having. And in the current processes, I guess in practice, climate reparations can take several forms, though not exactly in that phraseology, nor in that conceptual framework, or nor in that configuration. The fund for responding to loss and damage, for instance, could be one of those. However, again, with the disclaimers with regard to paragraph 51 of decision CP21 on that it provides no basis for liability or compensation. Other ways by which climate reparations could happen in practice is through debt relief, through reforming international financial institutions, through tech transfer to the reskilling of individuals and workers who are at risk because of the transition. And then we can see other mechanisms that are currently coming into place that could form part of that climate reparation moment. We could see, for instance, the Superfund laws in New York and in Vermont, which are currently being questioned in the courts of law. Just recently, in New York, Mamdani, as mayor, talked about taxing those with, it's essentially a global a tax on rich individuals. In the Philippines, so in the global majority, there is the Klima Bill, which is essentially a two-pronged thing, a business accountability mechanism and the loss and damage mechanism. So essentially, they say that if corporations do not comply with the requirements of the law, they have to pay to this fund, which will then be used by communities after disasters for relocation, restoration, rebuilding, etc. And that's currently in the House of Representatives, refiled as House Bill 4420. There's also climate litigation, obviously. So what we're seeing is there are many different ways by which climate reparations could particularly happen in practice. And it's not just in conferences, it's not just in the international processes, but also increasingly in the courts as well. Many cases are now going into the evidence phase. And while the furthest case that have gone so far against a corporation is Liuya versus RWE, it was dismissed on the grounds that it did not meet the legal threshold for risk. But the court did say, very importantly, that corporations can, in principle, be held liable for climate harm. And then finally, the Making Rich Polluters Pay efforts are also part of how we can, in principle, put climate reparations into practice. Whether that's politically or legally feasible is actually the question that we are here to answer today. We see that there is still much hesitation from global north countries. We've seen that in the Paris Agreement, in the terminology of loss and damage and the disclaimer on paragraph 51. But we are seeing that, litigation is not a panacea. The international negotiations are not a panacea. We're seeing work from all over, institutionally, politically, legally, on the streets. And therefore, there is a momentum that is building, and that is what we are most excited for, actually, in this moment.
Good. Okay, Mariana, we'll come back to some of these things as well, time permitting, of course. Mariana, another lever of climate finance for a just transition that has been discussed at the open dialogues here, so before the high level that we're now all in, here in Santa Marta, is a tax on polluters and fossil fuel levies. Can you tell us a bit more about that? Fossil fuel levies, excess profit taxes, or taxes on the ultra-rich? Yeah, give us an insight into that.
Thank you. I'm very glad this conversation is happening here because the quality of finance to fund a just transition really matters. And public finance is essential, not just for climate, but for development action. So when we look about where the money will come from and how much developing countries lose because of tax evasion, tax avoidance, illicit financial flows, this is a major problem. So there are two ways to address that. One is, of course, ending those loopholes of tax dodging, and that's why we have currently UN negotiations of a tax convention to address those, so actually developing countries stop losing all this money. And actually a number of countries here, if they wanted to show the leadership on that, they should support the convention, especially those in the global north. Now, there's so many other forms of taxation. That's where the conversation on levies, progressive taxation, windfall taxes, and making rich polluters pay is so important. This week, Oxfam has released a new research showing that some of the big fossil fuel companies are making $3,000 per second in profits. This is absolutely insane. It's a no-brainer. That actually those corporations, those big pollutions, they must be taxed. They must be paying for the damage they have caused. So it's really important here that we want to be implementation-driven in a just transition. You want to bring solutions to the table. Therefore, it's essential that implementing taxation at the national level and making those rich polluters pay really, really matters.
Yeah. Because, I mean, we're at a point in time where, I mean, in the past, right, if you had an extreme weather event, it was a little bit hard to work out, was this like just a normal extreme weather event, or was it, you know, somehow fueled by climate change? But now the science, you get it on the news now, don't you? We are 15% of this was actually to do with climate change. 25% was to do with climate change, whatever. And then you can put a dollar sign against that, right? So it's not rocket science anymore to work this one out, you know. These are very good points. Let's come back on that in a moment. I'm conscious of Amira over on the other side, as it were. Sounds like a kind of spiritual thing, doesn't it? Amira, hi. The Fossil Fuel Treaty just released a report called the Fossil Fuel Trap. Can you explain what is a fossil fuel trap and tell us briefly about the findings? And I'll just say, Amira, we're in a space right now that is super loud. We know that the show that's going out, everyone's hearing it, but for us, we can hardly hear each other. But we're going to hopefully hear from you, so because you have a little speaker here. So fingers crossed.
Okay, just let me know if you can't hear from me. Yes, actually, we've released two reports in the last week. One is called Spillover Effects, the Debt Fossil Fuel Trap. And what that does is shows how debt and fossil fuels are deeply interconnected using 5-country case studies from Guyana, a big fossil fuel producer, all the way to countries like Sri Lanka, who depend on fossil fuels for consumption. And what we can see is that anyway, the debt crisis has been escalating across the world. So we're really in a moment where debt has become potentially the biggest barrier to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, let alone the transition away from fossil fuels. And so many countries find themselves in a situation where they have no fiscal space. And their fiscal space is also being eroded overnight by climate-driven loss and damage. So big disasters, you know, I could give you many examples, Hurricane Beryl in Grenada, the floods in Pakistan. These are wiping out $30 billion and more in just a few days of fiscal space in countries that are already needing to pay more to service their debts than they can to pay for health or education, for example. So that we're in a spiral that's getting worse. Africa's public debt has doubled in the last 5 years to over $1 trillion. So the notion that countries in the global south who are highly indebted can just transition away from fossil fuels without addressing the debt crisis is simply unjust. So that's very important to all of us here today. And this is very important at a global level, right? Not just related to the transition away from fossil fuels, which is why there's very important advocacy towards a UN debt convention, a permanent multilateral mechanism which will help to cancel the debts, many of which have been accrued unjustly in the global south. But when it comes to fossil fuels as well, what we need is to be able to support those countries who are on the front lines of the debt crisis, the climate crisis, facing, invasions and occupations, military crises as well, to help them start to plan the transition away from fossil fuels by ensuring that they can actually have some of those debts cancelled in return for making plans and transitions. Again, this is not any replacement for a permanent multilateral mechanism at the UN level, but it's something that we can start to think about in terms of supporting them. So at the Fossil Fuel Treaty, working with countries that are facing major debt crises, they're asking us, how can you help us? What form of cooperation can you help us in the interim to try and reduce and cancel some of our debts, which is why we're working on a debt resolution facility, which again is just an interim and supportive measure to a bigger structural change that needs to happen.
So, Amira, I'm quite fascinated personally, and I don't know whether others are, about what's something under the UNFCCC process and what would be something under this new process of countries shaping exit plans from fossil fuels. Because I was always nervous about the UN process is quite slow because there's a lot of issues in it. And then things are on consensus, so they get, watered down. This process, you feel you want it to be very nimble, but at the same time it must be cognizant of these other big issues. So this is I've asked this of several people. It is a balancing act, isn't it? Because we don't want to sabotage this process by making it too heavy, and yet at the same time we want it to deliver all the things you want and all the things countries need in the developing south. What's your take on this, Amira?
Well, I think we need more space to have practical discussions, not just about the economics, but the political economy, because a lot of the gap in being able to transition away from fossil fuels is an issue of politics and power. Because where we see those who have depended the most historically on fossil fuels have created the climate crisis as a result, are not necessarily taking the steps first and fastest to move away from fossil fuels. So one thing is, in this space, it's not a high stakes environment like the UNFCCC, where because of the rules of procedure, one country can block the whole thing. What this is let's take this topic, which we've not been able to address for 34 years in the UNFCCC space, and let's talk about it practically. I think there's a need for more creative space and more political will. What can also happen out of that is much more concrete discussions around new forms of solidarity policies, which are very hard to manage in a high stakes mandated space. So if I give you one example, there can be new forms of trade which are built in line with global solidarity on issues around debt, on issues around taxation, and the transition away from fossil fuels. And that's where, for example, you could bring together countries that are both producers and consumers of fossil fuels who want to move away but feel trapped and can't. And they can start to develop preferential market access agreements based on a human rights just transition approach so that they can phase down over time. And so there are things like that can be developed in these spaces. And of course, they have to be developed in ways which are beneficial from a global perspective, so not harmful to other places, but enable the transition to happen and a just transition to happen. I think the other thing that we talk about very actively in this space that has not quite made it into the UNFCCC space yet is equitable phase-out timelines. Because as I said before, it's those countries who've created the crisis, who've benefited from fossil fuels for a very long time, should phase out the fastest they should phase out the first, and they should also support the funding of the phase out in the countries across the global south that never created this problem. I mean, if you look at the emissions of continents like Africa, of countries like Pakistan that I mentioned before, Pakistan has contributed less than 1% of global emissions to the picture and the crisis that we're in. And yet you can't expect that a country like that, experiencing major loss and damage, experiencing energy access issues, to phase out in the same timeline that you would phase out in the UK,
Amira?
Germany. Yes.
Amira, yes, this is good. We've got 3 other guests here, so we're running out of time.
Sorry.
But no, it's all good points. We love it. So this is now, I mean, you guys kind of set up the problem, really, and now we're trying to think, how do we actually resolve this? And what I get is the sense that there may be a possibility of what Amira's saying, some countries like moving first on this. Instead of having everybody who wants to get off fossil fuels all acting in exactly the same moment in time, that you could have front runners, if I can put it away. What's your thought?
It's essential to have front runners because developed countries are much more able to do that transition first and fast, as Amir was mentioning. The problem is that even if developing countries, if they want to do so, the current international financial system stops them from doing that.
Yeah.
For example, we see all the conditionalities that the IMF imposes in countries to actually continue extracting fossil fuels to use the revenues to pay for their debts. For example, or we have countries like Ecuador who decided to leave fossil fuel on the ground and was penalized by the credit rating agencies, meaning it became more expensive for them to borrow in the international markets. It's wrong. Those countries should be celebrated and supported to do this just transitions. So that's why we need to change the international financial system. That's why it's great we have already that UN tax convention in place. Amir was mentioning the need also for that UN debt convention in place so that countries can really move that agenda forward. And we cannot forget that the UNFCCC is still, in terms of the negotiations, the one space where countries from the global south have equal voice and representation. Vis-a-vis other MDBs or multilateral institutions. So it's really important that we support the process there, but making a bridge with democratizing economic decision-making and changing the architecture. So connecting Santa Marta with MDBs and the FCCC.
Joy?
Yes, and fundamentally that is the underpinning principle of the common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities and equity, right? Also, I guess from a very legal perspective, this is why we need to be questioning efforts such as the ISDS, the Investor-State Dispute Settlement, where global majority countries, even in the global north, will want to move away from fossil fuels, but then will face disputes and litigation potentially from corporations who are filing cases against them for loss of profits because they are wanting to transition. So that's why, like Amira said, we need to be creative about how we go about with this. We need to look not just at the economic issues that underpin all of these conversations, but the political issues, the institutional issues within which we are locked in, and see how we can broaden our perspectives and see how we can use all of those to work towards a transition that is feminist, fast, fossil fuel free and forever.
But could we imagine a situation where if we knew, and we can find out, where Mozambique, for example, as an example, where its oil and gas goes to which developed country, and that developed country agrees to work with Mozambique on supporting the cancellation of the debt as a bilateral agreement that would symbolize what could be done by really front-running nations. I mean, I'm just dreaming of a new way of doing things rather than waiting for the entire UN debt thingy system to be implemented. And sorry, it's just maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe this is just stupid, but
yeah, I think to me, where I think we need to see more developed countries show that they are actually serious about phasing fossil fuels before I would trust them with a proposition like that, if that makes sense, because we're not seeing, like, even countries that aren't producers but are wealthy are not taking fair steps. or like really living up to their responsibilities. And so I think that's where it just becomes a really risky proposition. But I do think there are ways around the gridlock that we're seeing, and the gridlock that we see in the UNFCCC and in climate negotiations is similar to what we see in economic fora. And so I think that's where it is about power and politics. And so I think that's where you see a lot of Global South countries taking big leadership in this moment. There's 7 Global South countries that joined something called the Borrowers Forum last week, and launched it last week, and that's where they're agreeing to work together on debt negotiations, share best practice. And I think it's some of those coalitions that can kind of build the power to be able to get some of the bigger wins down the line. And I think, so you also have countries in a coalition to tax the super rich. You have 17 countries in 2022 who did windfall tax profits in response to that kind of dress rehearsal. So I think that's the kind of like action-based coalitions to build the unity to get the bigger wins that I think can be a little bit more trustworthy than relying on a rich country to pay their fair share without a legal framework, because I think that's where, even with the legal frameworks, we're seeing that they're really not paying up.
Yeah. It was France, Barbados, Kenya, and some others that got together on this idea of taxing the rich, and then there was a plan to tax aviation, wasn't there, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, but they got a bit stalled, didn't they? It was run through the G20, I think, by the Brazilians when they had the presidency. Didn't it stall, or what happened?
I think there is political momentum beyond the G20. You just mentioned, for example, superjets. We don't need an international agreement to do that. There's things that can happen at the national level. It's really about the political will to implement these forms of taxation. Of course, other things like the shipping, for example, it does need the international maritime organizations to agree on. But those measures, they don't need to, wait necessarily. Taxing the super rich, making rich polluters pay, superjets, progressive taxation, all of this is possible through different ways.
But presumably, and Mira, you're part of this discussion as well, presumably, as each country writes their exit plan for fossil fuels with timetables, dates, blah, 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 right? There will be accompanying this document the need for certain resources to achieve that for the developing. Do we still use developing countries? I don't know if I like this anymore. The less rich countries, or, emerging, I don't know, there's too many, I hate the developing term. But anyway, there will be clear information in these documents about what they need, right? Which is like, we need debt cancellation, we need this, we need that, we need that. Can then the process work on a more bilateral or smaller multilateral level for, a new kind of fresh, optimistic multilateralism? Amira?
I think this is part of the reason why we're making the case that we do need a binding international treaty to accompany these ideas, to ensure that there is accountability in terms of action and finance, so that those financial transfers from north to south are actually made. Because what we have seen in a much bigger process in the UNFCCC is that there has been a failure to make those financial transfers. And that process has to succeed. The UNFCCC has to succeed. But what we can do in the interim is have high ambition coalitions who are willing to actually take those steps and to become part of a binding agreement where there will be accountability. So you get benefits by being part of a treaty, whether that's preferential market access mechanisms, and that could include global north countries, but they would have to comply with the commitments as agreed under the treaty, because there would be consequences for not doing so. So I think that's very important, is starting to build the spaces where high ambition coalitions will prove that they're willing to actually commit to this process and show that they're going to do it. And I think that can be a great example for multilateralism at the global level.
Right, so we're going to have to end it because we're over time right now, but one last question to the three people in this room. Do we need a fossil fuel treaty? Yes or no?
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes? Okay. You've got all your friends here, Amira. They're right behind you 100%, and so am I. Okay, sorry, we've got to go. We're over time. Can we move on, please? Wait. Wait. Great. So we're connecting through to the studios here there in Stockholm from here in Santa Marta. Good to see some old faces and old friends over there. We're going to talk about the clean energy transition. It's now a race for speed. It's a race for security. It's a race for resilience. Renewables, storage, electrification, smarter grids are advancing very fast, or certainly in some countries. But bottlenecks in networks, flexibility, and permitting remain. There's also a big untapped opportunity in energy efficiency. In this exponential race to the top session, we will look at how clean energy and energy efficiency can be further accelerated beyond the current curves to accelerate the fossil fuel phase out, of course. Our panelists here in the studio are Vilmar Suarez, Latin America energy analyst for Ember. Very nice to see you. Ember doing great work.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we're all reading Ember right now. It's like, wow, I can't believe that's going on. And then we've got Maria Fernanda Souza, National Director of Climate Change in Uruguay, and a country which I mention many, many times when people say, yeah, okay, so there's some Europeans doing well. I go, but have you heard about Uruguay? People go, no, what's happening in Uruguay? And
that's what we say a lot as well.
Yeah.
We need to talk more about Uruguay.
Exactly. And then in Stockholm, in the We Don't Have Time studios, we've got Anna Hall, Head of Public Affairs of the Energy Division of Alfa Laval. And we've got Johan Falk, of course, co-founder and head of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. I'm going to go to Johan first. Johan, where are we now in the exponential curve for fossil-free energy systems right now?
Yes, so great to be here, Nick, again. Well, we are in a very important moment. 2017, we launched something called the Carbon Law with Joar Rockström, which stated that we need to halve emissions every decade, starting from 2020. But we are now 5 years behind. And that raises the risk for humanity, of course, in terms of risk for irreversible tipping points. But the good news is that we are close to bending the curve. And the reason for that is the exponential evolution of clean electricity and energy efficiency. So that is so incredibly important. Solar is doubling about every third year, wind about every 6 years, and battery storage every year. In 2025, all the growth were actually clean electricity. And as we talked about yesterday, electrical vehicles are at 25% of global sales. Trucks a bit behind on 4%, but we have countries now up over 20%. So these are very important signs, but we need to move even faster to phase out fossil, of course.
Yes, good, Johan. Thank you very much indeed. Just one quick thing. Have we passed the positive tipping point yet? And what is the potential for that to happen?
Yes, for clean electricity, we have passed the point. We believe there is an opportunity to reach what we call the cross point, which is 50% by around 2030, and we should aim for 75% of clean electricity before 2040. We think that is absolutely achievable. We talked about electrical vehicles before. We passed that point, yes. Where we have a very big untapped potential is in energy efficiency. 2025, we delivered 1.8%, which is about 50% of what we should have done. There is a tremendous opportunity in factories, in offices, in private homes, even between 15 and 40% in terms of energy efficient savings. And we definitely have to go after that and untap that. So yes, we passed the tipping point, and I think we have a tremendous opportunity with the energy crisis now to move even faster and double the pace.
Okay, super. Let's go to Maria Fernanda Souza. So, yeah, tell us how far Uruguay has come in the adoption of the clean energy and energy efficiency. As I was saying before, I think for many people, Uruguay is something of a poster. They call them poster childs, don't they? In South America. So, yeah, very excited to hear from you.
Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak about Uruguay as well. So Uruguay currently has a situation where 98% of our electricity is generated through renewables sources, that being hydro, wind, solar, and biomass. So we are past our first transition, and that was possible thank you not only to the innovation, of course, and not only to the possibility of having access to that innovation, but also it was the result of a stable political decision, which came after social dialogue and an agreement that was reached between all the political parties, that we needed to have an energy strategy that would put us out of the security issues that, for instance, many countries are facing now. So that was a decision that was taken around 2009, and then we arrived to an agreement, which is our electric plan for the country, and that goes from 2010 to 2030, and that is fundamentally what made this possible. So it was not just about innovation, it was also political will, and also stability and predictability to the investors and to the market, because this was, of course, promoted from the public sector. That's how it worked. And also in Uruguay, the access to energy is it's considered a human right. So the public sector is the one that is responsible for taking the grid to all the homes. So our coverage, our grid coverage, is around 100%.
Wow.
So yeah, we are in a very good position right now.
Do you remember what was it before that political decision was taken? How much was renewable energy in Uruguay? And then, so in other words, how fast has it grown in these last, 15 odd years?
So before renewables, before we started deploying the wind farms, which were like the main renewable energy source for the first transition, it was around 40% hydropower, and the rest of it was fossil fuel based.
Right.
So it was quite a change.
Yeah.
And it happened quite fast because we managed to align the policy, the incentives, and when the political will is there, and when you give the right signals to the market, then the investors respond.
Yeah.
But there was also a strategy of de-risking. So PPAs were put into work, and also auctions for the private sector to get involved, knowing that the energy that they produce was going to be purchased by the state for some time. So that's what gave the system predictability and allowed for the investors to engage.
So what are the goals and plans now, right? what you do with this reality when you've got 98% electrification from renewables. It's unbelievable. I mean, do you go playing golf or go to the beach or something? I mean, because you like almost done it, right? Or maybe you haven't, so we'll find out. What are the enablers and blockers also that you need from companies to go faster? So what happens now, and what are some of the things still holding back the ultimate final goal, as it were?
So now our main goal is to electrify transport, which is, I think, that the main worry for all of us. And we have a particular emphasis in public transportation, which is the one that, of course, involves the majority of the people. So we are working in incentives. We are working in international cooperation and means of implementation plays a key role in this. But also, and this is something that we've been talking during the conference, we need to keep thinking about the fiscal dependence of our countries from fossil fuels. For instance, in Uruguay, there is a tax for fossil fuels, and that's a major income for the state. So in order to deliver this massive change, in order to electrify all the transportation, we also need to think how we keep developing, how we keep receiving and having the fiscal stability in order to keep the health system working, the education system working, but also evolving in our electrification of the transport market. So that's a challenge now.
Yes.
I would love to be playing golf.
Okay. Okay.
But no.
Anna, let's bring you in from Alfa Laval, because we can come back to these issues. Talk about the potential of energy efficiency solutions, and I mean, how far have you come as Alfa Laval, right? What are your goals, your plans? How do you turn those into an advantage?
Absolutely. I think energy efficiency is the most cost-efficient way to really get going on both on climate decarbonization, of course, and move away from fossil fuels, but absolutely towards our energy security, energy affordability, and also our competitiveness. So if we look upon, I mean, it's music to my ears to hear Uruguay here. Just look upon the EU system. I mean, if we haven't been working with energy efficiency in EU the last 2 decades, we would have used 27% more energy now, and that is a tremendous amount. And if we look upon EU, if we continue work with energy efficiency, we can reduce fossil fuel imports to EU by 33 billion by 2030. So that's on a system level. But on a company level, Alfa Laval, we really see the energy efficiency is a moneymaker, staying committed. So Alfa Laval, we're going to be reach net zero already 2027. So net zero in scope 1 and 2. And that means also we have a hard target on energy efficiency. We work with energy efficiency improvements of 4% every year. And we also see when we work with this, we reduce our bills. We do hands-on improvements. For example, in our Lund headquarter factory, we are reusing the waste heat from our factory, the pressing oil, and through a big industrial heat pump, we can then heat our premises in Lund, all our offices or our factory buildings and so forth, and cutting our bills with 90% for heating. That's quite tremendous. So energy efficiency money maker, and this is really how we walk the talk ourselves. And we see this is a really, really asset, not only for us as a company, but also on a system level.
Just briefly, in respect to Alfa Laval's work, I mean, you're a global company, but probably maybe we focus a bit here on Europe as further conversation. What are the enablers and the blockers, and what do we need from countries and regions to go faster? Because, as you rightly pointed out, I mean, energy efficiency has had targets before and they haven't been quite achieved. And right now there's a target to double by 2030, isn't there? So what's happening? Are things happening, Anna?
Things are not happening fast enough, as Johan told us here. So we had the pledge in Dubai, where we pledged that we're going to go from 2% to 4% energy efficiency implementation. We're not on baseline. We were on 1.8% last year. So it's not happening fast enough. I can see this is both as Alfa Laval or other companies that we work with energy efficiency within our premises, but we also have a huge, tremendous opportunity on a system level. For example, we can reuse the waste heat from industry, we can reuse the waste heat from data centers. This is a tremendous opportunity where we can, I mean, in Helsingborg, in Sweden, we have been reusing the waste heat from a big factory heating the city since 1974. And many years it has been a bigger business case for the industry to sell heat to the city than actually selling their own chemicals. And we see this around data centers, where data centers heat, actually the energy coming into a data center, 90% turns into heat that can then heat buildings, cities, communities, whatever is there. So this is on a system level. So talking about enablers, I think long-term policies, as Uruguay was lifting here, that is really essential. So we by that can mitigate the risk and have a very long-term plan and make it attractive to invest. So we need to have the financing institutes and financing landscape included in the public and private collaboration, so we can do this on a system level. And the long-term policies, that's also a signal to the private sector, right? In this transition, private sector most likely will pay 80% or something for the energy transition. So by sending these long-term policies and directions, we will unlock the money. And talking with finance institutes, both public and private, the money is there. It's just now how we really unlock it so we can get going. So blockers, it's to think on the system level, we need to get going on that one. And on the enablers, it's really how do we then by policies, commitment, mitigate risk, and really implement at speed and scale.
Because a lot of this transformation is actually, there's a bit of a high upfront cost, isn't there? But after that, it, goes down, right? So this is one of the challenges. Vilma, so we've been listening to the Uruguayan success story. Can you give us an overview of how far this region, right, has come on fossil-free energy systems, and who is leading the way? I mean, apart from Uruguay, because it can't be Uruguay, it's the Uruguay show, isn't it? Who is leading the way and who is behind?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having me here. Definitely, Latin America and the Caribbean is a world leader in renewable generation. That's clear. 63% of the electricity produced in Latin America and the Caribbean comes from renewables. That's great. That's amazing. It's almost double the world average. We are generating here 19% of our electricity from wind and solar, which is great, above the world average. But we have still work to do in the region. 35% of the electricity comes from fossils. In 2015, Latin America and the Caribbean reached the peak of fossil power generation. And since then, we reduced 16% our generation from fossils. So we are doing well, and we have some leaders that are working very, very well. Apart from Uruguay, we have, for example, Paraguay and Costa Rica. They are running 100% renewable energy systems. In the case of Paraguay, because the vast use of hydroelectric power. In the case of Costa Rica, is amazing because they are combining hydropower generation with geothermal and with wind generation. So they are doing a great job. Also, a country I would like to highlight is Chile. Chile reached its peak fossil power in 2013, and since then they reduced 33% their fossil power generation. That's great. And now let me talk about those countries that maybe are behind.
Maybe need to pump up their action.
That maybe are behind. And I will say some of the countries in the Caribbean, they rely a lot on fossils for power generation. I'm talking about Cuba, Bahamas, and maybe Barbados. They generate more than 90% of their electricity from fossils. And maybe one of the biggest economies in Latin America, which is Mexico. Sadly, they are generating more than 70% of their electricity from fossil, and about 55% comes from imported gas. So they need to do better, I think.
Is that because they're trapped in this national free trade thing with the United States of America and Canada?
Yeah, most of the gas they use is from the United States, and they have like a lock-in of the gas infrastructure, so they depend a lot on U.S. gas for power generation.
That's really interesting. Yesterday we had some people, ladies on, women doctors, climate change, health, you know, this sort of thing. One lady was from Mexico City, and she was saying, no, nobody's paying attention to the links between health and climate change. Now I understand why, because the government's so invested in the fossil fuel right now. What policies and strategies are needed to accelerate both clean energy and energy efficiency in the region?
Wow, it's clear. I will say, first of all, phasing out coal for power generation is key. We need policies and we need clear commitments in order to avoid the use of coal for power generation, reducing gas. But also it's key to combine the deployment of wind and solar with battery storage in order to take full advantage of all that renewable potential for power generation. Combining this, and something we need in Latin America at this moment is having a regional interconnection. We don't have it. We have one interconnection in Central America, but in order to combine hydro, wind, solar, and storage, it will be key to have a regional interconnection. And in terms of energy efficiency, electrification is maybe the way to improve the industrialization of the region, but also to reduce the use of fossil fuels. So I will say that. Also, one more thing is to have like a market where the user could play like an important role. We have been focused on the supply side, installing renewables, installing wind and solar, but users need to have play a more important role. We need a demand side market.
Right. Okay. And just finally, you mentioned battery storage. Battery storage is relatively short-term storage, isn't it? Very important. But there's also long-duration energy storage, right? And that is maybe one of the next frontiers for everybody, not just Latin America, but for all nations. We were talking, I was talking with Anna a little bit about this idea of the waste energy from wind and renewables in China, but also in the UK. There's a new thing to take that waste energy from the renewables and get it to compress air into a liquid. And then you can release the air very quickly, and it expands 750 times and drives the turbine. And that's one way of using the waste, because a lot of renewables have been wasted in Europe because there's not enough long-term storage, right? This is all great stuff. Let's focus on Santa Marta for a second. You're both here. What have you heard at the conference? Key takeaways that you would like to share with our audience?
Okay, I've been working during the whole week with the civil society organizations in Santa Marta, trying to to gather information and data in order for pushing for phasing out the use of fossil fuels. And I think civil society organizations are gonna continue working, but they need some specific signals and specific commitments from the governments. Yeah. So that's key. That's my main takeaway. Is everyone is ready to help, but we need some policy and certain regulatory signals in order to push for the phase out of the fossil fuels.
On my side, it would be more about the diverse situations and the diversity of national circumstances of all the countries that are involved here. We are having conversations with fossil fuel producers. We are having conversations with countries like Uruguay, which are mainly renewables, and we don't produce fossil fuels. And then we have other countries who would like to be part of the transformation, but they don't have the means of implementation in order to get there. They don't have the money, and they also have other external situations such as security and the extreme events related to climate change that also jeopardize their infrastructure. So we are all in very different situations, but we are all engaging in these conversations, and we are all ready to commit. And I think that's the most refreshing thing about this forum. And I think, we are ready, and we are having meaningful discussions, and we are going to see at the end of the day today how far we can go in that regard.
So, there's a science panel that's been set up with people like Professor Johan Rockström and Carlos Nobre from Brazil. And I know that Rockström would like to do map the exit plan for 15 countries, but with very different economic and social and whatever backgrounds, as almost templates before the COP in Turkey. So we'd have 15 countries with a good mapping of what they need, developed and developing. Anyway, it's exciting times though, actually. So to everyone here, okay, key strategies and concrete actions. What's in your back pocket, Anna?
Stay committed over time. I think the double up, double down, triple up, and electrify now. If we can manage to have those thoughts in our head simultaneously, that we need to electrify, we hear then we can implement renewables. But in order to have the electrical grids really working, we need to work with energy efficiency. Industry, private sector is ready to step up, but we really need to send clear signals. You need to do it now. Urgency and opportunity, I would say. Energy efficiency is a money maker. Electrification will be as well long term. And I think there is not so much to wait for. We know what to do. We need to get together, be on the same platforms, private sector, public sector, and the financing institutes. Find those models. You talked about upfront cost, Nick, here. Of course, but there are new models. We can have ESCO models. We can have blended finance. We have some other finance where you can actually, with the finance institute, see how you can get paid by savings and so forth. So there are, I would say, the solutions exist when it comes to technology, finance, and there are policies, but we need to start to implement at scale and speed now.
And from your perspective, I mean, we heard a lot just recently on the show before about the challenge in, say, Africa, for example. Maybe it's the same in Latin America with debt, and how some countries find it very difficult to imagine financing an exit from fossil fuels without some cancellation of their debt. Finance seems to be pretty key. Any thoughts?
On my side, absolutely. There's, well, as you know, currently Uruguay is coordinating G77 and China. And it is paramount for the developing countries to everyone to have in mind that the compromise we've arrived in Paris Agreement was that there was going to be public financing for the transition, and that finance, that money was going to be concessional. So we are generating debt in order to arrive to this renewable 100% situation because it was relevant for us at the moment, because it was a security and sovereignty issue, but that's not possible for everyone. So this is also very relevant. We do need to align incentives with the private sector, but there's as well a commitment from the developing world to provide finance to the developing countries, and that needs to be at the center as well.
Yeah, just to say that the resources and the budget should be focused on improving the energy security of the countries, which is key right now, and that means solar, wind, storage, and electrification. That will be key for global South countries in order to improve their industrialization, but also to create like an environment of security for their inhabitants. So that's key.
Yeah, Johan, takeaway messages from this session. What's your call to action?
I mean, we are on an exponential trajectory, so that's very good news. But I think there is an opportunity to double up the pace caused by the energy crisis. So it's really an opportunity to move much faster and see electrification and energy efficiency at two sides of the same coin. They have to go together. And some of the key strategies, of course, is that regions, countries should have clear goals, but not only that, a clear roadmap actually, which is about energy security, it's about competitiveness, it's about bringing growth and prosperity to the country, and working with the leading companies and innovators actually to move much faster. And then we get this race to the top. So I think that is just an incredible opportunity now to move even faster.
Well, you've had your wish at least in 2 countries, Johan. Colombia and France have got roadmaps now. Okay, sorry. Well, thank you, Johan. It's just that the connection here was a little bit tricky. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to our wonderful guests in the studio, and Anna as well in Stockholm. Moving on, let's go.
The vast majority of the delegates arriving here in Santa Marta did it by flying in an airplane on fossil fuels. Air travel is considered the mode of transportation, the transportation sector that is the most difficult to decarbonize. And electrical flight might be an option for the near future, but only very short-haul flights and also limited amount of passengers. So we need to look at other fuels. Hydrogen fueled and e-fuel for aircraft are still in the developing phases. So if we are serious about phasing out fossil fuels from the aviation sector, we need to start using the alternatives that are already in place, even if they are not yet perfect. So in aviation, this means scaling SAF. Today, SAF makes up less than 0.1, it's that small, 0.1 of global jet fuel, 0.1. And that has to change fast. SAF is available now, but it's not without debate. And let's talk more about this debate here in this session. Ahead of this session, we visited Neste. That is the world's largest producer of SAF. And we spoke with both producers and also users of SAF, like Air France, KLM, to understand a bit about what's already happening on the ground. Let's watch it.
Hi Zita.
Hi Larry, good to see you again.
Good to see you. Welcome to the refinery.
Aviation accounts for approximately 2.5% of global CO2 emissions. Its total contribution to global warming is higher when contrails and other non-CO2 effects are included. For many people and companies, it's a major part of their climate footprint.
And the goggles?
Oh yeah.
Emissions can be reduced by flying less or by switching to lower emission fuels when flying is necessary. Sustainable aviation fuel can cut life cycle CO2 emissions by up to 80% when produced from waste such as used cooking oil. However, it does not eliminate non-CO2 effects. SAF is available today but makes up less than 0.7% of global jet fuel use. To reduce aviation's total climate impact, these solutions must scale rapidly.
This is a purely renewable facility. No single drop of crude oil has ever entered this place.
So where do we go next?
Let's go to the laboratory.
Tell me, how do we go from French fries to an alternative form and better form of aviation fuel?
That's a good question. You can regard it as 3 steps. First, we take the feedstocks into our refinery. We purify them, we clean them. Then we start the chemical processing. We chop the molecules and make it very fossil-like fuel. Finally, we need to rebuild the molecules in order to match the standards of the industry. And then it's a ready-made product. We test it, we certify it, and then it's ready for you.
I love it. And what I also like about it is we call it a drop-in fuel. So you can just combine it with kerosene.
Yep.
Up to 50% is nowadays allowed. But we've also done some tests together, and we've proven that you can actually fly an entire plane 100% on SAF. At least we know it's possible. It's not yet allowed, but it is possible.
Peter, now we see the production. Then we have our product ready in the tanks, and then we ship it towards you and our other customers.
That's great. So I have one last question, and that's around the price of SAF, which is 3 to 4 times more expensive than kerosene. Why?
Collecting waste and residues is far more complex than drilling the crude oil out of the ground. Also, we're still a young industry. We need to scale our production. We need to enlarge our feedstock pool that we use for our products. But to balance all this, we also need the demand.
And that's where we come in as an airline group. And I'm quite proud to say that we as AFKL have been one of the biggest buyers of SAF worldwide over the last couple of years.
To what is already happening, and with us to discuss this in the studio here in Belém, I almost said Belém, that was in Brazil. I have Sebastian Rodrigues Vargas, you're a special projects editor, Climate Home News. Great to have you with us here in the studio.
Thank you for having us.
And in the Stockholm studio, we have Ingmar Renshaug, the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. And from Sweden also, we're very, very happy to have Elna Heimdal Nilsson, professor and head of department at School of Aviation, the University of Lund, which is, by the way, ranked the most sustainable university in the world. It's also my former university, so I'm very proud of this. So Ingmar, let's start with you. You recently wrote an article about sustainable aviation fuel, and it really stirred up a lot of emotions. Could you please tell us about this?
Yes, so I mean, as we all know, aviation is a big problem in the transition. If you want to emit a lot of carbon dioxide, it has been a very efficient way to do it by buying an airplane ticket. So many people involved in climate, like me, we have for a long time tried to avoid flying and do other ways of traveling. So when I started We Don't Have Time, I actually pledged to not fly at all. And I was true to that pledge for 5 years. But as We Don't Have Time grown into becoming more and more international, covering all the climate conferences, it was not possible to go there by train. So I started to fly. And I wanted to do that in the best way possible. So I found the solution that you actually can pay for SAF, replace the fuel from a fossil fuel-based fuel to a non-fossil fuel. I mean, the whole conference in Santa Marta is all about phasing out fossil fuels. So this SAF means that we still can fly, but it's much more expensive, and it's also a lot of challenge to scale. So we still need to fly less. Anyway, this is something we have been doing on We Don't Have Time. It's more expensive, so we are managing our budget. We don't fly unnecessarily because of that. But I haven't flown privately until this year, actually, because my children, they started to ask those questions only children can ask. That is very naked, make you very naked. Why is daddy allowed to fly when we can't fly? They didn't get it. And I didn't have a good argument, because what I have said to them is that when we can fly fossil free and when we can afford it, we are going to do that. So I actually did a vacation trip with my family a couple of months ago, and we paid for SAF. It was more expensive, of course, but it was quite affordable. It was kind of double the price of a plane ticket, what it should be, what the cost should be without subsidies and all that. And I wrote an article about that because I think this question from my kid was very important. And I said that if you fly, you can do it on SAF. And I wrote quite an article about my reasoning. And I thought I was going to stir up a debate, but the temperature on that debate was very hot. Some people, they didn't care about the fuel in the airplane. They was just really disliking flying and saw that as something that was terrible to do for climate. But for some reason, same people thought that flying in your work was okay, but not doing it for fun. I think that is, I mean, that is a very hard distinction. What is fun and what is work and what is important. I think we should be guided by using the alternatives that are out there, develop things better, and put the real price on things. And if you pay for SAF, it's a way more expensive, so you don't do unnecessary travel because not many people will afford flying around the globe as much if you need to pay for fossil free. So that was the long story, but that is the background. It's a hot debate still, and I think this debate is needed because if we're serious to phase out fossil fuel, we can't have a climate movement that are against the solutions we need to run the society when we are actually phasing out the fossil fuel. That will not work.
Thank you, Ingmar. Sebastian, Climate Home News has published an extensive investigative report on SAF. So, what have been some of your conclusions in these reports? Because it's just many articles, actually. It's a series, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, we started the project. We started the project asking whether SAF, in trying to solve one problem, was maybe creating another one in a different part of the economy. So we asked whether in the similar way as with many biofuels, whether the demand created by SAF as we transition into a cleaner economy could potentially fuel deforestation, especially in the global south, where most of the crops that are used to blend SAF come from. So we started with some work in the demand coming from Europe, which was the clearest source of demand for this fuel, as the EU is implementing SAF mandates that are meant to increase every year until from here to the 2030s. So we asked, where is the SAF from that used and blended in Europe coming from, and what are the main crops? What we discovered is answering that question is a lot more difficult than we expected. And one of the reasons is there is no easy way to track especially the crops, usually the oil that is blended in the SAF mix. Typically, right as of now, the easiest way to kind of trace the origin of the raw materials that are used in the SAF is a certification scheme called the ISCC, which does not necessarily give you a lot of information on providers or the specific locations within each country. And so what we did was try to trace from the ports in Europe, particularly in Spain, which has the highest demand for aviation fuel, and try to trace the ships that unload in those ports and trace them back to their origins and see who's loading those ships. Using commercial data in the source countries, we found, a lot of it comes from Asia, contrary to what many of the fuel suppliers were advertising in Europe, which were inclining people to believe that it was coming from mainly used cooking oil from Spanish restaurants, for example, and even holding variety shows with celebrity chefs and just advertising the restaurants' sort of reuse of the fuel. In reality, most of that fuel comes from China and Malaysia and the different countries in Asia. And we traced one of the trips back to Malaysia and found that their providers had very little control over where the fuel, or over where, sorry, the oil that they use in those materials comes from. The collection points are basically very informal. People just come in, drop their oil, and it's a voluntary process as well. They get paid for that. So there's a subsidy to the collection of the oil. In this case, used cooking oil from restaurants. But what we found is the game can be very easily tricked with just regular palm oil, and
because it's so cheap.
Because it is so cheap, right? And you get an incentive to do that by getting paid through this subsidy. So what we found is, and then through further investigations, in many instances, suppliers of SAF that's going to, for raw materials that are going into SAF in Europe, are collecting blended palm oil without realizing. And it's not necessarily their responsibility. It is a responsibility, but maybe they're not aware of it. It's not necessarily the airlines that are aware of it. It is just the system in which people can just very informally drop the non-used cooking oil raw materials into and blend it into that mix.
This resonates with some research done by Swedish Public Television that was aired a month ago, stating that if you look at the amount of used cooking oil that is actually available in this region, there is much more shipped out.
Yes.
So there's quite a large discrepancy here. So thank you for talking about this. So turning now to Elna, you are the head of the Department of School of Aviation, as I said, University of Lund. Please give your academic perspective on SAF.
So my own research is on the combustion process of SAF. So essentially, if you take SAF, mix it with fossil fuel to some certain proportions, will it combust in the jet engine in the same way as the fossil fuel? That's my key research question. But I'm also co-leading a big consortium where we are looking at different aspects of SAF, from production, the feedstock production through combustion, but also, for example, material, how the SAF affects the materials in the engine. And then in the end, we have a team working on life cycle analysis to come back to these points with whether it's sustainable from the source and to the combustion. And from my perspective, I'm actually not that worried about the part that is in my own research, the combustion. We can produce SAF that combust in a good way in a regular jet engine. The problem can be the materials in the engine, that it can degrade in a different way that compared to fossil fuels for different molecular reasons. However, that's something we can solve. So I would say that both the combustion process and the materials challenges, we just need to work on that. It's not that difficult. But the production process, to get enough feedstock, to have a cost-effective production process. And I would actually say that there's one thing that science can't solve, or is difficult to solve, and that is that we don't have enough feedstock. Because this used cooking oil that we talk about a lot these days, that is the major feedstock used for SAF today, it will at the most cover 2% of the need for all to replace all fossil fuels for aviation, which means that it's actually more important to find other feedstock than to linger on the used cooking oil, since we don't fry that much that we can fly.
Talk about other feedstock. What are your examples here?
In Sweden, in our projects, we try to develop SAF from forest residues. Have to state very clearly, not from forest, but from the residues, for example, the roots from other forestry. And that's a potential source. It's quite difficult to extract the SAF from the forest residues, which means it's quite expensive process. But the feedstock is there, it's being produced, and it's maybe used for some heat production or something like that. So, I mean, use that feedstock for SAF could be good in a Swedish context or in another country with a loss of forest. Many countries don't have a loss of forest, no forest residues, so they have to find other feedstock, and there are a number of suggestions, algae, could be other biological materials. But I think it's very important to think about these days that we have a competition for feedstock. Also, the chemical industry needs feedstock. We are so dependent on the fossil feedstock in so many industries, fuel production only being one of them, that I think we are approaching a resource problem here. Because when it comes to forest residues, for example, there is enough in Sweden to produce the aviation fuel that we need in Sweden. But now the demand from the chemical industry and other industries on the same feedstock are growing. So that's a significant challenge, I would say.
What is your solution here to this problem for viewers listening in here?
Well, I actually do think that we need to fly a little less. I'm sorry, but that is a solution, part of the solution. We also need to pay the price for flying. And I think that counts for all fossil-free flying, traveling, or production. It will be more expensive when it's fossil-free, and we have to pay the price. Maybe we should fly once every third year instead of 3 times per year. So we should plan a little better. But of course, if we develop SAF, we develop efficient processes and we scale them up, it will become cheaper than it is today. So I do think we will meet the oil prices at some point, but still it will never be that cheap to fly sustainably. I don't believe in that.
So Ella, what do you say about Ingmar's rhetoric that we should be paying for SAF when and if we fly? Do you agree on that?
I certainly agree on that, and I think it's really good that you can take this initiative, because by buying this, paying this extra for having SAF, you are actually making a statement. You are telling the airline, you are telling the society that I am ready to pay for my trip. So it sends a really good message. However, we are far from 100% SAF. I mean, maximum 50% drop in fuels. So even if you can compensate 100% for your trip, but everyone can't, because we still don't have. It's still not allowed to have SAF 100% in the airplane. So in parallel, we have to continue developing the fuel that is 100% SAF and make sure it's available in large quantities. But I do think that this paying for SAF, it pushed the industry in the correct direction.
Thank you, Elna. So Ingmar, what are your reflections so far in this conversation?
I think this is a very interesting session, actually, and a lot of knowledge. First, this journalistic work to look into where is the SAF coming from. I love to search for the truth, because that is how we can become better. So great findings there. I just wish that we will look into the non-sustainable solutions in the same way. Because honestly, I'm a little bit frustrated that if you try to do something in a better way, everyone will look into if you're really doing it. Like we have heard this debate about electric vehicles. Where are the batteries coming from? You all know that. And that, if that is pushed in the wrong way, it can get people just stop buying EVs and continue buying fossil combustion engine cars. So we need to balance the reporting and accountability for the green solutions, not stopping that. We need accountability for sure, but we should do the same job tracing the fossil industry. How is an existing car produced? How is that supply chain? How is that supply chain work? And I mean, if I board a plane and I don't pay for SAF, I have no clue where the oil are coming from, but it's probably coming from Russia or some war zone or some shit country that is fighting me every day in their climate anti-policy. So I just wanted to add that it's great accountability, but I wish there were fossil home news looking into the source of all the fossil as well to balance it a little bit. But I love climate home news, and I think this is a really good journalist. It's not about that. I just want us to balance the picture a little bit. And regarding this science that there is a competition between using, crop for flying instead of eating. Yeah, that's a really true interest or conflict. And the way I see it, I think the most important thing is that we build up a demand so that people are ready for paying for the solutions we have now. They should not be the fake solution. I mean, paying for, palm oil is not what I'm talking about, but for real solution, that is what I get, what I'm paying for. And if that is produced from what you else can produce food for, that's okay. If we are developing the solution so that we can produce SAF from other sources. And the thing I would love to hear the scientists here opinion on is actually e-fuel, where you can produce SAF from you have captured carbon and you kind of add energy and you produce clean e-fuel that is not coming from forestry or palm oil or cooking oil, etc. That is much more expensive. I know that, but I think that as we have seen, I mean, solar power were extremely expensive. Now it's affordable, cheaper than coal. Can we get same development for that? That is my hope for, scale stuff. But I know it's not easy. This is not one shop. So I totally agree. We need to fly less, but I think that will happen automatically, because if you pay for the real price, people will fly less. I mean, we just see this with oil prices. People are like, oh no, the oil price is going up. I can't afford flying. Yeah, but the point, we need to reduce our dependency on fossil fuel, and we need to do things smarter, more efficient. And here we also need to do a lot of energy efficiency, fly smarter, have better engines, etc., etc. And there's so many low-hanging fruits here.
Sebastian, I'm curious to your response to the discrepancy between reporting and fossil and non-fossil.
I appreciate the comment, and it's certainly a part of our considerations when we're looking into a story. We look at very different types of stories relating to green solutions, and that includes, say, critical minerals, renewables, and we're always very aware that these are part of the solution to climate change. That cannot be mistaken. Same as with SAF. Mm-hmm. In this case, what we try to kind of make clear as part of the story, and you can check it out in the text on our website, is that not only the subsidies are necessary, not only the system of costs and demand are necessary, and all of that can be in place, but transparency is also very important in this supply chain, because the very airlines that we were asking questions to were saying to us, we don't really have a clue of where the blend is coming from.
Do you think they want to know more?
Yes, I think in many cases, they were quite open to making the system a bit more transparent, because it would also help. They said it would also help them lower the costs of the product, which is in the end what we all want.
When I've been talking to friends and colleagues about SAF, and they very often they say, "Well, I'm not going to pay for it if I don't know if it is completely compliant with the environmental standards." So if we get more transparency, I think we'd also have more lower the threshold for consumers to actually pay this premium. Definitely. So I guess the research here and the scientific backing of the theories here is crucial. So before we finish off here, I see the clock is ticking. Let's talk briefly, like 2 minutes each, starting with you, Elna. What do we need to do to scale this? What is your call to action when it comes to scaling and making it transparent and also sustainable? And I wish we could talk about e-fuels, but that's a big topic. So let's stay with the SAFs.
No, I think I will immediately go back to the fact that we need to pay the price. If we as consumers are ready to pay the price, the market will follow. If we put demands on the market, it will follow. So I think that's the most important thing. And then, of course, e-fuels, but then also investigate other fuels, feedstocks. Expanding away from used cooking oil, not excluding used cooking oil, of course, we should continue using that, but focus much more on other feedstocks.
Thank you, Elna. Ingmar.
I mean, I think we all agree, all of us here, pay the price is super necessary, and no one wants to pay the price for something that is something we don't want, like palm oil. So we need transparency. But I also believe, one last comment here, we need to, give credit, compliments, and encourage people that are trying to do the right thing. Sometimes those that are trying are getting so much criticism for not doing it perfectly. I don't think we should do that. I think we should encourage those that are trying to do something in a new way, not using fossil-free, but they need help, and that's where I see climate reporting, and I actually believe that Climate Home News are doing it in a good way. It's not about saying that this is fraud. It's about saying this is something that needs to be fixed, and we're here to help you. This is what we have found. So I think that's extremely positive. It's just that I'm a little bit frustrated when you have non-sustainability media picking up those news, and they have a headline that says, "SAF is shit, no matter what you do, it's pointless, just keep going with business as usual." That is what I'm upset about, and try to change by showing that, okay, I'm a climate activist, but sometimes I fly. When I do that, I do it on SAF. It's not perfect. We need to make it better, but at least I'm doing something, and I'm standing for it, and we can have a conversation on how we can make it better. Let's make things better.
Sebastian.
Yeah, I would have to bring it back to the issue of visibility in the supply chain and having clarity of where the origin is for the raw materials. That can come in a variety of ways, ideally through some sort of regulation or legislation. But in the end, answering the question of whether SAF is truly clean is vital for consumers. They will want to we will want to pay for something that they truly trust, and building that trust is essential, and so that has to come with transparency.
Thank you. I actually have one final question I need to ask Elna. That is subsidies. How do they affect, I mean, from your scientific perspective here, the fossil fuel subsidies that goes into aviation fuel that is fossil? So what are your thoughts on this? Very brief.
I mean, it should cover, it should focus on the sustainable fuels instead, of course. I think that's definite. Yeah. Yeah.
It's for the fossil fuels and move them into the trajectory of the sustainable aviation fuels.
Yeah, for sure.
So now
can
we
I
just
add
see
one last thing, Katarina. I just wanted to add a last thing here. I think most important argument is not the perfect emission-free fuel, it's actually where your money goes. Do you want your money to fund the fossil fuel industry or not? If you fund the fossil fuel industry, you fund an industry that fights climate action. I don't want to do that. That's my main reason why I explore alternatives.
That's a very valid point. Many valid points in this session here. The dialogue needs to continue, and we need to talk about this because obviously it stirs up a lot of emotions. And if we don't talk about it, business might stay as usual. People might keep flying on fossil fuels, and this we need to change, right? So thank you for your participation, Sebastian.
Thank you for having me.
Elna, and we'll be following your research thoroughly because closely, and this is really, really exciting what you're doing. And thank you, Ingmar, for sticking your neck out and stirring some dust in this conversation because again, we need it. Thank you, and let's move on.
So another wonderful guest here in Santa Marta in Colombia. We're here on the eve, in a sense, of an historic conference where 60+ countries from around the world who want to exit fossil fuels are going to be making some kinds of decisions on how to do that, informed in many ways by these pre-meetings of financiers, economists, scientists, health experts on maybe how we can actually get off fossil fuels in a kind of orderly and sensible way. Can you tell me who you are, where you're from, and what have you been doing here?
Yeah, my name is Nick Robbins. I work at the World Resources Institute. I lead the finance work there. But here in Santa Marta, I've been co-chairing the central bank work stream of the science pre-conference. So really looking at what is the positive role that central banks can play in the mobilization of capital to make sure that we are exiting fossil fuels in an orderly way, but also building this prosperous and importantly stable clean energy system, because we see with the current crisis triggered by the war on Iran, the fossil fuels are really a source of systemic risk, economic and financial risk, and therefore really building and supporting the clean energy system is really in the core of the mandates of central banks, whose prime role is financial and economic stability.
And what kind of central bank speakers have you had here? I think you've had a former central bank leader from Trinidad and Tobago, is that right?
That's right. So we've had a really good range of people. We've had both online sessions and in-person sessions. So we've had central bankers from Brazil, from China, from Chile, from Colombia, the host, also from Spain, the European Union, the ECB, and also the former governor of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as really leading researchers, policymakers around the world. And it's been a very, very exciting discussion because I think the central banks are realizing we're at a sort of really at a moment where the narrative about climate change and finance is shifting quite profoundly.
The role of the central banks, I think for most ordinary but interested people in climate change, many of our viewers, may be a little bit opaque for them, quite what a central bank does. But that they're in a sense, they're not doing the bidding of governments, but they're also trying to assist governments, aren't they, with their kind of economic policy, their financial policy. They're setting the ground rules for where the finance and the economic system goes. Tell us just a little bit briefly, what is the key role of a central bank in the economy?
So central banks, and this is what's been very clear when we've been talking to the different central banks, have very different roles depending really on the economy they're serving. And they are mandated by the government, by law, to fulfill certain roles. So in my country, the UK, the role of the central bank is to contribute to the well-being of the British people through financial and monetary stability. So that's really keeping inflation low, so actually people's savings aren't eroded and we don't have runaway inflation, but also making sure the financial system doesn't crash as it did in the global financial crisis, making sure that banks and investors and insurers are not making crazy decisions. So that's their core role, stability. But what we've also heard here is actually that there are different traditions of central banking, and that central banking has also sometimes played a more positive, as well as a risk of a sort of risk reducing role, more positive role in actually helping to support the development of the economy. And that's one of the things that's come up, looking at some of the banks, such as the People's Bank of China, the role it's been playing.
I mean, we had in the UK, of course, Mark Carney, who was head of the Bank of England, who's now gone on to be Prime Minister of Canada. And he played a very serious role, didn't he, in this, what was it called? It was the...
Stability Board.
The Financial Stability Board, exactly. And climate change was very much a part of that, wasn't it?
Exactly. So back in the time when the Paris Agreement on climate change was signed, Mark Carney was the Bank of England governor and also the chair of the Financial Stability Board, the global group. And the finance minister of France, hosting the Paris Agreement, wrote to Carney in his position as chair of the Financial Stability Board saying, please could you investigate how we actually get the financial system moving behind the action on climate change, driving down emissions, fossil fuels, but also protecting communities and people from the impacts of climate change. So that was certainly Carney launched that. And the first step, I think, was actually to make sure, do we have the right information in the marketplace? So that then led to the task force on financially related climate disclosures. And so we now have much better reporting on what the risks and opportunities of companies and so on. But that's only really, the information is only really a first step. We've got to think about actually the pricing of assets, and particularly issues around inflation, where we've seen these big shocks, fossil shocks, the Russian invasion to Ukraine, big shock to the economy led to rises in inflation, which did choke off some of the investment into renewables and clean energy. Because at the margin, if you're investing into renewables, you're putting your money up front in the technology, and basically then you're not paying anything, you're not buying any resources because the sun and wind are free. Whereas for fossil fuels, you put some money up front, but then you buy the gas or the oil to burn and so on. So the renewable energy and the clean energy system is more sensitive to interest rates. So any increase in interest rates can choke off the investment. So what a big discussion now, this is why I think we're moving into a different phase, is what can central banks do to actually ensure that there is a reliable and affordable supply of finance for activity. So back in communities and people from the impacts of climate change. So that was certainly Carney launched that. And the first step, I think, was actually to make sure, do we have the right information in the marketplace? So that then led to the task force on financially related climate disclosures. And so we now have much better reporting on what the risks and opportunities of companies and so on. But that's only really, the information is only really a first step. We've got to think about actually the pricing of assets, and particularly issues around inflation, where we've seen these big shocks, fossil shocks, the Russian invasion to Ukraine, big shock to the economy led to rises in inflation, which did choke off some of the investment into renewables and clean energy. Because at the margin, if you're investing into renewables, you're putting your money up front in the technology, and basically then you're not paying anything, you're not buying any resources because the sun and wind are free. Whereas for fossil fuels, you put some money up front, but then you buy the gas or the oil to burn and so on. So the renewable energy and the clean energy system is more sensitive to interest rates. So any increase in interest rates can choke off the investment. So what a big discussion now, this is why I think we're moving into a different phase, is what can central banks do to actually ensure that there is a reliable and affordable supply of finance for activities which are related to the transition and the move away from fossil fuels, whether that's in people's houses, in the transport sector, in the power sector, the industrial sector, but make sure that can be done in a reliable and low-cost way and doesn't choke off the transition. With the recognition that the more we have a clean energy system, the more stable the financial system is going to be. We're not going to be subject to these huge shocks we see with the oil price shooting above $100 a barrel, because we won't be using it anymore.
So you mentioned the People's, is it the People's Bank of China, or yeah, and you had a video presentation from a guy called Ma Yun, and he has played a very big part in a sense. The way the Central Bank of China has promulgated and encouraged and stimulated this huge green growth in China, from renewable energy to electric vehicles to so many other areas. And I was watching that video actually, Nick, and it was really fascinating. So you actually have cities around China, which are sort of pilot cities, testing all the different green financial instruments. You have clearly a policy to have lower cost loans for green loans and other measures too. I mean, tell us a little bit about this.
So it's very interesting. So yes, you're right. Dr. Ma Jun, he was the chief economist of the People's Bank of China, and he played a very important role domestically within China leading the process of how the financial system meets China's objectives around greening the economy, which then was primarily to get rid of the huge sort of pollution and smog issue and build up these industries, these huge competitive industries now we have in terms of solar and batteries and EVs and so on. So he was setting out actually a range of roles to the central bank, which are probably in advance of where the Western banks do. So he was probably doing more. So the central bank was playing a coordinating role, bringing together other ministries, the Ministry of Finance, so actually what is the whole of government approach. They were making sure that there was disclosures of banks and so on, and also disclosures and performance. They were testing and evaluating the banks on their so-called green loan ratio. So what proportion of their loans was green, and he was saying how if you had a green loan ratio, the bank would feel ashamed, and he said, you may be replaced. So there was a bit of career risk here. And then one of the things, as you say, is that the Chinese central bank would provide access through a refinancing window to investors who wanted to invest in certified green projects, and that's the interest rate was 1.75%, which is quite a good bargain. And again, listeners recognize if you're going to be, putting down a mortgage, getting a mortgage, you're actually going to be more happy to do it at 1.75 than at 5%. And interestingly, they've now reduced it to 1.25. So it's one of those things whereby the central bank in its role in providing stability has said, well, here is a good, affordable rate, which will allow us to build this green economy, environmental benefits, economic benefits, but also is going to make the economy more stable. So that was, I think it's a lesson really for other countries. Is that a road other countries can follow?
Well, I was just going to say, because when you look at this Ma Yong's work since then, in many, many different roles, there's now this big sort of capacity building in the emerging and developing countries. And I'm sure that some of the principles that have fueled China's big green economy are now being, in a sense, shared with some of the developing countries that actually want to get off fossil fuels, right? So we're seeing it moving from China to other places.
I think that's really interesting, because I think with the big pushback against sustainable finance, what we're seeing is the emergence of what I call a multipolar world of sustainable finance, where in a sense it's no longer just the lessons and the rules happening in Brussels and they trickle down like rain to the developing countries. Now actually we all need to learn from each other. So actually the Western central banks probably have a lot to learn, and they're sort of working with China and saying, well, how did you do this? What was your mandate for doing this? And what were the impacts? Were there any negative side effects? But as you're saying, there are many developing countries meeting here in Santa Marta, and it may be that a central bank like China's is more akin to their circumstances. It's obviously a massive economy than maybe a highly developed European central bank. So I think that is what's going to be interesting. And I suppose in the work we're doing here, we're starting off with some meetings here with central banks, with researchers and so on. But really Santa Marta is a first step. And I think we'd like to bring together a group looking at these issues of central banks, the shift away from fossil fuels and financial stability, to really share that experience and really scale it up and build the capacity.
What I think you're actually saying, Nick, is that we're not starting from ground zero here. So if people want to get off fossil fuels in some kind of orderly fashion, there are lessons to be learned that could be extremely useful in that journey from Europe and from elsewhere, but also from China. And if Colombia wants to be the leader on this as well, they have a central bank here that is now engaged on this topic and could actually help guide them as one part of the jigsaw puzzle towards exiting fossil fuels.
That's exactly right. And I think what we just discussed is the role of central banks, let's say, in the monetary policy, in finance and interest rates. But we had a fantastic presentation, actually, from one of the leading researchers at the central banks. Because the central banks, as well as having these sort of inflation, they have very smart people who assess the economy in detailed ways. And they've been doing a lot of work on how you achieve the transition, how you design policies, and very interesting work to say how you include the benefits of the transition. You can sort of offset the apparent upfront costs, because it does cost upfront. So again, I think Colombia has something to say. We had the Bank of Spain, the ECB, the Bank of Chile, all quite different economies. Some are sort of quite close, quite heavily structured around fossil fuels, like Colombia. Some have left fossil fuels almost entirely. Brazil has has an oil industry, but basically biofuels based. So very different circumstances. But I think what was really heartening is that central banks were sort of sharing their experience here and recognizing that the the accelerated move away from fossil fuels. We've obviously done some progress, but we haven't made enough progress. And the accelerated move, which Santa Marta is trying to go, will, one, be good for the climate, and we'll have less harsh impacts, less loss and damage, but also we'll be building this more stable economy. So that's what we hope that is going to come out of it. And this is really just the start.
Super. Thank you very much for your time, and look forward to hearing your reports when they're fed to the governments in a few days' time. Thank you. Discussions right now with colleagues which will help shape some information going into the high level to the governments who are meeting here in Colombia. You're both coordinating the women and gender work at this Transitioning Away from Fossil Fuels conference. What are the main priorities that emerge from your discussions? What do you think is absolutely critical? Who would like to go first?
So the core demand that has come out of all of these discussions that we've had, which haven't just been over the past day or two, but a process that has started in consultation and deep discussions with feminists from different contexts for months now, since January. Our core understanding of the crises is one of multiple overlapping systems, and the climate crisis is one impact or symptom of crises rooted in capitalism, colonialism, patriarchy, different things like that. And so we don't see a transition away from fossil fuels to be possible by just shifting the source of energy. So we are coming with a feminist understanding of true systems change, from one on extraction more broadly to systems built on care. And so when we think about extraction, we don't just think about fossil fuels, but it is an important part of the conversation here. But we're also thinking about extraction of land, extraction of minerals, and also for us, extraction of labour, particularly from women's bodies. Because if we're talking about the current systems causing this crisis, one thing that we can't ignore is that care work acts as an invisible scaffolding that upholds all of the other systems. We say it's this life-sustaining work that actually allows all other work to exist. 76 billion hours of unpaid care work are carried out daily, and 76% of that is provided by women. So what we are asking is that for a transition to be truly just, we need to start to talk about care work and feminized labour.
These are quite existing agendas, aren't they? They've been around for a while, and they haven't finally found a happy landing strip, as it were. I mean, there are some things improving in some places, but going backwards in others, right? I'm just thinking about the United States for a second, but anyway, that doesn't matter. But do you think that, in a sense, what you're doing can empower the governments on the specific journey of, you know, managing down and out fossil fuels? I mean, do you think that the feminist ideas that you're bringing to this, right, can actually empower both the women and the men in the governments that have to make these decisions?
Yeah, I think so, because actually, like, our task here is basically to ensure that this is not going to be another talk show, but actually like a roadmap of like how it's going to be that transition, to like give like elements to the governments that they can like design like those milestones and activities and like short, medium and long-term milestones. And from the feminists, we are bringing here specifically like those local and community-led solutions. Like there are models that are like waiting for like replicate and scale up, and that's why we are also talking about finance and policy that needs to be gender responsive. So like just transition needs to have like finance, policy and activities that are all going to support like local and communities that are already doing like their job.
Because actually, I mean, the fact is we are short of the skilled labour to actually make this transition in many countries, right? In Europe, in Latin America, in Asia, there are still shortages of the skilled labour, and women are part of the workforce, right? Let's be honest. And if the training was equal, and both men and women had that training to be engineers, to be heat pump installers, to be solar installers, whatever it is, and we need so many people in different kinds of work, right, to actually achieve the goals of, a safe climate for everybody, yeah? So I think that's maybe an area that needs to be thought about a bit, that kind of training is equal everywhere, and the pay is equal.
For sure, like we know that as we transition economies, all of this new type of employment is going to emerge, and right now because of different social structures, because of the care work that women have to provide, because of gender stereotypes. Many of these jobs, as it stands right now, won't be accessible to women. So as we think about the energy transition, one thing that's really important to us is that we make sure that there's equal employment available to people and equal skills building opportunity available to people regardless of their gender, regardless of their ethnicity, regardless of their class background as well. And I think it's really important when we talk about the just transition, often we talk about jobs, and it's what we don't want to do is to put women into existing work that's poor quality, low paid, with very low social protection. We really need to start talking about dignified work and what dignified work looks like.
Absolutely, absolutely, 100%. I saw this word, and the questions here, I saw this word, I've got to ask it, right? Because some people will know it and some people won't. The term petromasculinity comes up increasingly in climate and gender discussions. Okay, so it's new to me, so I'm ignorant on this, and so you have to help me and those that haven't heard it before. How do you define it, and why is it useful for understanding today's energy and political systems? And it's a bit of a marathon question, this. And where do you see pesto sounds like an Italian dish, doesn't it? Petromasculinity showing up most clearly in current climate and energy debates?
Well, I think petromasculinity is like that system that is basically based like fossil fuels. It's like all the gender-based violence that is like interlinked with the exploitation and exploration of fossil fuels, like all the sexual exploitation, like the care work that Sinead was saying. Like, so it's like the system is designed in a patriarchal way that like the women is like are like unbalanced, like a power imbalance that is like through like benefit like men or like male sectors. That is like, as you were saying, like all the industry of oil, gas, like all the technical skills or like job positions are made are like occupied by men. Like that's just one example. Or but also like it's like the beliefs or like the way that they see the world, like for instance like backlash of gender. So it's really linked with petromasculinity. So like all the like not talking about like gender identity, like sexual orientation, and all of that is also like with petromasculinity. And like for energy is like also we have to talk, and it's like very linked the concepts with militarism. Like petromasculinity and militarism are like very linked, and it's like energy is also used to fund like wars. Like all the crisis that we have with war and imperialism right now is very linked with petromasculinity and like fossil fuels.
Yeah, I would echo what Vale said. I think when we look about this trend that's happening across the world with the rise of authoritarianism and the rise of the far right, and you see these leaders who are also taking an approach to their foreign policy that is completely based around domination. And we see, as Vale said, also an accompanying rollback of gender equality. And if you see the types of tropes that we're starting to see, when we like look at these world leaders and the rhetoric that they employ, it's anti-trans, it's anti-gender, and as well it's imperialist. When we look at what's happening in Iran, when we look at what's happening in Gaza, when we look at what's happening in Lebanon. And so we really see a connection between that patriarchal and imperialist approach and a complete contrast between the world that we want to see, which is one that's actually based on care and cooperation and collaboration.
Of course, there's nothing very good about what's been happening in the Straits of Hormuz. Nothing good at all. Not good for the Iranian people, not good for the people of Lebanon, not good for, well, anybody. But the only little glimmer that's come out of it is a lot of people have basically turned around and said, that's it. We don't want these fossil fuels anymore, as you rightly say. They are the cause of wars, they trigger wars, and now we have an alternative because actually renewable energy is so far down the road in terms of penetration of the energy system. So, so I was going to say to you, is if fossil fuels are petromasculinity, or is renewable energy, clean energy, feministischer policy? Sorry, that's a really hard one of doing, but we could turn it on its head, couldn't we? Say fossil fuels are one thing, petromasculinity, and renewables are something else, right? More about care, maybe.
Not quite, because that's what
care of the planet, maybe.
that's what Sinead was saying. Like, actually, like it's not so simple. We wish that will be like so simple, but it's not like to change fossil fuels for renewables, because actually, like, can be like also like the same system of exploitation. Like, we have also like Sudan and Congo are like a great example of what happens also with critical minerals. And it's like the same system of exploitation, colonialism and imperialism to fund like the renewable energy. So of course, that's also, we need to be vigilant. Like, the model that they are going to discuss here cannot be just like a change of the wording, but like, because it's renewable or clean or green, we have to be vigilant about that.
Right. So you're absolutely fully behind, a transition away from fossil fuels, but you wanted that now embraces a much more broader suite of agendas, finally, in a sense. Yeah.
Exactly.
Good, I got it right. I was a bit nervous there for a second.
Yes, there's a declaration that's going to be launched today, the People's Declaration, and it's one that's been deeply discussed and negotiated across our movements. And it's longer than switch from fossil fuels and switch to renewables. There's so much in there about the systems that we need to dismantle if we're going to see justice delivered, about taking power from the hands of the many, from the hands of the uber wealthy, and relocating and redistributing that power back to communities and back to people. And that's what we are experiencing in the world right now, is actually a crisis of inequality. And so while we come with our headlines and we talk about transition away 100% from fossil fuels, there are many, many elements that you need to also bring in to make sure that we don't just transition away from fossil fuels, but that we achieve a just transition and a feminist just transition, because otherwise you have a green transition that's not just at all. And that's why civil society understands just transition as the framework. The end goal is phase out, but just transition is how we get there, and just transition requires all these other questions of power and fairness and equity to be discussed.
Good. I think we've probably covered all bases. Is there anything I'm missing in this debate that you'd like to add at the end?
No, I think we cover. Yeah, it's true. Like, the feminists, we are here and we are not going to go anywhere. Like, actually, like, it's not that we are asking for like the floor or like for the word. We are here like not asking for permission. We are going to be here like there is another second conference, or we are going to be in Bonn as always, like in the UNFCCC and all these spaces that this is going to be discussed. Yeah.
But this is a slightly different process as well, isn't it? Which is a good thing. I mean, people can act, these governments can act because they want to do it. And it would be good if they acted, obviously, listening to what you guys are saying as well. But they're not going to have to go to the UNFCCC and seek approval. They can present what they're doing, but they don't have to be subject to the consensus system that allows certain countries like Saudi Arabia and now the United States to actually block anything, yeah? So that's a good thing.
It's true, and we are not by any means disregarding or throwing out the UNFCCC. It plays a very, very important role. All of the countries are there, and it really sets a floor that we can all agree to. But we need spaces beyond that that can advance things and not be blocked by one or two countries. And so we are not being overly or unwisely optimistic or hopeful, but we are here to put our efforts behind ensuring that this conference does deliver something, and it has potential to. A coalition of the willing, if we can really make sure that interests don't get skewed and that civil society are at the centre, we hope that it can deliver something. And I think that when we think about can feminists help governments or can civil society help governments, what we saw coming out of COP30, which was possibly one of the greatest wins for civil society and normal people and workers and communities, with the decision to develop the BLM action mechanism, is a perfect example. That idea came entirely handed into the hands of governments, entirely from feminists, from civil society, from NGOs, Indigenous peoples, from workers, from youth. And so we've shown we have the ideas, we have the technical expertise, we know what this transition needs to look like, and we want to be part of the conversation and to be listened to.
Good.
Wow.
So we are just offshore Aruban waters, where 2 oil tankers and an LNG tanker are stationed at. We're currently with the Climate Justice Flotilla. I'm here also with Nigel. Hi.
We've got 2 more wonderful guests with us here in Santa Marta, Colombia, taking part in this first conference to transition away from fossil fuels. If you say who you are and where you're from.
I'm Paolo De Silo, and I'm from the Netherlands and Italy.
Super. And you, where I know now. I'm going to say now up front to the viewers that you've lost your voice, but you're doing your best. So anyway,
My name is Nigel. I'm from Aruba.
Okay, superb. Okay, so you're basically with the Climate Justice Flotilla.
Yes.
And you've sailed here from
St. Martin.
St. Martin in the Caribbean. What is the significance of this Climate Justice Flotilla that you've actually brought here to the Santa Marta conference?
Yeah, so when we heard about the conference being co-organized by the Kingdom of the Netherlands together with Colombia, we said we have to involve the voices of the Dutch Caribbeans, which are often overlooked, and that's why we decided to leave from St. Martin to then sail to Bonaire, Curaçao, Aruba, and then finally here to Santa Marta. We sailed over 2,000 kilometers, and it took us about 13 days sailing in total.
Wow, it sounds like also a lot of fun as well, I have to say. We get these guys that bicycle at these climate conferences around the world. You know, you get these people that bicycle to them, and it's kind of like when I interview them, I'm thinking, I'd like to bicycle to a COP. I'd love to sail to a COP. Maybe some people know of the French history of the Caribbean, the Spanish history of the Caribbean. What is the Dutch history of the Caribbean?
Well, I think maybe Nigel can support also on that a little bit more.
Okay, all right. Tell us, Nigel.
Yeah, so the Netherlands basically colonized 6 islands in the Caribbean, which is Aruba, Bonaire, Curaçao, St. Martin, and Statia. And from histories of colonialism, they extracted a lot of our natural resources, which could be either gold, oil, Brazil wood, even slavery. So there's like a history of different industries that the Netherlands has caused based on the extraction of the islands to enrich itself. And right now we still see the post-colonial and neo-colonial effects still in place.
Okay. And how does this link with the theme of transitioning away from fossil fuels? I mean, you came on a sailboat, which is very symbolic. We'll talk about that in a second. But what about the islands themselves with a Dutch background?
Yeah, so one thing that people need to know is that the 6 islands are part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, but they're under 2 different statutes. Three of the islands are special autonomous territories, and the other 3 are special municipalities within the Kingdom of the Netherlands. So they're kind of like, they're residents, but just recently, residents of the island of Bonaire, which is a special municipality, they filed a lawsuit against the Dutch state because they were being discriminated against the fact that they were not being supported enough for climate adaptation and for the transition. And the court said that they were right, and the Dutch state needs to intervene as much as possible to support the transition and also treat them as normal citizens of the continental Europe. And what has been the most angering part of our journey is the fact that the Netherlands actually just a week and a half ago appealed that decision, reputing, actually not respecting the Bonairean citizens. And they're saying, we have to figure out judicial reasons why this was taking this court decision, but it was really a slap in the face for the Bonairean residents.
That seems to make absolutely no sense, because we're not talking millions and billions of people, are we, that need support. It's a relatively small population. It would be, I mean, if I was the Prime Minister or whatever, the head of the Dutch government, I think this would be a win-win-win for my next re-election, because it seems like a no-brainer. It's a good thing to do, right? Are they worried about setting some precedents within Holland itself or within the Netherlands itself? Is that why they're worried about it?
They're quite worried that they need to repair, especially also towards the other islands. For example, Curaçao had the biggest oil refinery of the whole Caribbean, and it's also one of the biggest Ecoside locations because it completely destroy the ecosystem where that refinery was built on.
Mhm.
So they're quite afraid that this will set a precedent for more cases in the future
Yeah.
of repairment and reparations.
But why it also makes no sense is that the Dutch government are actually trying to hold Shell accountable in the Netherlands right now for one of its fossil fuel processing plants, isn't it? And so this is kind of an inconsistency here, right, between the Caribbean story and the domestic story, which, okay, this is really good, really interesting. And we're very happy to be hearing about this, and something needs to be done. I'll ask the minister about that if I get a chance to interview her. Yeah, definitely. So this is the experience, in a sense, that you're trying to bring to this conference. What is your demand from the high-level segment? Maybe a demand, in a sense, from the people of the Caribbean who are Dutch background, but
yeah, demand is basically to include us in these conferences, because usually we are not included because of our status within the kingdom. In our kingdom relation rules, the Netherlands is supposed to represent the islands. However, when it comes to climate change, it's a big gap in assumption and also a big gap in perspective, because the island voices are not heard and not represented and not included in these type of conferences. And there is a lack of perspective when it comes to like what the real stories that is happening on the islands. For example, with sea level rise or hurricanes or rising sea level. So it's really important to include us in these type of conferences, because then we would have a voice and we would also have a proper partnership with the European part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, rather than have like the European part represent the entire Kingdom of the Netherlands. So it's much more of having equality and equity within the kingdom.
Can you? So, if I get this right, there's some islands that are basically have come kind of one status, and 3 islands that have they're like almost like a city.
Correct.
Within the Netherlands,
Correct.
just a long way away from the Netherlands, right?
Correct.
And so they probably, in theory, should be able to access funds through the Netherlands for adaptation, all these other things. The other ones, what? Do they get chance to get things through the regional Caribbean networks? Or there must be all kinds of confusion here.
There's a lot of loopholes and also a lot of institutional barriers for finance. So, for example, St. Martin is a prime example of this. When Hurricane Irma hit St. Martin is half French, half Dutch. The French side is an overseas. No, it's an outermost region.
Département, they call it département.
Yeah.
It's Department of France.
Yeah,
It's part of
correct.
France, right?
Yeah.
Directly.
So it's outermost region, the French side, and the Dutch side is an overseas countries and territory. When the hurricane hit and we had to ask for financial support and for loss and damage, the French side got way more finances compared to the Dutch side, because the Dutch side is considered European. So we get less funding compared to the French side. So that is what makes it very clear that we don't have as much aid, and there's this institutional barrier for climate finance and support for climate adaptation and mitigation.
So those islands that are part of, the Netherlands, they can't go knocking on the door of the World Bank saying, can we have adaptation money? They can't go knocking on the door of the Global Environment Facility asking for support. They can't go knocking on the door of regional Caribbean. Yeah, they're just totally at the behest of or the benefit or otherwise of being part of the Dutch government. And if the Dutch government chooses to help, they help. And if they don't, they don't. And they're a bit stuck. Yeah. Okay. Right. That's really crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. And also very fascinating or troubling is the fact, for example, the Ceiba, Statius and Bonaire, they're special municipalities, but they don't fall under any province, and therefore they don't receive province money either, which would be one other mechanism that they could receive financing. But they are able to get European funding. But the other 3 islands, which are Saint Martin, Curaçao and Aruba, they cannot access European funding.
So they have to look to regional Caribbean type funding, and that's the whole thing's too messy, really, if you think about it. Yeah.
I think it's also a matter of
try and just knock the hand completely over the microphone, just down
perfect,
a bit. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's also a matter of colonial fragmentation and divide and conquer, because Curaçao, Aruba, and St. Martin are semi-autonomous countries within the Kingdom of the Netherlands. We won't receive finances from the Caribbean region because we're technically European.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so
All
it's like a lot of institutional barriers for financing as
Yeah,
well for the Curacao and Aruba and St. Martin.
This clearly is a case for an extremely talented lawyer, actually, I would have thought.
And I'll tell you another thing which shocked me as we passed through the islands. We discovered that the emissions of the islands are not considered onto the national emissions numbers, which actually would be higher for the Netherlands because there's still a lot of oil exploration and gas in the region around the islands, and still refineries very recently that were open there.
Okay, well, it's good to spotlight things like this because most people don't know about it, and it's always good. We love when we don't have time talking about things that are absolutely stupid, right, and need to be changed. So it's one of the things that we absolutely adore. Normally, it's the big banks actually talking out of both sides of their mouths about, yeah, we're really pro-climate action, but how about this money for a new oil and gas terminal? Those are stupid things too. Thanks very much for being with us. Best of luck with your work here, and keep in touch with us because we'd like to know how this evolves. I'll try and say something to the minister from the Netherlands when I get to talk to her. We're just trying to organise that now, and ask what she's thinking about doing about it. Let's see. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we've got another wonderful guest with us here in Santa Marta, which is leading to a high-level conference on the first conference on the transition away from fossil fuels. I'm with Haneen Shaheen, and she's Ecological Justice and Campaign Advisor at MENA Fem. And we were just smiling a little bit about that. I thought that made a lot of sense, but you said, well, sometimes people don't know. So FEM stands for feminism or feminist. Feminist, okay. And the MENA region, of course, is what some people call the Middle East. How do you describe the MENA region?
Currently or like in general?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah.
Because currently it's like the place where everyone wants to bomb and everyone wants to extract its minerals and like exploit and just like do whatever harm they are thinking of. In general, it's such a peaceful, amazing place where it's just like inherit a lot of culture, a lot of heritage, and a lot of minerals and resources that actually its people want it inside the grounds. But actually, that's not the case in the world that we are living in, unfortunately. Yeah.
So you've co-written a report as MENA Fem on what's called the fossil fuel trap. And that's been released in the lead up to this conference. Can you tell us a little bit about it and what is it trying to point out?
So that report mainly is just like it describes how fossil fuels is very engaged with the multilateral international financial institutions. That is like how they are putting countries under this debt trap, telling them that they are changing the infrastructure for energy in their countries while they are just like putting them under loans, under debts, under like more extraction, more unjust way of like transition, if we can like say it like that, because it's not what actually the countries are looking for. The countries are looking for a smoother transition based on what they are hoping for: free finance, really benefiting their own people, not to just like benefiting companies or like mega financial architectures, just like try to get in, do some investment, benefit other companies, other countries, and go out without like looking in depth towards what the countries are needing. So basically we started the report by what is the transition of fossil fuels? What do we want in the region? What is actually the people are like seeking? And the roles of the IFIs, like the international financial institutions and the mega banks who are actually financing these kind of transition, financing the mega projects that is like saying that it leads to better energy access, better like less carbon emissions. However, it put countries under or like return them back into the debt loop and put them under huge stress, because countries, in order to do that kind of transition, they have to do mega economic shift and the access to energy is not actually available to everyone.
Can I just be clear on this? Are you talking about the way that investing in fossil fuels leads to huge amount of debt for people, or are you talking about renewable energy that can also be not financed appropriately and put debt on people too? There's a double-edged sword here, right?
Yes, it's both, because so far all the renewable energy projects that have been like implemented in the region is like based on financial trap that countries need to pay more to get. And during all the COPs that we have like witnessing the past like 5-6 years, we have been like talking and like screaming out of our lungs that we want better finance, we want better mechanisms, and we want this kind of transition to be debt-free. Unfortunately, this kind of transition is not there yet, and all the projects are just like bringing countries into more debt loops and huge economic changing in their economic structure that put them under huge frustration. That, along with the already investment in the fossil fuel industry, which is like does not take the countries outside of the fossil fuel like dilemma. They are like still investing like hugely in like mega projects to extract more, proposing gas as like the transition fuel. So it's a very bad selling point.
So what you're saying, it's all very messy because the fossil fuels cost money, then you get into debt if you invest in the fossil fuels, and then of course climate change actually causes economic damage in itself. But investing in the renewables is priced in such a way for many developing countries that if you take out a loan to invest in wind or solar, it's actually putting you in debt again, right? So there needs to be some sense of this. So if we're going to transition away from fossil fuels, it needs to be far more financially attractive to go into renewables for a developing country than to stay in fossil fuels.
Exactly. And all the mega projects, actually, they are now benefiting its own people now, unfortunately, the renewable energy projects are happening in the region. Because the mega projects that they are financing, which is like debted, they are to export the energy in order for these countries to get like foreign currency because they are in debt so they can pay the debt. So it's just like an endless loop of nonsense that does not provide energy, putting us under huge frustration and takes us nowhere, unfortunately.
But what's the answer?
The answer is like we want a debt-free, feminist, just transition. We want proper, good financial mechanism. We want real investment in renewables. We want stop investment in fossil fuels, and we want the banks to stop financing all of this. We wanted like a real grants that can support countries like countries in my region to really do that transition. While we are facing this huge impact of climate change, along with all the wars happening in the region, that's like it's adding to the messy scenario that does not take us anywhere. So this is exactly what we are.
So I was listening to somebody who was talking about what China has been doing, right? I mean, and they're now like a green superpower, yeah? And because basically 10 years ago, they actually started creating all kinds of green financial instruments where it was much cheaper for somebody to get the money than to invest in the status quo, right? So in other words, like green loans, which were like 1.2%, 1.5% for a renewable energy project. And for the fossil fuel, it was more expensive. So suddenly it was like, wow, it's easy, right? Why don't we invest in renewables? Because it's cheaper to get a loan that way. I mean, there's got to be, this is the central bank of China that did this. So if there's a central bank in Egypt, they ought to be thinking the same way, right? I mean...
Unfortunately, if you put the decision in the hands of banks, they're always going to think like that. But as you said, it's like it's called the green loans. We don't want loans if we want to have like access to energy is just like a right, like living and eating and breathing. It doesn't make any sense that you are just like putting me in that corner, telling people that if you want to get like green, clean energy, just like borrow some of it. And it does not make a difference if the loan its interest rate is like 2.5 or like 11 or like 15%. It's still a loan. In countries where are like 60% of its population under huge poverty line, we are like facing all kind of oppression, all kind of frustration, all kind of militarism. This doesn't make any sense. And like China, it does not like change, is not different from the American imperialism or like the EU banks. It's like it's the same with like different interest rate, which is a loan that we don't accept.
Okay. All right, we've got it. And you're here at the People's Summit. Any of these thoughts being reflected in, do you think, the outcome that will come from that, or?
Well, we are hoping, like it's like the like starting drips of a rain that we are hoping that it's gonna like fulfill something. This conference was a dream for like the civil society to just like have a proper conversation about how we are gonna end or like phasing out from fossil fuels properly, and to have the kind of initiative is such a good start. We have like certain type of demands that we're going to publish later in the day as civil society, and we've been working so hard to make sure that the Colombian government and the Netherlands government are like convening both this conference are like properly engaged with the communities and what the people are really asking for, which is a just ending and differentiating responsibilities and plan for each country based on their own status quo. We cannot just like phase out like equally together. Well, I've been part of these kind of processes for like quite some time since Paris Agreement, so I know like these kind of conferences take a lot of time to reach something. But I'm so hopeful that this conference is. They actually hear more from the people, engage with them more, and make sure that our demands are embedded in every single conversation, and that takes us to a proper mechanism that help us to properly end this like fossil fuel challenge.
Yeah, I mean, this is the coalition of the willing. It's just a question of what things they're willing to do.
Yeah, exactly. And this is like trusting governments is a little bit challenging, especially when we were asking them to change their economic regimes and to push companies who are like their big revenue stream to change their status quo, which is, yeah, it's very challenging. But that's what the people are asking for, and they are there to like actually achieve what the people want. Like if they are not there, well, they are. So I hope they do it.
Good. We've got to wrap up there. Thanks very much indeed for being with us, and yeah, best of luck with your work.
Thank you so much for having me.
The Planetary Guardians just had a press conference here at the Santa Marta conference. So could you please just briefly tell us about what you did in the press conference and how it connects into the bigger picture of the Santa Marta conference?
Yeah, we have a very important people conference there that we started with the planetary science, Johan Rockström and Carlos Nobre, talking about where the science is and what kind of message we should know. So that's one part. Then the President Santos came and talk about why it is so important for his country to host this conference. Then we talk about the implication, what kind of things we would like to see during this conference. So it's entirely from very top science level to policy and political issues and our expectation for this conference.
And you've launched a report, the Renewable Freedom Report. And what would you say does the word freedom mean in this context?
Because we were trapped with this fossil fuel-based economy, and for the people and for the planet, we have to find a way to liberalize ourselves from this fossil fuel-based economy. But I would say this way, it's not just criticizing oil and gas and fossil fuel industries, because entire economy are trapped in the economic system. So important thing is not just to criticize one or two particular industries. We have to find a way how we can get together, transit together for economic system, social system, and together for this to move to the ideal situation. So the conference is really trying to see the pathway, chart the pathway from where we are and where we want to be, and not just nice narratives. It's more about also to see the practical policy implementation pathway so that not only the countries who are here, but the entire world can move, transit to the point, the place we want to be.
And the report is quite chock full of good examples. And talking about good examples, one can think about all the countries that are here that are basically on the good side, that really want to do this. And this is different from the COPs. And we have met at several COPs, and I know that this is a different scenario. So from your experience, what does this mean to you as an academic to be in this setting where everybody really wants the same thing?
Actually, this conference is so interesting because at the Berlin COP, as you already noticed, we were not able to agree on two important things. One is a roadmap for decarbonization. Another one is roadmap for deforestation, how to stop the deforestation. So because COP system is not able to agree on these two important things, they created this particular process that this is the first time that we had a conference on that. So it's very exciting to see that and how those countries and the companies and the people come together to create the new process, which is outside the COP, but because we were all committed to make it happen, it's a lot of energy here. But more important thing is that there are countries who are not here, but they are not necessarily interested in, they are not necessarily committed to. It's more like they really don't know how to make a transition. So I hope that this process can give them another energy, that the reason to come here next time to learn from each other and create jointly the pathway for energy transition.
So the countries that are here represent more than 50% of the global GDP. So what does that tell us?
Well, we also need to see how they can also lead and create the demand for the remaining 50%, because entire globe needs to be needs a transition. So it's not just well, it's important for those 50 countries can take the lead, but they also have to create the showcase how they can be done. The transition can be done for countries who are a bit of hesitate or actually don't know exactly how to do. So it's a kind of joint process. It has to be a joint process. So I'm hoping that the countries who are not here will see their motivation to come the next year, because we need to create a demand from all over the world to make a transition. Not only countries happen to be here, but other countries who have a hesitation, how to transit. The goal of this conference is that how create this joint demand, global demand, so everybody can actually join and transit together. That's my hope.
Well, thank you so much for this interview and for working so hard on this topic.
Can I actually ask one more thing? Yeah, one of my excitement is that the launch of the science panel for global energy transition. The launch was done last Friday. The goal is that how to translate policy science message to the policy and implementation. That is entirely missing as of today. And that creates the logical pathway and also creates the demand that why that other countries have to come here, because things cannot be done just by a few countries. It has to come kind of jointly. The global demand for energy transition has to be a joint product of countries who are outside this conference, but hope that the next year we will have more countries come together to create this joint demand, because you cannot underestimate the magnitude of the challenge that global energy transition needs. The entire system needs to be transited from not only economy but social investment, trade and finance. And it's not just a one-day job. It needs a long, long process, and we need an entire globe has to be a part of that. I was very excited this launch of the science policy for global energy transition.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and thank you for adding this perspective. Science is crucial. Thank you.
It's crucial. Policy implementation is also crucial. Thank you.
Our reality has been created by the people that came before us. The most powerful force on the planet after Mother Earth is human intention. So it's not about being realistic versus being idealistic. It's simply about what do you intend and how committed are you to that? Me. We. Me. We. Me. We. I got two voices in my head. Two voices in my head. One is mad and the other is sad. One is mad and the other is sad. I got two voices in my head. Two voices in my head. One is sadder than the other. One says me. The other says we. One says me. One goes get it, get it, get it, get it, go get what you want. Take it, take it, take it, take it, just take what you want. The other goes.
For me, this music documentary is about our deep longing to belong, reconnecting with others, nature, and ultimately ourselves. A concert that offers an opportunity for the choir singers to engage as citizens rather than consumers, as they give nature a voice, a place at the table for us and future generations. What does the choir singers themselves say about this?
Hyvä, että saatiin onnistumaan kaikki tässä.
Joo, ihan mahtavaa.
Okei, no niin, kiva.
Joo, moi.
Kiitti, moi.
Hei hei.
Hei, laita luoppas toi viesti.
Why is that important? Right? So that we don't tie ourselves to the trees and all of that.
Well, I'm not like laughing for those people. That's also necessary, but this project is not about that. I think it's very important that we go through the positive energy, because honestly, I think that creates more action.
Yeah, and I am sure you're right.
And I think there is many people like complaining, and there's good reason, and that's like a good thing. But why don't we celebrate the solutions and focus to that?
Yeah.
It's like solution-focused therapy in music actions.
Yeah, and there are so many solutions. I've been part of the movement for 10 years. And I've spoken with so many people, and I've been part of, for me, in the beginning it was a big learning process because I come from the music. And then to hang out with these, with lawyers and politicians and environmental smart people. Ecoside is a powerful idea in itself.
So I asked the trees how they came to be. They whispered, "We are rooted in the ground. We hold your memory." So I asked all the animals how they came to be. They sang a full and clear reply, "We are your ancestry."
You're celebrating. Jotain gruppahappy. Yes, ryhmähalli.
Combination so very.
But I'm so proud of us, and I'm
Yeah.
so happy.
This is so okay. Now we are on our way to the Parliament House.
So that's where it's going to happen. It's a beautiful round hall. It takes 1,700 people in, and we have a full house. Best things happen in sauna in Finland. So
Lake.
we went to sauna last September.
Last August.
Last August. My friend got this idea that let's make a huge concert in Finland. And after a while, we made a video greeting for Peter and announced that we have booked Musiikkitalo now, and we took it for our own costs.
Yeah. How much was that?
15,500 euros. What we do here is kind of expanding out of the country. Okay, that's the biggest one. I can find the original video. We have this sauna hats on our hat, like.
Hey Peter, you're missing out. You should be here because we are having sauna hattus and swimming in the beautiful river.
Shout River.
Niin. Let's shout.
Your water's blue from the blue sky. My water's blue from the chemical dye. You get cheese, me cheap in China. I got poison in my eye. So I sing to you, my brightest dream. Sing to you, sing to you, my brightest dream. Your Canadian tar, soft blue jeans, leave indelible marks on rivers and streams. Prophets roar and drown out the people. Hear our song is tender.
We are in the Parliament. This is so exciting. Look, guests. And there is a workshop about the law with Giorgio Mehta and specialists. And we get to say also about our project of supporting Ecoside law.
Krista Mikkonen, Giorgio Mehta, Pertti Salman.
Used to be a foreign minister of Finland and funded there. This is a secret. This meeting would never have happened unless we organized this awesome concert in Helsinki, because that was why Giorgio Mehta came to Finland, and that was why this meeting and workshop in Parliament was possible to be organized. And we want to spread this message to parliaments and for the people in power. This is our dream, that through artistic action also these parliament discussions can happen. And so this is it.
And we prove here that singing is an efficient way to vaikuttaa. Influence.
All the rules say.
Climate crisis and loss of biodiversity are the biggest problems we have as humankind. If we don't use all of the tools we have on our hands, we cannot say that we are succeeding as humankind. So we definitely need to make Ecoside an international law. We need to make it today, or actually yesterday already.
If there's a true north in how we communicate, it's thinking about the audience that's in front of us and what is the tool, what is the positive aspect of around Ecoside law that will land in this place. So it's always positive. We never treat it as a fight because it's inevitable, it's coming anyway. So it's a question of welcoming people into a conversation that is already in progress and already has a destination. Was that good?
Yeah, you could be sort of General Secretary of Ecoside Law or anything.
Yeah. Rhythm, Carl.
Because that was Mertz's vision from the beginning, that it would be a whole concert program where each piece served a specific role.
Nature, warnings, anger, bargaining, plans, hope to finish it. And so this concert has been drawn up in a sort of similar curve. You've got an emotional curve that goes through it. And this is getting towards the bottom of the curve emotionally.
We don't know where the tipping point is.
At the opening, you've got the quiet, but a little bit ominous, where someone speaks over it.
If the Amazon becomes impossible to save, will we blame it on the axe that cut down the last tree? Or the man who swung the axe? Or the boss who gave the order? Or the people who brought the products and drove the profits? Or the laws that encouraged the corporations to make a profit at all costs? Or the governments that didn't make any rules to stop them?
Looking at the state of the world and getting angry about it and deciding to do something, or at least deciding that something must be done, not maybe knowing what to do yet at this point.
And the music that turns out from that, what kind of notes do you... Is it all dark and sort of slow and hostile, or...?
Yeah, so dark and pounding. Another bit that drives this is a sort of bass line that goes bum ba ba bam ba da dum ba da dum ba da dum ba da dum ba da dum. most difficult part is communicating the words, because it's very easy as a composer to get carried away, and here what we really need to do was something that got the message across to the audience. The words have to be the main thing. Music is only what drives the words in this case.
Well, the way we work at Stop Ecoside International is we work on kind of two levels. So the top level is a kind of a diplomatic level, legal level, often behind closed doors. But the broader aspect, which is the awareness raising and the fostering of a conversation within society, it's very important that that is as cross-sector as possible. And the cultural aspect is super important because it means that, you know, those who are engaging in entertainment, in art, in all those different cultural pursuits may come from all different walks of life. And so you bring that topic into that area and you never know who you're going to reach. It's very exciting, actually, to find that connectivity that emerges through those cultural connections. And this is probably the biggest example of a cultural, you know, a drop in the cultural lake that's going to have ripples.
You're working.
We are still working. Yeah.
What are you working with now?
With these kutsuveraslippu. Invitations. Yeah, and I'm doing the list for task lists and instructions for the volunteers. You know, like this. And then there's a 45-minute pause for people to I can't see anything. Wish to do. So the general rehearsal will be dress rehearsal already.
It is actually an impulse in the music to which me.
Hello.
We.
Because this has choreography. We can actually stand up. I think we need that. A little bit of dance for the planet.
And I say, ask not what someone can do for you. Ask what you can do for somebody. Ask not one planet, many voices, one earth.
After sex and breastfeeding, choral singing is the third best stimulator of the happiness hormone, which is oxytocin. So find a choir, listen to one, sing in one.
You're not nervous for anything?
No, I'm not nervous. We have so many great people supporting this project, and we have people who we trust doing sound, and many of the choir conductors who come are our friends, so we know part of the people who come, and we know our tribe. And of course the thing that we went to the Parliament yesterday, that was a dream come true, because that's why we have this project, that we can raise the awareness and that we get this discussion on the highest level possible in Finland. That's like, we already won this game in a way. So now we just celebrate.
I had a conversation with Jojo about choirs for Ecoside and what is the importance of that. And she said that doing this, you never know what happens. You never know if there's one person in that crowd or among the singers who will just take the ball and run. You don't know that.
Thinking of it, we have 1,000 singers coming there, and they have already learned about the law proposal because they have studied the music and get to know the project. So that's why they have learned it. They are also very proud of what they are doing. Like, they feel this is important. And it's actually quite healing for a person in this kind of times of where we live in nature and climate. So I don't have to save the whole planet, but I can do this with my friends. So it's huge, and it really makes my heart sing.
Very excited about it all. Yeah, it's a lovely venue. I'm really looking forward to hearing everything in it.
I think art, for me personally, it's a kind of many things, but for example, also a vehicle towards my values.
And let us break free. Get it, get it, get it, get it, go get what you want. Two voices.
not representing ourselves in this. We are representing the message, the Ecoside law message.
Has it transformed you? Has it changed you in any way?
I'm waiting to be changed tonight, actually.
When I need to shut up and when I need to sing again. But I'm trying to make the markings to my notes.
It's a wonderful chance to meet all the other choirs.
You cannot miss the idea behind the songs.
So many people singing for the same cause. I think this is amazing.
It has brought me closer to these topics, really reading all the text and lyrics and really considering stuff. That is this really happening? And for example, the Rules song is really powerful and tankeväckande, skulle jag säga.
Mind-blowing.
Yeah, mind-blowing, yes.
In my work, I want to be forced into a situation where both us and our customers are absolutely required to not do shit things.
It's so important to feel the music and know why we're singing.
I see the changes in weather, I see the changes in nature, I see the small birds disappearing. Although it's not so dramatic yet, it's happening very fast.
Niin mä ajattelin, että miten, että kenelle tää menee, mä ajattelin, että higher ground vocals. Ja muutenkin hirveästi meillä jossain vaiheessa rupee mossaa.
No rupee! It's like this behind the scenes, this on the stage. What you see on the stage, you see behind the scenes too.
But it's been very difficult.
It's long. First of all, we have never done a cappella before, and we are a gospel choir. We always sing with at least with the pianist or with the band. We jumped on it the second Mertsi called me. If we can help the planet to get better, by singing, what's better?
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Let's Change the Rules Choirs for Ecoside Law concert. My name is Mertsi Rajala, and here is my partner in crime, Kirsi Kaunismäki-Suhonen.
It started because Mertsi came to me last year and she said, I know that you're passionate about nature conservation. Do you think you could write an angry song? And I come from a place on the west coast of the US, and just a few years ago, half of my hometown burned down in the fires that happen every summer. There was no way that we could actually put out the fires, so we were just praying for rain. When you wake up for days and days, for months at a time, and walk outside your house, and the sun is bright red, and you are calling your friends to say, is there flames outside of your house? Do we have to go now? And this is your life every year. Your relationship to what's happening to the planet changes very drastically. I had this theme running in the back of my head when I wrote, which is the opening, because it felt like I was trying to capture the smoke pouring into the window of my room in music, where it just slowly sinks in and suddenly you're surrounded by it.
My way out west in California, all the wells are running dry. Can't drink the ashes and the dust. We can't fill our bellies with the sky. No, no, no.
Because it's outrageous that we can not only use our natural world as though we are gods who can create and destroy it without the recognition that it is the thing sustaining us. But then also we so easily sweep aside all of the people who are directly hit by it as though their lives do not matter. And in reality, it affects all of us. It will always affect all of us, and we don't have time. And so when I was writing down the lyrics, look, there's fire on the mountain. I know what it's like to look up into a sky that is black with smoke and see fire coming down at you and know that you are out of time.
In the eyes of that road, we came to make a stand. Our families of futures and placards in hands. We spoke for the earth, we had simple demands. Where the water runs black and gold, black and gold, black and gold. The water runs black and gold. Where the water runs black and water runs black and gold, black and gold, black and gold. The water runs black and gold. With their well-worn tongues, they say they stand on our side. So green when election time comes. But promises and papers are so quickly denied. If the water turns black with gold, black with gold, black with gold. All the preaching politicians say they know what is right. Hold your peace and hold your job. It's not for you to decide. But we can decline and smoke, and we can build homes in the mouth of the everything tide. Everything tide. I see fire on the mountain.
For my piece, it was the part of the story where we as individuals realize that we are part of the problem and also the solution. Even if we are not part of the corporations, we each have individual responsibility in that moment of realization. So that was my moment. And then basically just sing the words, hum or sing, and then you a few times, then you find something that you like. Oh, that's nice, I like that, and then eventually it sort of comes together, sort of organically.
Ecoside means unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there is a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts.
We need to change everything, and at the same time we don't need to change almost anything. With everything, I mean that we have to change our priority lists and we have to change our values.
I'm tired of you, your negative news, and why do you tell it to me? This bullshit should now end.
I know you lie, 'cause I know the truth, and it doesn't come from the news.
I just don't want no regulations, 'cause I came here through regulations. Now I have the power, make my truth even louder. It's not your business what I do. I have my bills, I have to work. These are the facts, so back off jerk, so back off jerk. What do we see? Do we see nothing at all? I wanna see you. We know something's wrong, but no one's getting the call. Wanting deny it, and some reply with, I wanna see you free. Let's reimagine and commit, we wanna see you free. I wanna see you free. I wanna see you free. I wanna see you free. If you wanna free the world and change the way people disappoint, destroy, and damage every present day, who will lead the way and tell us what's wrong or right? There's so many out there who give up without a fight. The only one I have to realize is me.
And so if we don't pull together now, we have nothing left. And yet I'm not in any way hopeless about it, because if we can find ways to go to the moon and we can find ways to cure horrible diseases, how can we not come together to make sure that life, our life, but also the lives of all other things living here, can be sustained?
It's the thing with feathers that lurches in the soul.
The Ecoside law is a fantastic idea, but you have a choice to do something with it or just wait for something to happen automatically. And it's not going to happen automatically. And so this concert is an invitation for you to join the idea and do your thing with it.
Bound together, we speak as one, we can change the rules. You take my hand and promise, you take my hand and promise. Amplify above the hatred. We got no time.
Welcome to the exponential race to the top session, this time about regenerative agriculture. A new report by the Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, and the World Meteorological Organization estimates that extreme heat currently threatens the livelihoods of more than 1 billion people. And it's the agricultural workers that are in the front line, and they will be absorbing the greatest impacts of this. Farmers in much of South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Central and South America could actually find it simply too hot to work for up to 250 days per year, this report calculated. This means that we need a rapid shift in land use. This is going to happen because of these conditions. And this session focuses on accelerating regenerative solutions to create a nature-positive, earth-aligned economy within the planetary boundaries. So it's now my great pleasure to introduce the guests for this session. And next to me here in the studio in Santa Marta, I have Sarin Momar Sarr. You are technical advisor, the Ministry of the Environment from Senegal. Wonderful to have you with us.
Nice. Thank you.
You're welcome. And on Zoom, we have Stacey Cushenberry, Senior Manager, Global Regenerative Agriculture, Oatly. And we also have on Zoom Sanmeet Ahuja, CEO of Bara Technology and Impact Accelerator, and the Director of Climate and Energy Transition Finance Initiative. So wonderful to have you on our panel too. And in the Stockholm studio, we have Johan Falk, co-founder and head of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. So let's start with you, Johan. Can you please introduce us to where we are in the exponential curve when it comes to regenerative agriculture? Yes, we are back here from Santa Marta. We had a major power failure here at the conference center, so sorry for having to wait for us to get back. Yes, we were just starting off, and I had a question to Johan Falk to set the scene, how far we are on the exponential curve when it comes to regenerative agriculture. So please, Johan, the floor is yours. Stockholm. You want to go ahead and give your first intervention? Oh, I think you can hear me now. Great. We can hear you.
I can hear you now again. Could you repeat the question, because we just got the sound back?
There was a big. Repeat the question. Yes. Could you please introduce us to where we are in the exponential curve for regenerative agriculture right now, please?
Yes. When we talk about regenerative agriculture, we talk about farming that rebuilds soil health, biodiversity, water retention, nutrient cycles, farmer resilience, while reducing emissions and pressure on land. And positively, we are moving from pilot phase to easy scaling, but we are not yet on the exponential curve, which we have to aim for. And why is this so important? Well, it's because food and land use are linked to several planetary boundaries: climate, biodiversity, freshwater land use, and nutrient cycles. And the agri-food system emit about 30% of the global emissions. Agriculture use around 70% of freshwater withdrawals. And agriculture expansion drives almost 90% of deforestation. But the good news is that acceleration of regen ag is visible. More companies, farmers, and investors are now moving from commitments to implementation.
Say the potential is here, and how far are we from reaching the positive tipping point?
The tipping point will come when regenerative agriculture becomes the most rational economic choice for farmers, food companies, banks, insurers, and governments. And a key bottleneck is the farmer business case, because the farmers can't be expected to carry the risk while others captures the value. So I think the tipping point will come when farmers can say this is better for nature, but also better for business and future productivity. And I think the ongoing energy crisis provide an excellent opportunity to actually reach that particular point and to aim for that.
Thank you, Johan. Turning now to Stacey, you work for Oatly. Oatly is the largest oat drink brand in the world. And you produce not just oat, but you produce plant-based dairy alternatives. And you were also part of a session yesterday about plant-based food as well. So Stacey, can you tell me about how far you have come in implementing the regenerative principles here in regards to production?
Thank you so much for having me. So Oatly's regenerative journey started roughly 6 years ago in really crafting what we wanted to do within our regenerative work. And our programs have been around for about 4 years, and they're at different scales. We have a number of different sourcing regions throughout the globe, and we kind of take a piecemeal approach of introducing programs into certain regions. And right now we're focused on Canada for our North America market and parts of Sweden for our European market. And within the Canadian market, the program has been around for about almost 4 years, so as long as I've been at Oatly, and we have roughly 30% of our equivalent supply in regenerative agriculture. It's our oldest program, probably our most successful. Our other program in Sweden has around 15% of the equivalent supply in regenerative agriculture. And we have pretty ambitious goals of getting to about 30% of our global equivalent supply by 2030, and then 90% by 2040 and 100% by 2050.
For those that might not be aware what regenerative agriculture really entails, could you just explain it in a sentence or two, just briefly?
Yes, so for Oatly, our regenerative agriculture, sorry, I thought I heard something. For Oatly, our regenerative agriculture program is really focused on soil health, farmer livelihoods and stability, ecosystems and biodiversity, and then the larger community aspects. And so we try to offer practices and different offerings through our programs that hit all those different tiers of our regenerative programs.
So how does Oatly help other entities besides your own organization to scale the regenerative agriculture principles?
So I firmly believe that regenerative agriculture has to happen in two different ways. It has to happen both within a company's supply shed, within their direct supply chain, so what they're directly sourcing, and then also at the landscape level. So it has to cross those two areas for it to be really regenerative. And so we take a very landscape level approach to our work. And so things that we do is around education. We do a lot of programs where we work directly with the farmers in our programs, but then also the farmers within all of our sourcing regions through our processors to be able to offer regenerative agriculture training. Though I think it's great when companies offer training, we should be offering it not just to farmers and programs, it needs to be happening across everyone's supply chains, and we need as much access as possible. The other thing that we do a lot of work around is kind of participating in these collaborative initiatives that are action-based. Looking at wetland and watershed restoration projects, how that affects farmers' land, especially when we talk about areas like Canada that has a lot of wetlands. And then how do you bring that back to the farm? How do we do nutrient management practices that directly relate to water quality? And then the other thing is we look at all of our sourcing regions and kind of overlay all of the sensitive ecosystems and watersheds so that we really have a good understanding of where our priorities are at the landscape level, especially around nature.
So Casey, what would you say your enablers versus blockers are here, and what kind of help do you need from countries? Because now you talk about Canada, you work also in Sweden, but I know you're on many other markets.
So we have, I think a lot of the potential, enablers are around how do we take these practices and have real life kind of data around them. I think we were talking a bit about the business case to farmers. We need to be able to directly talk about the yield increases or stabilization around regenerative agriculture and the increase in soil health indicators like water holding capacity. We have to get very, very technical and practical for farmers to see this work. From a company's perspective, having worked in this space for a while, we need to be much more transparent. We need to lift the hoods under all these programs and talk about what worked, what didn't, where companies are going, not from a reporting perspective, but from a day-to-day running programs. And then I think another huge enabler is getting farmers on company boards. We need farmers to be in all these decision-making parts of especially CPG companies so that they really can talk about some of the struggles that they're having. As far as blockers, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
You go ahead, Casey. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, as far as the one thing I wanted to add around company is around what countries need to do. I think we really need to have a way where we're not striving for perfection in reporting. So as countries look at different types of ways that they want to look at reporting requirements, making sure that we allow farmers to be doing the good work and we allow farmers or companies to grow with them versus striving for data perfection. And then the only other thing I'd say is, again, getting farmers into all the decisions. I think that's something that at the country and federal level, that if we can have farmers from a multitude of different operations and cropping systems, it can be a huge game changer in how decisions are being made.
Thank you very much indeed, Casey. We're turning now to Sanmeet. You're driving a hyperscale accelerator in India. Please tell us about it.
A systemic problem solving accelerator. We look at things at a civilizational level. Being the largest country, well, most populous country on the planet, I think scale comes very naturally to us. We see things from two different lenses. One is to bring solutions that are acceptable, we have to first make them affordable. And if they're not affordable, we're not going to be able to drive any change whatsoever. 6 out of 8 billion people, 6 out of 8 people on this planet live in the emerging markets, and affordability is absolutely key to driving climate solutions. So that's what the first lens. And then at the far end of the spectrum, we see things from an institutional investor like pension funds and insurance fund lens, because they manage 150 trillion of our monies. And if we don't bring institutional money, we're not going to be able to scale problems. So those are the sort of two ends of the spectrum that we look at. And then design solutions that become hyper accelerate through this pike that we have created. So starting with identifying problem statements, whether they are soil health degeneration, or pollution in water bodies, or depletion of groundwater and aquifers, or air pollution, we look at the problem first and then go start hunting what are the solutions out there, bring them from around the world into India, make the solutions affordable through localization, design and develop and implement the first commercial demonstration project, design the scale-up financing and economics around the project, and then take it back out to the global south. So that's the sort of our travelator accelerator, if I can use those words. And and I'll give you an example. Most recently, we spoke to a pension fund, and they said, "Sanmeet, don't bother coming to me if you're not asking for a $200 million check minimum." And that $200 million cannot be more than 10% of the overall project funding that you're raising. So unless the project is $2 billion, pension funds are not coming in. And that's where we have to sort of rewire our financial economics to see, will this solution scale up to the pension funds? Agriculture is very, very fragmented in its asset classes, whether it's soil, whether it's the fertilizers, whether it's seed, whether it's water. And Bharatiya's role is to make sure those asset classes get stitched up, and we develop a cohesive ecosystem.
So Sanmeet, in terms of key solutions, what can you highlight briefly?
Let me give you sort of 3 examples, all that we're doing in India at the moment, but we'll bring them to the global south. Sludge is the reject of wastewater, has a lot of nutrients, but a lot of the cities send them to landfill, where they emit a lot of methane. The cycle of returning nutrients back to the soil is broken, and farmers are addicted to chemical fertilizer. So when we don't build pathways, market pathways of nutrients, which are generated from the residues of food and water, we're doing something wrong. And so we've built a phenomenal topsoil rejuvenation program, which will run into millions of acres, but by energizing and making sure that the food waste, the waste from biogas generation, waste from wastewater treatment plants, which carry essential nutrients, all go back to the soil, and we absolutely have to rejuvenate our topsoil. Second, high yield farming. Farmers don't like to be preached practices, they like to be preached economics. So if you don't get the farmer economics right, I think Johan mentioned right at the beginning, where's the business case? So we've looked at, can we put 5% of land under cultivation using high yield practices, using climate control greenhouses? So one such example is using climate control greenhouses, where we are able to deliver a throughput of $250,000 of acre of revenue per annum. And that brings almost $2,000 a month income to farmers who are currently earning $200 a month income. And we're scaling that in a pretty much a WeWorks type, shared office type model, in this case, shared farm model, because they can't afford to buy into these expensive greenhouses, but we are issuing a green bond, an agricultural bond, so that we can deploy hundreds of acres of climate control greenhouses, which the farmers can operate from. So that's example number 2. And the final example I will use, a lot of you would have heard crop burning that happens in India, and that's because the soil health is so poor that farmers have to resort to 2, 3, 4 cropping cycles a year. And if they don't clear off their fields very quickly, they lose the crucial time or the harvest window. So the easiest way for them is to light up a match and burn the residues. Huge amounts of pollution that happens. So again, we have priced biomass waste, and we're issuing a bond so that we purchase that waste directly from the farmers, and then the use of biomass goes into biogas and bioenergy production. So again, think farmer economics, think scale, and these are sort of 3 examples that we're implementing in India.
Thank you. Turning now to my guest in the studio, Saranj from Senegal. You are the Technical Advisor Minister of the Environment in Senegal. So what are your thoughts of having listened so far?
What I heard is very encouraging, but a fundamental reality must be remembered. In West Africa, in my country, Senegal, for Africa, the agriculture transition does not start from a neutral point, because we have colonial exploitation. Yeah? It's rooted in the history of land dispossession, and today pressure linking to certain agribusiness model cause many damage, many problems. So talking about regenerative agriculture is therefore also taking about justice, sovereignty, and restoring community lands. It's our priority, and our government is aware of this and remains open, of course, to cooperation and to share the best practices in another country. It's our aim. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a very, very important perspective. So what can you tell us about where Senegal is right now on regenerative agriculture?
Right now, the position is clear. Senegal is firmly committed to a sustainable land use approach. Though the policy of the Ministry of Environmental and the Ministry of Agriculture, we promote agroecological approach, sustainable soil management, reforestation. We have an agency for this, and climate resilience in our policy. We are working to restore ecosystem while improving agriculture productivity, particularly for smallholder farmers who are the heart of our politics and our system. Senegal is a key player in a project like the Great Green Wall. He is an initiative of former president of Senegal, aimed at regreening the entire Sahel region from Dakar to Djibouti. It's a great project, and Senegal leads this project with several years.
It's quite an impressive project. We're following it. So Saranj, what do you need from companies to accelerate this transition?
Yes, we need company. We expect a clear commitment from business. Investing in fair value chain, supporting local producer, transferring appropriate technology. It's important. And respecting land rights. It's important for the community, for the local community. It is not simply about greenwashing existing model. It's important to remind that, but about co-creating solution rooted in local community. And the company have a great role to lead this project. Yeah.
Thank you so much. A question to you and also to Casey and to Sanmeet. How do we accelerate this? Quite briefly, because we only have a few minutes left. So how do we accelerate this transition to regenerative agriculture?
We are also okay to accelerate. Yes, we can accelerate, but not at any cost. For us, the key action is to strengthen local agriculture system based on community knowledge. It's important to discover all knowledge in our community. Our demand is simply for community and another country. Accessible financing, it's important. Fair partnership, kindly, and recognizing of African reality, it's a global strategy. We have our reality in the global change, and we need to consider the point of view of our community to integrate a global dynamic around the world.
Thank you very much for that intervention. It's loud and clear. Thank you. So Casey, what are your thoughts on acceleration here, in short?
I think the one thing that we need to do is we need to make sure that the data that companies are collecting can be used by farmers, and it's real tangible data, not just emissions data. And then the other thing is getting farmers into points of decision making. They need to be at the table at companies, at the federal level, at the provincial level, throughout the system to make sure that their viewpoints are being heard loud and clear.
Sanmeet.
I would say new generation of money managers who are domain experts, taking Stacey's viewpoint, bring farmers to the table and blend their expertise with investment management expertise, and that's when real solutions, practical solutions, will start to come about, and see it from a pension fund lens. So that's what drives scale.
Thank you for bringing that investor perspective here. So Johan Falk, what are your main takeaways from this session?
Yeah, I do think when I listen to all the brilliant speakers that there is this excellent opportunity, and based on really collaboration between the parties going in the front line and developing these practices, which includes, of course, the companies like Oatly, the accelerators, but also finance, and primarily the farmers, which has to be part of that. And to drive this movement forward and to share knowledge, share data, and to really spread this narrative, which is so incredibly positive. So I believe that is a key takeaway. And there might be really good opportunity to move faster now.
Well, thank you very much indeed. This was a very exciting session. We all need to eat, right? And we would like for our grandchildren and their grandchildren to be able to eat too. So this is crucial for the survival of the human race, that we actually sustain our soil. And thank you for your enthusiasm and for your commitment to this cause, Casey, Sanmeet, and also, of course, Sarinj here next to me in the studio. And I wish you best of luck with your continued work. And thanks for joining us here at We Don't Have Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we got another wonderful guest with us here in Santa Marta at the first conference to transition away from fossil fuels, being organized by Colombia and the Netherlands. If you could say who you are and where you're from.
My name is Ralph Regan Vanu, and I'm from the Republic of Vanuatu, which is a Pacific small island developing state, about 2 to 3 hours flight from the east coast of Australia in the Pacific Ocean. And I am the Minister of Climate Change, Energy, Environment, Meteorology and Geohazards and Disaster Management for my country.
I think when we last talked and you listed the number of jobs you had, I thought that maybe there couldn't be more titles that a minister has, but maybe there's somewhere, I don't really know.
We're actually fortunate because we do have this one portfolio that covers energy, climate change and environment, and because they're so linked. I mean, energy is the solution to climate change. Energy is the cause, fossil fuels is the cause of the climate change, but renewable energy is the solution. So having it in one ministry really helps us deal with that multifaceted problem.
And how big is your team?
The team here is 2 people.
Right, but back home?
Back home, the ministry, we have probably about 100 and something staff.
Right,
Most of them are in the Meteorology and Geohazards department, making sure that our population is well aware and informed, because that's part of resilience. Having a well-informed population that knows what's coming, how to prepare, and has good, accurate forecasting.
Interesting. Latest in terms of impacts in your region, in your islands, is it quiet at the moment, or have you had some really rough moments in the last 12 months?
We've narrowly avoided any cyclones this season. We're coming to the end of the cyclone season for the Pacific. It ends at the end of April. So we are just about there. We managed to, basically, 2 came just past us. We got the winds, we got the rains, but no direct hit. But the effects of climate change in the Pacific Islands, there's slow onset, so that's sea level rise, obviously. And you see sea level rise most acutely when there is an extreme weather event in terms of how far the sea comes inland. It's incremental normally, but when there's a cyclone, you just see it just comes so much further than it has ever before. So much more destructive of infrastructure. You lose entire coastlines, which then have to be, we have to find ways to stop the erosion, which continues with the slow onset of sea level rise. Also, of course, saltwater inundation into all our freshwater sources in the lowlands. Vanuatu is lucky. We're a mountainous country, unlike Tuvalu, Kiribati, Republic of Marshall Islands, which are flat atoll states. So they're the ones which people talk about when they talk about entire states are going to disappear. But then, of course, we have the extreme weather events. And this year, for example, we had continuous heavy rain for the first 3 months of this year, pretty much every day, which caused flooding in areas that had never been flooded before. We have areas where people thought were safe. We realize now they are subject to flood inundation, landslides, because of the continuous, unprecedented heavy rainfall. We also, of course, now are seeing that the seasons as we knew them are no longer aligning, and that affects, of course, food security in terms of agricultural production. Another impact, of course, is a very basic one of public infrastructure. We have kids in the main city of Port Vila, which is the capital of Vanuatu, still going to classes in tents after 3 years from a cyclone, the last cyclone. Because we haven't had the financial wherewithal to be able to rebuild these schools within that time frame. And this is where we come to international conferences like this to pick up the promise of the Paris Agreement that there would be climate finance provided by the historical emitters, those with historical responsibility for this crisis, to provide a pool of funds that could be used to build resilience. And for us, the most costly item, of course, is public infrastructure, roads, hospitals, school buildings. And we don't have the fiscal space. We are a developing country. We're in the lower rung of developing countries. We just graduated from being a least developed country 5 years ago. So we're really down there in terms of financial capacity. And that's the missing link we need. And especially in terms of the topic of this conference, for us to transition to 100% renewable energy, we've set ourselves a target of electrification being 100% from renewable energy by 2030, which is 4 years away. We are able to do that except for Port Vila, And for that, we need extra investment in solar farms and battery and coconut oil generators and wind farms to take us to the 100%. And for that, we don't have the financial wherewithal. We are here to seek international cooperation in terms of financing the just transition. And for example, a simple one, take the over 1 trillion of subsidies towards the fossil fuel industry and just take the money from the bad and give it to the good. Give it to us to help us to build our renewable energy infrastructure.
Absolutely, absolutely. Quick thing on that transformation of your to 100% electricity. Do you have the people trained and ready to do that job, or is that another thing that needs to be factored in terms of capacity building? You know, to actually install them, but also run them and manage them and things like that.
Yeah, we are trying to build that capacity now.
Yeah.
2 years ago, we started a new electrical engineering qualification at our technical college, particularly on renewable energy. So we could get that broad-based community understanding. So as many people from the community being trained in this diploma and certificate level to just basically run a simple mini solar grid or a pico hydro station, basic understanding of those concepts of financial accountability and getting the revenue to be able to maintain the systems. But we are taking an approach in Vanuatu where we use public funds, either concessional funding or grants or government direct input to building these renewable energy systems. And so because we are 80 or so islands, we're basically building standalone systems on different islands.
Yes.
So we're using a model where we build it and then we tender out the operation and management of these systems to private companies.
Right.
And so we're seeing the flourishing of the private sector to come in and operate and manage these systems so that they are continuing to be sustained into the future and can be replaced. And basically that's the resilience we're seeking to build into our energy infrastructure.
Because the beauty is once you've got that all up and running, it's not like fossil fuels where you have to keep buying the damn stuff, right? I mean, there is the upfront cost, of course. But once that's done, that solar power keeps chugging on for, I don't know, is it 20 years? I don't know. But I mean, it's infinitely more economically and sustainably viable than the fossil fuels, let alone the climate change implications.
Yeah, so that management model we're trying to establish is so that we are actually covering the replacement cost as we build the consumers. But another approach we're taking in the Pacific, because we are very small in terms of economies and populations and widely dispersed across half the Earth's surface, we are setting up probably this year a regional renewable energy commissioner for the Pacific. So this will be an office that can help us standardize systems, standardize tech, assist with technical assistance and training, and so that we can, through scale, allow more possibility. So all the small Pacific Island countries, and there's about 14 Pacific small island developing states spread across the Pacific Ocean, we can build a common technical platform, a common purchasing power, power and bulk procurement, reducing costs for maintaining these renewable energy systems. But definitely we are one of the largest areas of the world in terms of geography where we do not have fossil fuel extraction. And one of the outcomes we want to see from this conference is that we declare fossil fuel extraction free zones in the world. And the Pacific is up the front, right?
Right.
Throughout, all the way from Vanuatu and the Solomons in the west, all the way to Hawaii in the east, there is no fossil fuel extraction across this whole ocean.
Is there fossil fuel there?
We are heavily dependent on fossil fuels.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, are there fossil fuels that somebody one day could drill for in that region? Yeah.
We do know that there is possibly vast oil and gas reserves under the sea.
Yeah.
But what we're coming here to, we do not want to take it out, but we don't want to be forced economically to have to do that. We want the financing to help us provide energy to all our people at the cheapest cost, which is renewable energy, so that we do not have to go down and dig this up.
Good, absolutely, absolutely. So that's maybe something that could be announced at the end of this conference, that whole region could be a fossil-free region as part of this contribution to fossil-free countries and states and regions in other parts of the world.
I think we're going to probably announce an intention to have that declared by the next meeting next year, which will be in the Pacific.
Got you. Let's just ask you a little bit about this process here. I mean, it has to be different to the UNFCCC process, otherwise it's just a mirror image of another process that is remarkably slow, right, in its impact as well in terms of changing the direction of climate change. This first meeting is the first meeting, so what's your general feeling about what's been going on? And do you think it's going to actually provide an impulse to something that will lead towards more countries exiting fossil fuels? I mean, is there an energy in the room? Yeah.
There definitely is an energy in the room. And the good thing about here as compared to the UNFCCC COP is we all come here with a stated intention that we want to transition away from fossil fuels. And we don't see that in the COP. So we don't have the countries that have a different agenda here. And that really opens up the space for us to be really a lot more constructive, because we can actually talk about it, whereas in the COP we can't talk about fossil fuels. Here, that's the whole topic. And so we can start to explore ways, and one of the interesting things for me here has been hearing the national experiences, how each country, those in the global north, those in the south, have their own pathways to transitioning away. And I'm learning so much that you can't learn at COPs because you don't talk about it there. And so just that sharing of experience is helping us all. And what we want to see come out of this conference is basically we agree on action items we can take forward and work on between now and the next conference, so that maybe at the next conference we can then come up with some minimum standards that we all agree on as the 50 or so, and hopefully that number will grow. Back in Belém there were about 80 or so, and I know, for example, from
85 maybe. Yeah.
So to give an example, Fiji, which was a leader in Belém, their government has declared a travel ban because of the fossil fuel crisis, the price.
Okay.
And that's why they can't be here, but they are part of us.
Yes.
They just, and many others from other countries in the Pacific can't travel due to the huge increase in the price of airfares. So it's not that they're not willing and able, it's because of this crisis is causing them not to be able to come. But I think one of our main tasks coming out of here will be to regroup that 80 plus, make sure we're all there, and that we can all participate going forward in some sort of parallel track to the UNFCCC that can inform and hopefully provide recommendations or actionable items into the UNFCCC process, either this year or in coming years.
Yeah. Could it be possible, I mean, is it too much to imagine that you mentioned 85, roughly the number at Belém, you only need 50 more for 100, and 100 is a nice number. Maybe by, COP31 in Turkey, there could be other countries out there that could be, in a sense, brought into this coalition of the willing, this we are the many concept. Maybe other countries out there watching what's going on here and not sure, but maybe more convinced by the convening of this. Yeah.
Yes, of course, that's what we're hoping. And that's what we're trying to build, is a much more inclusive group of countries that do want to transition away from fossil fuels. We face in the COP process under the UNFCCC, we face the problem of obstructionist countries like the US, who very, very deliberately trying to just stop progress, not only in the COP but in many other forums. So that is the current geopolitical moment that we are in, and we recognize that. So we need to somehow build a movement outside the UNFCCC that can influence what's happening inside. And that's in fact a tactic in the Pacific we've been using for a long time, and we like to call it multilateralism from the margins. You do something else, like Vanuatu led, for example, the global initiative to have an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states about climate change. And that was delivered last year, and it was a landmark coalescing of what international law is, which basically validated what we've been saying in the UNFCCC process for 30 years. But even though at Belém the ICJ advisory opinion wasn't even mentioned, it's now there and it's influencing the process, and here people are talking about it. So that's what I call multilateralism from the margins. You do other initiatives. Another one, of course, is the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative, that many of us are a member of, and I've got the badge on here. I mean, this is something else. We're looking for some sort of binding legal obligations to be established for countries to implement their 1.5 aligned pathways, and particularly to align with what the International Court of Justice says are state obligations. And it's got to be more than just voluntary, which is what it is now with the NDCs and so on. And that's why we're talking about an international mechanism, a treaty, something that is a convention that requires states to do things according to what the ICJ already said they have to do.
Yes, yes. It was interesting, I was listening in on a press conference over on the other side, first with Anna Tony from Brazil, and then Rachel Kite from the UK. And I asked Rachel, I said, well, does the UK government have to do anything if they are joining this initiative, this process, this transition? And she said, yes, actually, you know, that there's a lot of the roadmap in the UK in terms of knowledge and documents and things like that, but it has to be brought together. And she also said something I thought was quite interesting, was that there are, if you ask countries, many of them have been already, in a sense, at least partly drafting an exit from fossil fuel strategy, if not more, but they haven't really talked about it. But a lot of countries have this in their paperwork already. So in fact, you suddenly start realizing that we might be further down the road than we think in terms of mobilizing action in this area, among, interestingly, both developed and developing countries, rich, less rich countries. That's also interesting too, because it's not just one group economically of countries, it's much more diverse, isn't it? And that's really exciting.
This is a great example of what we want to see coming out of this conference.
Yeah.
We would like to see every country prepare their roadmap for transitioning away from fossil fuels to be presented next year at the next conference in Tuvalu in the Pacific. So that's a definite thing we want to see coming out of the plenary this afternoon. We all go back, put all our, we have it in our NDC, we have our pathway there, but we need to explicitly draw it together. And France provided a good example. They just released theirs a few days ago.
Yeah.
So they've provided the template.
Yeah.
This is what we all need to do. And I'm hoping that this meeting, one of the outcomes this afternoon will be all countries, we have to produce a roadmap before we come to Tuvalu next year.
Yeah, perfect.
And then let's discuss that. Another one is let's all make an inventory of our fossil fuel subsidies, bring it to the next meeting so we can start talking about subsidy reform if we know what everyone's doing, and we can collaboratively work together to at least, you know, let's deal with the low-hanging fruit.
Yep.
That's one of our objectives.
Okay. Good, Ralph. Well, thank you so much again for chatting to We Don't Have Time TV. We've got a couple of million people watching the show today in 150 countries, so that's good to get your perspective. And best of luck with, well, the rest of the few hours we have left, and looking forward to Tuvalu next year, if not at the COP.
Thank you so much for this platform, and all the best.
Okay,
see you there.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on, ladies and gentlemen.
What if destroying What if destroying ecosystems was deemed an international crime, prosecutable by the International Criminal Court? This session explores the recognition of Ecoside as a legal framework to protect biodiversity, forests, and the atmosphere. From fossil fuel projects threatening the Amazon to the environmental destruction caused by war, we will examine how legal accountability can shift power, prevent ecological deforestation and destruction, and safeguard communities in the planet. And this discussion with these wonderful people here will highlight the challenges, the opportunities, and the transformative potential of holding governments and corporations also responsible for ecological harm. So it's now my great pleasure to introduce the guests in this panel. Nikki Reich, you are Director, Climate and Energy Program at Ciel. Wonderful to have you with us. And next to Ricky is Yo-Yo Mehta. You are the CEO and co-founder of Stop Ecoside. Warm welcome to you too. And next to me here is Mohammed Usruf. You are Executive Director, Palestine Institute for Climate Strategy. Terrific to have you with us. So Nikki, you've been part of the Academic Dialogue's workstream here at Santa Marta to talk about legal obligations. So what key insights would you say that you could share with us from the workstream discussions?
In many ways, legal obligations really undergird and form the foundation of the entire conversation here alongside science, right? Because we know that law not only sets out what the clear objective is that states have to comply with. The International Court of Justice, in a landmark opinion last year, laid out very clearly that states have obligations under multiple sources of international law, not just the climate treaties, but customary international law, human rights law, environmental law, to prevent harm to the climate system and to cooperate effectively toward that end. And that means addressing the activities that are driving that harm, namely fossil fuel production and use. And the ICJ was quite clear in saying that states have a duty not only to curb production and use of fossil fuels, but licensing and subsidies and financing of them. So the legal imperative is crystal clear walking into this conference here. That's not just scientifically necessary and a political choice to phase out fossil fuels, but it's clearly a legal duty. And so there was a lot of focus on the legal imperative to shift funds from financing the problem and subsidizing pollution to investing in the fossil-free community-based alternatives. So law not only sets the objectives that the countries and communities here are striving towards, but also how it has to happen in line with human rights, with equity and precaution. There was an open letter that was issued just this week by over 250 legal scholars from around the world, really reaffirming the legal foundations for fossil fuel phase out. So it really should be beyond debate that law requires us to take these actions. And the key question now is whether states will, in fact, comply with the duty to cooperate and take steps jointly to implement that transition now.
So I'd like to dwell a bit on the landmark advisory opinion affirming that states have legal binding obligations. So what really happened since then? Are we already seeing the momentum here, the impact?
Absolutely. I mean, it's somewhat hard to believe that the ICJ opinion was only not even a year ago that it came out, because I think the seismic impact it's had is significant. It has really taken off the table a debate around whether the law actually requires states and to take action on fossil fuels, and has made clear that they face consequences for failing to do so. That it has put states on notice, really, both fossil fuel producing states and large emitters, that if they don't address the root of the crisis and take action concretely now, they face legal consequences. And we're seeing that this legal risk isn't just theoretical. It's already taking shape around the world. We're seeing lawsuits as temperatures and sea levels rise, so too does the tide of climate litigation, because communities are seeking justice for the harm. We've seen courts at the national and regional level take up the ICJ. We're seeing it supercharge both those legal claims, but also influence conversations throughout policy dialogues like this one, in terms of setting out the pathway to follow and making very clear that the duty to cooperate requires states to come together effectively and through legally binding mechanisms to make the transition a reality, not just rhetoric here in these halls.
So from your perspective, where are you seeing the strongest momentum? Is it from the courts, or is it from the civil society? Is it from governments or multilateral institutions? And also, what is the importance of the companies that really push for ecocide law? Because that is a very distinguished sort of part of this discussion, right? The ecocide law and having it in the Rome statutes.
So I think, you know, what's key about the momentum is that it's coming from so many different channels, right? That it's not just coming from one side, and we're really seeing that at the conference here in Santa Marta. We're seeing a convergence of the messages, you know, law, science, and economics converging, but also these constituencies converging across civil society, the scientific community, governments realizing that they need to take action. So I wouldn't point to one thing, it's really the fact that the undeniable legal and scientific necessity is there. What is critical about Ecoside is that it adds a lot of weight to the seriousness of action and conduct that is causing serious and irreversible widespread harm to the environment. In theory, the fossil fuel destruction that is jeopardizing the global commons, the climate and the ocean, and putting lives at risk is already subject to prohibition and contrary to international obligation under multiple sources of law. It's not just a matter of climate change, it's a matter of human rights, it's a matter of health. But we're seeing gaps in enforcement and governance, and that's where criminalization can actually sharpen the legal edge of enforcement here, and it's so critical to add that tool to the toolbox.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Turning now to Jojo, Stop Ecoside International has representation and associate teams in over 45 countries. So where are you in terms of international support and the momentum here?
Because if we think that just a few years ago, the term was pretty much in obscurity. It was coined 50 years ago, but it had been in a kind of political and legal backwater. But over the last few years, we've seen that completely transform. So we now have a situation where there is actually a proposal on the table at the International Criminal Court coming from Vanuatu, Fiji, Samoa, and strongly backed by the Democratic Republic of Congo. So that conversation is now on the table in the Working Group on Amendments at the ICC. But alongside that, what's been really interesting to see is that since the international definition of ecocide was launched in 2021, which was emerged from a drafting panel convened by our foundation, it has catalyzed conversations at national and regional levels as well. So what we've also seen is conduct comparable to ecocide, that's how it's being described, included in the EU Environmental Crime Directive just a couple of years ago. And European capitals are now having to harmonize their penal codes with that directive. So Europe, as a whole, has taken a strong step in this direction. We've also seen the African Ministers' Conference on the Environment make it a priority for the continent. But beyond that, there are also proposals of national law in various stages of development in over 15 countries around the world, and one or two have already adopted. France has adopted a kind of environmental infraction of ecocide. It's not completely a serious crime, but it's a step in that direction. Belgium has adopted the crime of ecocide pretty much wholesale in terms of their own federal jurisdiction. And just this week, we've just heard that Mauritius has also enacted a law of ecocide under its terrorism prevention laws. So this is really interesting, and it shows that we're moving from a purely environmental focus to also a security focus with this law.
So Jojo, what is needed to reach a tipping point now? We have 45 countries, and it's basically a third of the global number of countries, right? So what do we need to reach a critical tipping point? Or are we already there, maybe?
Well, the direction of travel is clearly set. You could say the train has left the station. In fact, what we're now finding, which is an interesting position to be in, is that the legislative momentum is way ahead of public awareness, which is one reason that's wonderful to be here with you right now. Because effectively, what is now happening is that many other sectors are wanting to come up to speed with what is happening with ecocide law. For example, the business community is really starting to wake up to the potential of ecocide law to level the playing field, because one of the key things we see here is that until the restrictions are in place, the finance continues to flow to the path of least resistance. So for a lot of businesses, this represents something that can actually protect and help them move ahead in the right direction.
And this is indeed very, very, very promising. So Mohammed, Executive Director, Palestine Institute for Climate Strategy, one of your organization's demands for this conference was a global energy embargo. Can you tell us more about this concept and also how it has been received here at Santa Marta?
Absolutely. Now, the global energy embargo essentially is a trade embargo on fossil fuels against the State of Israel and also against any genocidal regime that is currently part of the ongoing tragedies in Palestine. What we're witnessing in Palestine is a continuation of more than 100 years of injustice, looking at infrastructure and energy, fossil fuels and electricity being part of a form of violence and uneven development, creating injustice in Palestine ever since the early 1920s. And today we see a pinnacle of that with larger intermediaries and oil companies, but also fossil fuel producing countries that are directly complicit in that supply chain. So far we have 27 countries and 54 supply chains that are directly fueling the genocide in terms of oil, coal and gas. And when it comes to the fossil fuel treaty today, and especially it being a milestone, such a landmark being in Colombia as well, one of the only successful countries that have actually imposed an energy embargo against Israel in July 2025 through two decrees, Decree 0949 and 1047. The presidency here has done so much and the ministries here have done so much. Yeah, what the only issue right now is that we need that momentum to pick up and we need other countries to do the same. And this treaty here as a fossil fuel treaty mechanism must ensure that those countries are protected and are able to defend themselves from either ISDS cases or cases by those corporations such as Drummond and Glencore. So we call for fossil fuel supply chain transparency and accountability, especially when it comes to ports and refineries and transshipments and every single part of the process.
Thank you very much for sharing this perspective. And your organization is dedicated to advancing what you call Ecoside. So could you please tell us what this entails and also how it relates to Ecoside as a term?
Absolutely. Ecoside is a individualistic personal trait. Yeah, it is characterizing of the people of Palestine. Sumud is steadfastness in Arabic, and ecological sumud essentially refers to the idea of ecological belonging and a steadfastness in the land itself. And this is not to claim that we as people must be resilient to climate change or resilient to occupation repression, but instead we look at it from a very political reality, and it's not necessarily political, but rather a very confrontational and honest perspective on how Palestinians live their lives under such tragedy. So the idea of ecosumud and ecological steadfastness essentially means that we cannot accept things for what they are and for how they are, and instead we don't see climate change and any other tragedy as a natural disaster. Instead we see the common root causes across the globe and how we also de-exceptionalize Palestine. The struggle in Palestine is currently a struggle for indigenous people. It's a struggle against imperialism, whether it's the British mandate in the 1920s to 48, the Israeli Zionist regime, or American imperialism today that is fueling genocides across the region, ecocide in Palestine and Lebanon, and also a larger war machine across the Middle East. And we see how corporations are the ones that are sustaining that larger system. It's not countries that are pushing those warmongering sort of issues. It's always the corporations that sustain these systems for the sake of profit. So it's really crucial to then ensure that corporations are at the front and center as our targets to question when it comes to a fossil fuel phase out. It's not just a coalition of the willing, it's not just political momentum that we need from countries, but it is accountability for these corporations that are killing Palestinians and killing indigenous people in Latin America, in West Papua, in Aceh, in Sudan, in the DRC, mainly for the sake of livelihoods across the globe that are sustained by fossil fuels.
Thank you very much indeed. And your reflections after having listened to Nikki and Yo-Yo about Ecoside, because it's really, it connects with your cause. Could you reflect a bit on this, please? The Ecoside connection to your perspective here from the Palestinians.
Absolutely. In terms of a political will that we need to engage, it is really crucial to also abide by international criminal court legislation, but also the ICJ, and also more importantly, the ICJAO on climate change, and also a potential case or a potential introduction of ecocide as one of those larger sort of violations of human rights. The reason for that is because of the fact that we must address every form of injustice that is currently happening, and there's so much injustice happening on the ground that is not necessarily documented due to the lack of a full jurisdiction around it. And I think when it comes to ecocide, it would be another form of adding pressure, but it would also primarily be a way to introduce legislation or climate litigation against the harms that are happening currently in the West Bank, especially after a very gruesome olive harvest season where we not only saw displacement and further settler colonialism, but a a very intentful act of just misdoing to destroy the livelihood of people in Palestine and also in the south of Lebanon by getting rid of these, or stealing actually, these olive groves.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Turning back now to Yo-Yo, what would a broad recognition of ecocide as a law, how would this affect the phasing out of fossil fuels from your perspective?
So we see it, and this goes back a bit to what Nikki was saying, is that there are kind of governance gaps. And ecocide law is a particularly sort of powerful, if you like, sort of implementation mechanism in terms of preventing harm. And this is something that applies both within the current kind of, residual, I would like to say, fossil fuel structures, but also helps to keep the entire transition process safe. Because effectively what we also don't want to jump, in the English phrase, from the frying pan into the fire in terms of other extractive projects, and having the outer parameters in place that said whatever the approach we're taking from the current situation through to a healthy future, we need to have a parameter that says severe, widespread and long-term harm is simply unacceptable. And that's what criminal law does best, is to link those in the kind of cultural mindset and political mindset, as well as in the legal context, is have people understand that severe harm to the ecosystems on which we wholly depend is simply bad and wrong. And that helps us to treat it more as almost a health and safety concern going forward. And so it can support all of this transition process by having that outer parameter in place.
Thank you, Yo-Yo. So when you listen to Mohammed and the Palestinian perspective here of ecocide and the law connection here, what are your thoughts?
So recently we're seeing the whole concept of ecocide really coming to life, but of course in effect we're actually talking about a deathly activity that is happening, but in the context of conflict. So, and this is something that was actually first raised publicly by Ukraine, who started talking about ecocide in the context of conflict. Palestine then made a statement about how the damage to lands in Palestine was also described as ecocide. That is now being picked up very quickly in Iran and in Lebanon with what's happening there. And I think it is really helping people to understand that ecocide means really severe, widespread, long-term harm. And when we go to conflict, we see that although the immediate focus, understandably, is on human casualties, on business and infrastructure that the daily activities are affected by and the lives of people, when we look at the longer-term effects of warfare, it is often the environmental damage that spreads the furthest, does not respect political borders, pollution and contamination do not, but also, temporally speaking, it can last for decades or generations. I mean, there are, whole areas, most now of Palestine and huge areas of Ukraine and now places in the Middle East where actual cultivation of that land will be difficult, if not impossible, for a very long time. So that relevance is really important. But one last thing I would say is it is also important to remember that it is reckless harm in peacetime that is where the biggest legal gaps are.
Thank you very much. And Nikki, what are your thoughts on how ecocide law could really put a quicker end to the extraction and the distribution and use of fossil fuels?
It's clear to break the stranglehold that the fossil fuel industry has, not only on our economies, but on our imaginations. We really need a multiplicity of strategies. And law is only ever going to be one tool, but we need a lot of legal tools to add to the toolbox. And I think the value of codifying the prohibition on ecocide is to really recognize that we know the types of conduct that are causing widespread and irreversible destructive harm to the environment. The science has been clear for decades, and the legal consequences of that are also clear. The obligations that flow from that knowledge of the destruction is to stop the harmful conduct. So it adds a weight and a gravity to the urgency of halting fossil fuel production and use around the world, but also halting the increased resort to militarization as a strategy, as a driver of war. We're seeing the backdrop of this conference couldn't put this issue into more stark relief. We are seeing the world suffering and reeling from war driven by, in no small part, pursuit of control of oil and resources, and it's made very clear that continued dependence on fossil fuels is a colossal vulnerability, that there is violence and volatility baked into the fossil fuel industry and the fossil economy, and that the imperative is absolutely urgent now to hold those states and corporations who know and have known for decades accountable for that harm, and that our interests lie really in moving away from this system. It's a destructive system that not only violates long-standing laws, customary international law. The duty to prevent harm has existed for decades before the climate conventions, but actually, is violating potentially emerging legal principles like Ecoside that are codifying those prohibitions.
So, Nikki, would you say that Ecoside law is complementary to already existing litigation strategies, or is it a fundamentally different tool?
No, I think it's absolutely complementary, because what we see with the Inter-American Court of Human Rights advisory opinion, with multiple national and regional courts, with the International Court of Justice, and litigation going on around the world, that courts are increasingly recognizing severe and irreversible harm is contrary to legal obligations, and Ecoside bringing in a criminalization and elevating the gravity of this issue could only reinforce the legal pressure. When countries and companies are facing legal risk, that's when we're going to see them act. So,
thank you, Nikki. So, Yo-Yo Meta, if we look 5 years ahead, a trajectory here, and how many countries do you think will be on board for Ecoside law? And if and when it really moves into the Criminal Court of Justice, which might not be completely impossible, right? And the statutes, Rome statutes, what would it mean to the world? I mean, if we really, really get there. For me, I think about it, and I think about it like almost like a silver bullet. It might really change the playing field completely for many aspects here. So what are your thoughts?
We believe that we're very much on track for the majority of the world recognizing severe harm as a crime. That sort of putting together of criminal law and severe environmental destruction is really picking up speed. We can't predict exact numbers in exact times, not least because things have actually moved faster than we expected, not slower, which is very encouraging. As for the silver bullet, we wouldn't probably describe it as that. What we would say, though, is it's a kind of necessary but not sufficient piece, in the sense that unless we have something like Ecoside law in place, it's going to be hard to prevent that kind of flow of business as usual. Having that kind of foundational backstop may not fix everything, but without it, it's actually quite hard to fix anything, because there's no real consequence for that serious harm. I mean, the biggest multinational players have very deep pockets. You know, if they have to pay a fine for, going over some toxin limit, they're happy to do that and to carry on. But once you bring the criminal personal responsibility into the picture, you have a double layer of deterrence. Exactly. It's not just about reputation and freedom, it's about company stock value. All of those things start to come into play. So I absolutely believe it's a fundamental piece. It's not the only piece, as Nikki was saying, but it is an absolutely foundational one, yes.
Because if you were a corporate leader, and you might end up in the same court as Milosevic or somebody else who's been prosecuted there for genocide, and you'll be there for ecocide, and that's not really a prospect they want to think about. So it's very hopeful to see that what effect that might have on the crime that is being committed for many corporate leaders in the global scene now.
I think it's elevating really the gravity of destroying the very environment on which the global commons and the environment on which all life depends, that's been increasingly recognized as the right to a healthy environment, has grown in recognition nationally through over 150 constitutions and laws, and internationally by the UN General Assembly, by increasing numbers of courts. I think that we need that comparable legal recognition and gravity to be accorded to that destructive conduct. And I think there's no question that according legal recognition not only to the violations of civil and customary and human rights law that is inherent in destroying the climate and the oceans and the environment on which we depend, doesn't just put greater pressure on the actors doing that, but it also elevates defenses and ways to overcome some of the legal barriers. Mohammed referenced earlier investor-state dispute settlement as an obstacle to phase out of fossil fuels, because it threatens to make complying with the legal duty to end fossil fuel production production and use prohibitively expensive. It allows fossil fuel investors to sue countries rather than making polluters pay, to force them to pay polluters. But the stronger the law is prohibiting those companies to continue exploiting the environment on which all life depends, on present and future generations, the stronger the state's case is going to be to refute any arguments they're bringing, and ultimately to dismantle that system that really stands in the way of the urgent action we need.
We did have a session about this yesterday, and it's so interesting and so sort of mind-boggling to think that there are so many treaties between countries and companies and countries, and that really entails that companies can be reimbursed. It's really something it's hard to grasp. So Ecoside, of course, will play a big role in dismantling this very unhealthy system. So Mohammed, when you hear Yo-Yo and Nikki here, what are your thoughts on the trajectory here of the legal implications of the movement of the legal strategies moving forward here?
Absolutely. I think from what my colleagues have shared already, there are a few next steps, and as I said, this is a major political moment. We're seeing elections in the next 4 to 6 weeks in Colombia that are going to dictate whether the decrees that have already been put in place are going to be reversed or not. The next presidential candidates of the left party of Pacto Histórico, Iván and Aida, must ensure that the decrees remain in place and must ensure that pressure is being put on these corporations, and that not only do they put pressure on the corporations, but they actually build a coalition of ministers and build support not only through the treaty, not only through the UN and the other sort of criminal courts, international criminal courts, but also more crucially through alternative forms of diplomacy. We see today when genocide is being implemented or kind of happening, the world does not react, the ICJ does not react, and I don't think when an Ecoside case happens, the world is going to react either. We've seen many forms of injustice, and Palestine is not the only case. As I said, we de-exceptionalize Palestine in this case to understand that this is a major problem in the system, and there are governance gaps that enable these systems, and if anything, they're done by purpose. So what I see now happening is Colombia, as a co-convener of one of the alternative diplomacy spaces, being the Hague Group, alongside South Africa, which, by the way, after Colombia ended its coal exports down from 60% to 0%, South Africa picked it up from 30% to 95%. So Israel's imports of coal that supplies the power grid today, all of it nearly comes from South Africa, and that is not an economic cost. The economic cost of that is nearly negligible, of 1 to 3%. So why is the political cost that they're incurring total genocide of the Palestinian people? It also does not make sense, as South Africa is a post-apartheid state. So this idea of solidarity, this idea of legal recognition, this idea of going from recognition of the current situation to then resisting it. We're currently at the resistance stage to understand how can South Africa and Colombia take the stage to build this coalition of the willing, to protect countries, to protect workers who are adopting and implementing this energy embargo from below, this radical energy embargo. Today we see Sindipetro in Rio de Janeiro, FUP and FNP, the unions in Brazil, the federations of oil workers in Brazil and in Italy coming together to ensure that the ports are blocked. And just 2 days ago, here in Santa Marta at the Don Jaca community, us and many other activists blocked the port, Puerto Drummond, which actually had the last vessel, Fortune, which shipped 900,000 tons of coal to Israel in July 24, 2025. So it's really crucial to remember that as much as this is a legal issue, as a political issue, a governance gap issue, and a need for a mechanism and a treaty, we must remember that a lot of these efforts must go back and be attributed to the workers who make sure that it will happen, who are ensuring that the international law is actually being implemented, and they're taking it with their own hands. So it's really crucial to remember that, and it's important to protect them from that. And that is one of our demands within the treaty, to ensure that workers are frontline, workers are front and center in this whole discussion. And the same applies to the many organizers and many groups. And right now, as we're speaking, there's a group of legal experts who are intending to approach the South African government. The boycott, divestment, sanction movement just released a statement 2 days ago, which was issued towards the South African government, letting it know that the economic cost is negligible, and we must support the South African government in cutting this RBCT consortium of 12 countries. And as I said, there are 2 companies here in Colombia, that is Drummond and Glencore is the same company that took these increases of coal exports from 30% to 95% in South Africa.
Thank you, Mohammed. So the final word, we're running a bit over time here. So Jojo, for people watching this, how do we support the movement of Ecoside from your perspective, being in the position you are?
We would say, as we always do, that talking about it is the primary thing. Use Ecoside to refer to severe, widespread and long-term harm. The word itself has a kind of momentum within it. And of course, if there's anyone in the philanthropic world out there, we have noted that the funds going towards environmental and legal issues tend to go towards more frontline things like litigation, like activism and so on, which is fantastic, absolutely great. But it's also good to look at these very specific systemic interventions at governance level. And that's what this is also, Ecoside law is a brilliant example of that. And the power of that, I think, has always been understood by, for example, the big oil and gas companies. They know if they have the conversations in the right places, they can influence legislation. But it's time that those on the side of the angels realize the power of that when it's done without all of that corruption.
Thank you very much indeed, Jojo. And thank you, Nikki, for joining us, for sharing your insights, and for the work stream. That was very interesting to hear what's going on here in Santa Marta. And thank you very much, Mohammed. And all three of you, best of luck. This is really, really important. And I've been delighted to share this stage with you today. And now we need to move on. Thank you.
Transitioning away from fossil fuels is going to be tough, but it can be done. And it means leaving coal behind. It means leaving oil and gas behind. And it means moving to wind and to solar and to electrifying our economies and much, much more. But it's also about people and a human-centered development paradigm, perhaps. Do we have the leadership? Do we have the diplomacy, systems in place to ensure the transition is inclusive, brings everyone along, and raises all ships? It's now my pleasure to introduce our guests for this session. We have Shiva Gundan. Okay, that's good. I don't know who worked this out because, like, you're at the far end and it's now working its way around. There must be a god, I suppose. Yeb Sanyo, Chair, L'Adaptio Sea Movement. Clara Tome, UN Climate Verified Agent, Environmental Legal Expert, and EU Climate Pact Ambassador, and co-founder of something called Rights and Roots. And Sophia Luna Quispe? Quispe, okay, good. Policy lead at the Re-Earth Initiative. So let me go to Shiva first. I think you're coming from Fiji. Fantastic. Who I think wanted to be here, right? But there's some ban in Fiji on flying and burning oil because of the crisis right now in the Middle East.
Yes, I think that ban has been lifted just 2 days ago, maybe?
2 days ago, but that was too late, right? Okay, sorry, I just want to mention that. From the perspective of the Pacific Island communities, climate change, of course, is not abstract, it's existential. How should climate negotiations, discussions change to reflect the urgency and the lived reality? And is Tuvalu's hosting of the next meeting of the Fossil Fuel Transition Conference a sign in the right direction?
Nisam bola venaka vakalevu for having me as part of this panel. I always say that to share the Pacific perspective is a very privileged opportunity, and I do not take that lightly as well, as someone who has the privilege to be able to be here. As you said, some of the Fiji delegation weren't even able to travel. When I look at the current state of the climate negotiations, I feel there's a profound disconnect of a very highly bureaucratic, systemic kind of structure that's been built to discuss. From the Pacific, you see a lot of suit and ties. You know, you have conversations that are very difficult to understand to what's happening on the ground. Where you've got sea level rise, you've got category 4, 5 cyclones, you've got typhoons, as Yeb would know very, very well as well. And then the language that's spoken in that room to the language that needs to be translated to communities, there is an extremely visible disconnect. The other thing is, like, we as Pacific Islanders, we pushed this term 1.5 to stay alive, or 1.5 degrees. What many governments see it as it's a political target. But for some communities, climate vulnerable communities, especially in the Pacific, who are the most vulnerable region to climate crisis, you can say it's a survival limit. So it's not even just a target, it's a limit to be below that. And the way the systems have been structured in terms of how to discuss these kind of issues is not based on the reality. And that's one thing that the international system can work on to better. The other thing around Tuvalu and hosting Tuvalu. To have these discussions, I feel personally that there needs to be a discussion about where these things are happening. The location needs to shift, and also the logic of these conversations need to shift. To host it in Tuvalu, if it happens in Funafuti, which is the capital of Tuvalu, it's revolutionary. You know, you can easily discuss what it means to have the sea encroach onto the land, and then you have to extend the lagoon by having reclamation of a land. You can easily describe it on reports, and you can easily describe it on spreadsheets or things like that. But it's much more impactful emotionally when you are seeing that firsthand. But there's a caveat to that. Like, as in, you don't want that to be just something that victimizes Tuvalu. Tuvalu on the front lines of the climate crisis, sea level rise. Tuvalu, just like many other Pacific countries, have been on the front lines of the leadership of what has come out of the world's, in terms of the negotiations. From 1.5 degrees to loss and damage finance facility to ICJ advisory opinion. This was Pacific youth who took it to the world's highest court. Ambition has been driven by Pacific countries, and to be hosted in Tuvalu, it's a great privilege for Tuvalu, but it's actually even bigger privilege for the world if they're coming to see this, because you know that ambition will be at its peak. So I hope that kind of gives you a little bit of view of why I think that Tuvalu, Funafuti, is probably a much more better location than something in global north.
I just want to pick up on one thing you said, because I often wondered where the 1.5 or the below 2 degrees centigrade came from. I thought it was something plucked out of the air, a bit like in 2009 in Copenhagen, the amount of money that developing countries should be given by 2020. I thought that was plucked out of the air by Hillary Clinton. But it turns out that the 1.52 thing is really interesting, because Johan Rockström, the professor of planetary boundaries, all those scientists have mapped that since humans settled down, you know, from being nomads to be agrarian, and then the growth of civilization and the cities and, you know, Bob Geldof and, I mean, the whole, you know, thing that we call the human race, has existed in a period of time when the temperature has gone up and down on average +2. So it actually isn't arbitrary. And when you break certainly through the 1.5, but also the 2, you are in totally uncharted territory in the history of humanity. Not the planet, but humanity. And that's really fascinating, I think.
It's not arbitrary, it's scientific, actually, that limit. And you can already see there's been an offshoot already, but if there's a sustained offshoot of 1.5 degrees.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not disputing the fact that every 1/10 of a degree matters, you know.
Yeah,
but it's just
below
that some
that, yeah.
people, it's a small point. But I just want to say, because I found it very interesting to learn that just recently, that there was science behind it, not just, it wasn't plucked out of nowhere, the numbers,
And just realities, like as in, the temperature has gone up so much.
Yeah.
And within that percentage that we are talking about, Pacific had 1 or 2 Category 5 cyclones in a decade.
Yeah.
But in Vanuatu, there was 3, 4 and 5 cyclones in 1 year.
Yeah.
Which is you can't dispute the fact anymore.
No, you can't. Yeah, and the insurance industry has all the numbers going back years, right? And they know it as well, yeah. We'll come back, Shiva. Sophia, let me come to you. You're a member of the, maybe you can say that for me, because my pronunciation of that may be Quechua. Okay, so you're a member of the Quechua people of the Andes region of Peru. Again, how is climate change impacting your community? And can the transition away from fossil fuels avoid what we would call the repeating patterns of extraction and injustice, certainly in the indigenous territories? So briefly, what's happening where you are, and how can we make this transition a fair transition?
Well, we are seeing the effects of climate change everywhere in the Andes, sadly, and everywhere in many territories, and in indigenous territories in Latin America. So for our case, we are seeing the slow melting and deglaciation of our glacier and snow-capped mountains, which are for us so much more than water sources or natural resource sources. They are our ancestors and sacred beings that we hold connections in spiritual and identity levels. So we are seeing the slow disappearing of some of our key ecosystems that are really tied to our traditions and our collective memory and our histories. And that's something that is particularly affecting the younger generations, because we are seeing the cultural and non-economic losses caused by climate change, because there is no amount of money in the world that can possibly give us back the father glacier and mountains that we are slowly losing. And well, that's just one of the things. We are not facing only the effects of the crisis, but we are also the forced contributors of providers or sources for the green energy transition, because we are one of the regions in the world that will be the most affected by the growth of the critical mining demand. And for that, for example, we have lithium that comes from salt flats in not only countries like Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina, but those are territories that for indigenous people are sacred spaces. For example, for the Coya people in Chile and Argentina. And in the Andes, we've seen the immense growth of, for example, extractivist projects that come from companies like Glencore that have been proven and fined for poisoning rivers in my home region in Cusco, that have not repaired the damage that they've done to our communities and the generational damage that they are leaving. But they are still being given the permission to expand their extractivist operations. Like recently, they just launched a copper mine project that was worth $1.8 billion investment, and they put the name of our people in it. That copper mine is named Quechua, and that's a very extractivist logic that we're fighting, but also the continuation of colonial and imperialist systems. And well, to just go to the second part of the question, for us, it is very worrying that the transition is being faced as something that will have to depend on critical mineral mining, and will have to depend on the use of transition fuels such as natural gas. That is also something that, first of all, is not natural gas, it's still a fossil fuel, but it's also something that comes from the indigenous communities of the Quechua people in the Andes and the Amazon. So just to add to that, and this is a message that not only has been said here in Santa Marta, but also at climate diplomacy spaces. Last COP30 was echoed by the Indigenous Peoples Movement and the caucus, and it's the fact that we need to operationalize the free, prior, and informed consent right. That is different from having consultations. It's having consent from communities, consent that is free from corporate interests, and that is a process where peoples and defenders feel free to have the right to say no and to live free of persecution as well.
Yes. We'll hopefully come back to this because we have like 15 minutes left and we've got 2 more people. So we need to move quickly on this so we can have a proper discussion between us all. Let me bring in Yeb. This conference started a few days ago. The World Council of Churches joined a multi-faith call for a fossil fuel treaty. That was a few days ago, What does it mean when faith communities make a clear stand on an issue like this?
When faith communities put the weight of their movements and put the weight of their institutions behind fossil fuel treaty, they're actually changing the landscape, they're changing the battleground. That means they're placing the climate conversation or pulling the climate conversation away from a purely economic and political realm to where it should be, squarely at the center of the global moral conscience. So faith communities, of course, when we talk about religious traditions and faith communities, they are labeling the fossil fuel industry or marking the fossil fuel industry as an unjust and profit-driven structure that should be changed. So that is the line that faith communities are drawing. So we are now framing the climate crisis, and in particular, the main culprit behind it, fossil fuels, as the problem. And in fact, many faith groups even go as far as saying it's a structural sin that needs to be addressed. So when churches, for example, the Catholic Church and the movement that I represent, the Laudato Si movement, supports a fossil fuel treaty, we are standing up for what is right. And it becomes an ethical conversation, not just the conversations we've been having for many years that around climate change being a problem that will be solved by science, politics, and economics. No, it becomes also a matter of eroding the social license of the fossil fuel industry. Because when the Pope, for example, says we must move away from fossil fuels and change these unjust structures into a community of care, that's putting your foot down on the main problem that's causing climate change. And that's not only refreshing, it's very inspiring to see faith communities unite behind this, because in general, faith communities are diverse in terms of their views for a reason over history, over many centuries. But when faith communities unite on something like this, it's very uplifting and very inspiring to see. So that's the impact that faith communities bring into this.
Right. We'll come back on this as well. Clara, you're an environmental legal expert. You're also part of the Climate Pact in the EU. I was at an event in Berlin just the other week with that. Interesting as well. But what are your thoughts about the legal aspects of this transitioning away from fossil fuels? And have they been addressed so far in this first conference? And let's not overload this first conference with having to solve everything overnight.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, legal aspects are at the key core of these conversations, because at the end, we are here for that legally binding instrument that is the fossil fuel treaty that we are looking for. So that is a key core. As we know, like climate commitments, climate diplomacy right now is based on purely voluntarily commitments by states, and that's why it's not enforceable. And that is why I have a lot of hope on this instrument, that it can be the first legally binding mechanism that is gonna like take us on this way of the transition. On the other hand, there is also like a lot of like legal challenges as well. There's like some instruments that I was not even aware, so-called investor-state dispute settlement, for example.
Yeah, that's a real little
that's
nasty
a real issue.
Piece of work in the 21st century. You can imagine in the past, it was probably looked quite innocent. Both sides, both countries respect, the investments that the others make. But now, it's Well, you tell us, right?
Yeah, well, in simple terms, it's basically a mechanism that allows companies like oil companies, for example, or mining companies to sue a government when they're going to lose profit by some policy that pretends to preserve an area, for example, right? So those are the legal challenges that we have. And that we need to consider, of course. But at the same time, we also have like legal opportunities and innovations. And I want to remark what Panama said yesterday on their segment. They are pushing for this universal declaration of rights of nature at the UN. And I think as a rights of nature defender, I believe this is key and it needs to be at the core of the transition. As a complementary thing, of course, as the fossil fuel treaty, because at the end of the day, we cannot pretend that all type of like clean energy projects are going to be fair, as you said. At the end of the day, we have seen already that many like clean energy projects displace indigenous communities and destroy nature, right? So I believe rights of nature needs to be at the core of this as a legal mechanism that we need to use, because just transition is not just about replacing fossil fuels by clean fuels or renewable fuels. It's about changing how we relate to nature and our relationship with nature. And if we still see nature as an object where we can extract from, an object that we can pollute, we're going to keep repeating the same mistakes that took us here in the first place. And that's why I believe that we need to bring rights of nature into the table alongside of this just transition.
I've been asking everybody in the last 2 days I've been talking to how they might imagine this. Is it a process? I don't know what we call this, right? But this is the first conference, right? And there are, nearly 60 countries that say they want to draft exit strategies away from fossil fuels. And there's probably 85 in total if you count the numbers in Belém in Brazil, and maybe by Turkey in the next UN climate conference, there might be 100. Great. We are the many, we stand strong. This isn't a minority. It's North and South maybe coming together. But what I worry about is whether if you turn this into a mirror, but a smaller mirror of the UNFCCC process, does it just not become another very slow, full of promise, but delivery-wise not very optimal of what we want? You know what I mean? How do we make this process of countries exiting fossil fuels nimble, quick, and at the same time carries some of your hopes and dreams of how we should structure our economies, right? And our societies. It's an interesting mental jigsaw puzzle and a piece of athletics that has never been run yet. Any thoughts or what do you really want? What do you want this thing to deliver?
I have that same. I had that same question when I came into this process. Okay. Being in the UNFCCC process, you can understand it's very legally. Like the language is very legal. And you've got a lot of lawyers inside the room, I guess because they have state ambitions and state things that states have employed them to do that work. You are discussing the Paris Agreement and all the texts related to a thematic area. The refreshing thing, I guess, in this conference has been is that there was no negotiation that was happening. Maybe they were having bilateral discussions on the side to do negotiation. But inside the rooms, when there was thematic areas to talk about, people were very open with challenges that they are having in terms of transition. They were very open in sharing some of the successes that they have had that countries may take back. To think that there will be an outcome out of this just now, I think that's a miss. Because it's been 2 days where the leaders and decision makers have had a chance to just talk. This will take a little bit of time, but the good thing is you don't have many blocking countries in the process right now. At least
this is the kind of coalition of the willing.
That's right, but at
so
least
why fight it?
You still have countries here who are fossil fuel producers, like Australia, like Canada, etc. But you are building up foundations and a platform to start the discussion at a bit of a progress level, rather than the UNFCCC where it starts off with a block straight away and then you try to open the doors slowly. Where here I think the doors are open, it's just what you take inside now decides that. So good first step, long way to go, very broad still to have concrete outcomes.
Any other thoughts?
Well, here's my take on this one. You mentioned coalition of the willing. I mean, it's very tempting to actually be cynical about processes, especially I've attended 22 COPs, and the UNFCCC could be very frustrating. And so when you gain some ground there, and then you have this seeming fragmentation of the multilateral system, and a bunch of countries goes away and decides they want to do something else, it could be worrying. However, I think I believe in the snowball effect, and a bunch of countries who are here in Santa Marta, who are unified and have some sense of unity of purpose, even if there is some divergence in the details. Building this roadmap and agreeing that we need to transition away from fossil fuels is, for me, is an idea that whose time has come. Why? Because the transition is already happening. It will continue to happen, and those who will not be part of the transition will be left behind. So that the countries who are agreeing that we need this transition just, equitable, and urgent are actually ahead of the others.
Yes.
So I'm optimistic that the idea will blossom into something else, and we're not only talking about sovereign national states, we're talking about subnational entities. And I'm in the context of faith institutions, we're looking at all of these religious institutions with $3 trillion of investments that could be reinvested away from fossil fuels. So it's a breath of fresh air, and I think it's onto something, and that's why we're supporting this process.
So I heard from the UK climate envoy here, Rachel Kite, who's been around for a long time, that in a press conference over there, when asked, she said many countries have actually drafted theoretical exit plans, but they haven't ever shown them to anybody because they didn't know when they would need them. So in fact, there may be more progress on this than we think in the capital cities of some countries. But sorry, please.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that my biggest hope is that we don't have 30 conferences like this, as it has happened with COP, right? So that is my biggest hope, but we're already here, and that's, as you said, that is already a big step. It feels completely different than a COP. From my experience, the fact that there is all these conversations with civil society as well, with indigenous communities. Of course, we need more inclusion. We always need more inclusion. But I would say that, we need to be honest, and we're not going to see the treaty maybe this year, maybe in 2 years, maybe 3 years, who knows. But at least we can, I hope we can see some concrete actions, like for example, something that we can do today, and that I hope some countries take the step to do that, is to put or design some non-fossil fuel areas. That's something that you can do today. You don't need to wait 3, 4, 5 years to decide something like that. And the last thing I would say is that, as I said, for me, this crisis that we are in is not a crisis of just emissions, it's a crisis of justice. So the most important thing for me is that this transition is fair and respects indigenous rights specifically, and local communities' rights, and doesn't step over people just because we are in an urgent crisis that we need to face.
So fossil-free zones must be the ultimately first step, right? Quickly, now, no more new fossil fuels. Absolutely. It's a disgrace that any new ones are coming along. Please answer that question. The other question I wanted to ask you as well was, what do you do? What do you want to see in terms of the critical minerals and metals that are needed for the green energy transformation? What would you like to see happen in Peru? And that would be my question,
Maybe also picking up from what you just mentioned, which is the fossil-free zones, or what we also been advocating for, which is the no-go zones, that are, for example, all of the areas where there are intentions of opening more permits for fossil exploration and for mining that are in territories of indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation and initial contact, so PIACs. That is one of the main things that the that indigenous peoples across the world have been calling for, which is the respect for these areas of our relatives, brothers and sisters who cannot defend for themselves because they have mentioned before to the world that they do not want to be contacted. But in the case of Peru, for example, we have had many legislative initiatives to try to bend national laws in order to disappear these protected areas so that they can still give permit to extractivist companies. So that is one thing. International community can support creating those no-go zones and protecting indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation. Then again, the right to free prior and informed consent and the right to say no from the communities, and diversification of the investments that are being made for renewable energies. And especially all of those that are not centered on false solutions, so that are not centered on carbon markets or that are not centered on whatever wants to replace trees with machines. And maybe also answering the original question, I think that this is Santa Marta has been a great opportunity to show us what a people-centered process can look like, because there has been an effort to include multiple sectors of civil society. So you had the peasants, women, youth, indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, which is, I think, something that has not happened in many UN spaces up until now. But there's still a lot of risks of replicating what the UNFCCC spaces look like. So I hear from my colleagues that have been inside the rooms where the breakout sessions are happening that you have the same dynamics where states go first, and then at the end, if there's time and if people are still have the attention span to pay attention to the conversations, then you will hear the same from youth, indigenous peoples, and women. But then we need to change those dynamics, to change the power dynamics that we're seeing in the rooms of whose voice matter the most, especially from civil societies and groups like indigenous peoples who are not stakeholders but right holders in this energy transition. And well, I would invite you to read the statement made by the youth sector, where we're not only using this conference as an opportunity to talk about a fossil-free future and a fossil fuel treaty, but also an opportunity to criticize everything that the fossil fuel industry has been involved on, meaning the militarization of territories, occupation, genocide. We are trying to diversify the conversation and bring intersectionality and intergenerational principles into the conversation. So showing the world that fossil fuels are connected to some of the most pressing oppressions of the world to multiple people. So I think that's definitely one of the key things that we would like to see develop.
So we're kind of running out of time, actually. The show's called We Don't Have Time, but we actually had some time, but now we don't have any time, which is a pain because this is a far bigger conversation. This is more a glimpse into it than going beyond that. But then we're not a side event, we're a digital broadcaster, so we have to say, unfortunately, au revoir, goodbye, until next time. But it was a very interesting conversation, and there's a lot more to be said. I understand that. But I have to say now, let's move on to the next segment in the shows. So obviously getting off fossil fuels is absolutely key to combating climate change, but not all fossil fuels are the same. And some live for a very long time, like carbon dioxide, the main one that everybody knows. But there are others that are highly polluting, but yet have quite short lives. So maybe there needs to be a two-step process in this process of getting off fossil fuels. Maybe there needs to be some rapid action in some areas right now, and maybe that buys a little bit more time for people to draft their plans to get off fossil fuels generally. Let's have a little chat about this, shall we? We've got on the stage with us Marian Rodriguez. That's you, okay. She's the Global Head of Sustainability Standards at the Climate Bonds Initiative, which has been very successful over time, hasn't it? That's, yeah. And we've got Trina, is it Cheney? Okay, founding co-chair of FACE Intergenerational Justice. What does the FACE stand for? Oh, okay, all right. It's always good when you hear a new acronym. You're just trying to work out who wrote it, where did they come from, and why did they choose that. We've got Neil Tangri. Yeah. Can you say it?
Tangri.
Yeah, Tangri. Senior Director of Science and Policy at Gaia, and that's the Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternatives, but it's actually more than that, isn't it? And then on the magic of Zoom, which looks like she's coming all the way from Santa Marta because of the background, which is so cool, but is not, as we know, is Martina Otto, head of the Secretariat of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, proudly hosted by the UN Environment Programme. Hi, Martina. Can you hear me? Okay, we need to have a little volume on the speaker when you come on, but that's okay. You stay there right now. Listen to these wonderful guests first, and then I'm going to come to you for your assessment of what they've been saying. Okay? Good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Neil, I don't know, it's very, very not gender sensitive this, is it? Neil, you are Gaia's Science and Policy Director and a Senior Fellow at the University of California's Berkeley's Center for Environmental Public Policy. What is your work on methane and the other superpollutants?
Yeah, it's great to be here. So there are three major sources of anthropogenic methane, right? Fossil fuels, agriculture, and waste. We work on waste. And so the waste piece is actually one of the lower hanging fruits. You were talking about the advantage of methane as being a kind of a quick lever to reduce climate change in the short term, right? And so there's some real low hanging fruits when you're dealing with methane. And with waste, it's really very simple. The methane comes from our food waste, primarily. When that ends up in dumps and landfills, it breaks down under anaerobic conditions, and it produces methane. And if we don't send it to the dumps or the landfills, then we're avoiding all of that methane emissions. So we are working at a local level all over the world through our member organizations to promote composting, anaerobic digestion, animal feed. There's all sorts of different things that you can do that take those organics and actually rescue the nutrients in them. Because right now we're looking at them as a problem, but they're in fact a huge resource because there is a lot of fossil fuels, a lot of energy that went into growing all that food, getting it to the consumer. There's all these nutrients in that, and then we're just throwing it away. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So we're really working on solutions to waste methane.
Yeah. And waste methane, I mean, coming from rubbish tips all around the world, but are there some hotspots that could be very quick wins? Latin America, for example, which we're in right now?
Yes, so there are definitely hotspots. Landfills are some of the largest emitters of methane, on par with some of the worst sort of fossil gas infrastructure in some places. The challenge, I think, is around providing public services. So a lot of these places, cities are starved for funds, quite frankly. And so there isn't enough money just to pick up the trash. And then you talk to them about, well, now we want folks to separate their waste, and you do two different pickups. One is for organics, one is for non-organics. And the cities are saying, where's the budget going to come from? And so that's one of the reasons that we really need the financial element to be included. I mean, I must say, we know we had these pre-meetings. I don't know if you probably were at them. The pre-meetings at the places like the University of Magdalena here in Santa Marta, and we were doing some pre-records there, and you could see they were making a very strong effort to separate the waste streams, right? There were separation containers all around the university. I did keep popping my nose in to have a look and see what the mix was. And it seemed that nobody had quite got the full story of which ones went in which. Now, it is a developing country problem, but it's also a developed country problem.
I mean, most people that go to the United States, go from Europe to the United States, have no idea what they're supposed to do in terms of separating their waste. It's a completely different system, and I have no idea what it is. So, you know, there's no standards on this, and so it all ends up going to the waste tip. Yeah. Last question, how much global warming might we be able to link with waste coming from waste tips on the planet?
Ooh, you should have told me in advance if you were going to pop the
Okay.
quantitative questions on me. It's a little bit hard, but yeah, the material.
But it's significant.
It's significant.
And
it's
I think that's the
significant.
key thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And I would say the other thing is we need to work on all of it.
Yeah.
Right. It's not like we can work on waste and then ignore fossil gases. We can't work on methane and ignore CO2. We need to get to zero emissions,
Yeah.
and that means working on all of it simultaneously.
Yeah, I've got it. So finance always is important, Marian. Tell us how the climate bonds is engaged in mobilizing capital for methane reduction activities. Yeah.
Sorry. First, thanks for the invite. Very happy to be here. Well, at Climate Bonds, as you know, we work in the sustainable finance space, mobilizing capital for projects that are low carbon and aligned with the Paris Agreement. And recently, 2 years ago, we started working also on methane as part of the Global Methane Hub project, incorporating methane abatement and measures into our sector's criteria. So right now we are updating some of our existing sectors criteria like bioenergy, waste, also water infrastructure, especially the component related to wastewater. To not only include methane in the greenhouse gas accounting methodology, but especially incorporating technical requirements to offer advice and low carbon definitions so investors can identify those projects on methane abatement that are really contributing to climate change mitigation. That's one of the work streams, but in parallel also, and as part of that effort, we took part in the methane finance working group to help develop guidance also on integrating methane abatement into the oil and gas sector. I know that can sound a bit controversial because in the end all of us want to phase out oil and gas operations and activities, but the reality of the sector is that today existing operations in the oil and gas sectors are emitting methane. So what to do with that? How to address that? So that's why we also supported that initiative, and we supported the development of those guidances that in the end included, for example, eligibility requirements for projects abating methane, but also safeguards, but also disclosure requirements so investors can easily identify projects in upstream activities of the oil and gas sector. And the third work stream, which is also very important, is the policy angle, because although our focus is on this standard and certification scheme work, we also work in the policy angle of this, offering guidance and advice to governments, policy makers, and as part of that, we recently launched a policy paper very interesting, addressing methane abatement, identifying key levers globally to abate emissions in key sectors, as you mentioned, energy, agri, and the waste sector.
Okay, and so are bonds being issued to mitigate methane emissions, as it were, as we speak? Are governments doing it, or companies, or investors, whatever?
That's a good question. That's the aim of that work, and we are working hard to get that. We will have news very soon, because we, in the end, a part of developing those guidance, we are now working hard on engaging with investors, but also with industry representatives, national oil companies, for example, and we will have great news from an oil company in Japan issuing a bond focused on methane abatement.
And that will be sometime in the next few months, you think? Or?
Hopefully, we are expecting that to happen this year.
Well, maybe at COP31 we can get that Japanese oil company until we don't have time to talk why they did it with you guys. Because I'd love to have some news from the oil and gas industry that they were actually listening to the science and the urging of governments to act on these leaks and the flaring and blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
Okay. Trina, your organization, FACE, uses legal mechanisms to ensure intergenerational climate justice through methane abatement. Can you explain what this is and how this works?
Sure. So I'll provide a specific example. We submitted amicus briefs collecting the demands of young people to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and the African Court on the Climate Advisory Opinions. And the Inter-American Court's advisory opinion was published last year. And so for us, we connect a lot of the youth activists that we work with the science and policy experts that we also have connections with, and to really be able to kind of translate and understand, you know, complex and almost overwhelming climate science in something that is very tangible and oriented towards a judge and what a judge can actually, you know, implement and perhaps enforce too. And so for us, enforcement is particularly crucial. And with these amicus briefs, based on warming is accelerating. We are in a climate emergency. Everything is getting worse and worse and worse, and absent immediate action through also actions to cut methane emissions, we won't be able to buy the time we need to avoid hitting tipping points that are potentially will be crossed if we surpass 1.5 degrees Celsius by the 2030s. And so we already have these planetary vital signs that are under threat. And of course, with decarbonization that is, you know, urgent and structural through, you know, a feminist, fast and fair and funded fossil fuel phase out, we also identify methane mitigation as one of the key complementary pieces that we call an emergency brake to really give us these emergency measures to make sure that we can secure a habitable planet for humans, at least.
Where are you operating? Are you global? Are you local? Are you in North America, Europe? Whereabouts are you?
We're everywhere. I'm based in New York, but we have been working with youth climate organizations all over the Americas and in African countries and all over Europe as well. And we have, you know, partnerships with a lot of other international-based organizations.
So you have a lot of NGOs out there in this space, and you're taking a part of the story in a sense. With the Environmental Defense Fund in America, haven't you? And also, what's that one? The Clean Air Task Force?
Clean Air Task Force,
There we go, Clean Air Task Force and others. Many, many, many out there. Martina, let me just bring you in so you don't feel lonely, because I know you're in Paris right now and it's quite late. Just give us a few thoughts on what you've heard so far.
Yeah, no, and that's fantastic. Thank you very much, Nick, for having me, even if it's only virtual. I think it's interesting to hear the dynamics a little bit of what's going on, and I've been listening into the previous show as well a little bit on what is happening in Santa Marta. And obviously this is about the roadmap to phase out and get rid of fossil fuels. And the methane agenda is often accused as being the fig leaf and almost a license to continue to do things. But I want to really bring home the point that we need both streams of action. So we keep calling it the sprint and the marathon that we need to run. So the fast action on reducing methane right now, and the longer run with the transition. So it's really both, because the transition obviously will reduce that methane as well, but not fast enough. You can catch 30% of reduction, but it's not fast enough. And that's where it's critical to come in. I think what I heard from the discussion as well is this mindset shift that we talk about this methane as a resource and how do we deal with this. And that goes just as much for the fossil fuel sector. So it's about cleaning up while phasing out. It's about harnessing. If you look at the numbers, and I think it's pretty striking, we're all really worried about what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. But if we know that the methane emissions that come from the fossil fuel sector each day are roughly comparable with the volume of LNG that is disrupted currently in the Strait of Hormuz, this gives us a scale of where we are. And if we capture all this and not make it contribute to climate change, it becomes a resource that we can use right now for energy security as well. I just want to say that. And again, that's not to prolong fossil fuel activities, but it's to help us in the transition. The same went on actually, the discussion on waste, and I thought that was really, really important. Waste is something we all need to deal with. The municipalities see it as a cost factor, but if we can turn it as part of circular economy into a resource, then we not only capture the nutrients, we have valuable product instead of a problem that we need to pay for to get rid of. And in addition, we create jobs and business opportunities that can generate incomes again. So I think that's really the dynamic. So flipping the script a little bit and taking it as a resource, that will help us. There was a question about the numbers. And waste is responsible for about 20% of the global methane emissions, agriculture for 42%, and the energy sector for 38%. Now, if we look at the reductions that we need and that are doable, we look at the biggest weight being on the fossil fuel sector. We look at 70% of the emissions reductions that have to come from that sector. For agriculture, we look at 10%, and for waste at 18%. And all this is doable with low cost available measures today. So there's no excuse not to do it. I want to make sure that we have that in our heads, that the bulk has to come from the fossil fuel sector, but action is needed in all sectors and not staged, but right now, and it's possible. People do say often in the waste sector, it's super complicated, it's expensive. I don't want to underestimate how complicated it is, because it's landfills in a lot of cities around the world. And there's issues from waste pickers to, yes, how do we pay for separation and so on, but we have to start asking the questions in a different way. But it's doable. 90% of the actions that we can take in the waste sector are in the low-cost area already today. So no excuse.
Thanks, Martina. Just stay with us. Thank you. When you look at the waste thing, I mean, it is basically low technology, isn't it? So we don't have to invent anything to solve this problem.
Yes, that's exactly right. And that's why it is lower cost, is that it's really not an engineering problem to solve. It's a people issue. And when we get cities to create kind of clear, simple systems, and you were just pointing out some of the systems that might fall a little bit short in terms of not being clear, not being easy to comply with, and you do a little bit of public education, you find that there's a lot of willingness to comply, and then suddenly you can get very, very high separation rates. Like we've got, I mean, one of our best examples, the entire state of Kerala, which is about 40 million people in South India, is working on a zero waste system and doing composting for their organics. And so that really shows you that you can scale up without huge investments in technology or finances. You do need some finances, but it's not massive.
Yeah. Trina, I just want to come back on this the legal mechanisms, right? So practically, how are you empowering people to use the legal route, and who are they holding accountable? So is it the state, the city, is it companies? And what kind of success might you be having with holding them accountable in terms of their methane emissions?
Yeah, I mean, I would say all of the above, with the advisory opinions with the Inter-American Court, for example.
The microphone right up close. Yeah.
Sorry. We're focusing on human rights law and using human rights law to ensure that states fulfill their obligations to ensure human rights. And that includes suing, the governments if they fail to enact strong regulations that are requiring methane reductions and greenhouse gas reductions, which is part of their due diligence standard, and their emissions reductions, obligations that they're supposed to undertake. But it also means suing corporations for failing to do enough, and making sure that states are holding corporations within their national boundaries and beyond their national boundaries accountable too for those emissions that are happening even outside of their boundaries. And so with the International Court of Justice, for example, too, you know, all of these courts at the international and regional level are recognizing all of these different elements that create this overarching state obligation to reduce, to cooperate, to stop transboundary emissions. And within that, methane mitigation is one of the key pieces as well that you can really enforce in the courts.
And how does science help you? I'm just thinking that in the last few years we've had some amazing satellites up there pinpointing these massive plumes of methane coming out of oil and gas and mining operations as well, coal mines, waste tips too, and things like that. There was a big one the other day in The Guardian, I think a few months ago in Texas. Does that help at all, or is that a starting point?
I mean, definitely. I think now we hear the words best available science. You know, we hear this over and over again. This is something that was recognized both by International Court of Justice, Inter-American Court of Human Rights, but also the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea. And so within these, you know, international and regional levels, the best available science requires strong, rigid assessments that are peer-reviewed, that are up to date, that are informing and accessible to the public as well. And actually the Inter-American Court really goes further too to ensure that to state that there is a human right to science. And this also includes the best available science and the best available knowledge, which includes indigenous, community, and local knowledge. All of these pieces together inform what people are currently experiencing and how they can bring that as an evidence base when they're pursuing litigation efforts against their governments.
Right. Certainly, if you look at not just with methane or the super pollutants, but if you look at legal action generally in the climate era, from work at the London School of Economics in London, but also I think the University of Columbia, there's more and more and more and more legal cases coming, and more of those winning, not all of them of course, but winning as well. So I've always thought the legal route was always an interesting route, because everyone always says, you know, with these big treaties like the Paris Agreement, it's soft law, you know, you can't do anything with it. But when you actually translate it into your national legislation, it's now part of your national legislation. If you don't meet the targets, you should be sued. And some places worked, right, hasn't it? Netherlands and others. So question though, in developing countries, if you wanted to take the legal route, it's a bit tougher trying to find a lawyer, isn't it? What about Client Earth and some of these networks of lawyers that are making themselves available? Do you work with them at all?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are so many international networks right now that are providing support, and especially for young people too. They have an even harder time having access to justice, you know, and being able to collect the people and the legal expertise and the funds even to be able to provide, to support litigation, or even have, you know, a scientist that can help them create the evidence base. Yeah. And so with all of this, it is part of this international cooperation also on the NGO end too, to make sure that these cases go forward as well. And there's a lot of movements happening right now. There are cases, you know, in Peru against gas flaring too. And so they're brought by young people as well. And so there are these cases that are happening, and we are in a really exciting moment, I think, for climate litigation. There's this huge synergy.
Just coming back to the Climate Bonds Initiative, I mean, so at the moment you're, in a sense, prepping the market or preparing the market for methane bonds. I don't know how else to phrase it. You're getting it ready, you're finding out the interest, you're helping investors and others, cities, maybe states, I don't know, governments, to work out that they could maybe do something in this area. Is that it? And that,
exactly. In essence, we are paving the way and also doing something very important, which is building confidence to the market, because that's the key conversation with investors and the financial market, which is how to ensure that in the end you are not funding greenwashing practices that are so common today, and that could happen with this like growing up phenomena of methane finance. So by developing those science-based standards and guidance and frameworks, we are building confidence, which is key for paving the way to driving investment into those specific projects that matter. And as you said, don't require really sophisticated technologies. I mean, the technologies are already there, but we need to ensure that capital goes to those projects.
Couldn't have somebody just used ordinary climate bonds to deal with methane? Do you know what I mean? Because methane is a carbon-based gas, right? It's a climate-changing gas. You know, couldn't you somebody have issued climate bonds, not calling them methane bonds, and hit carbon as a target?
Absolutely. In the end, we are fighting a bit against also fragmentation. That's why we don't use so many labels. In the end, that's more a decision of the issuer, whether using the green bond or the blue or now adaptation resilience labels or classification categories. No, we always talk about green bonds, which is like the overarching category to cover also methane related bonds and debt instruments, because that's also important to say. It's not only about bonds. Now we are also expanding our scope of work to promote the use of those scientific tools in loans and other type of debt instruments.
That's very interesting. I think one of the most fascinating things about Santa Marta was actually listening to a chap called Ma Yun? He was the guy at the Chinese Central Bank in 2015 who basically drafted all the kind of rules on the green economy for the Chinese Central Bank. And it was these rules that have led to China being this kind of superpower. And it's all about loans, green loans, but also about the central bank taking on the role of ensuring there was no greenwashing and making sure that all loans linked with the green economy were cheaper than any other loan, which kind of makes clear sense, right? It's like a no-brainer. And it's just when you read all what they did at the Central Bank of China to make sure all the banks in China lending money followed the same rules. And if you got it wrong, you were fired, which also doesn't really happen in many Western countries, right? I mean, yeah, we don't, China is not perfect by any means, but in this one area, it's really fascinating to read about. Martina, just coming back to you again, I mean, again, you've heard a little bit here. I mean, there is finance flowing into, in theory, attacking methane from the World Bank with the flaring stuff. I don't know if anybody multilaterally pays anybody to plug leaks. No, because the fossil fuel industry should plug their own leaks, shouldn't they? But what about finance? Yeah.
Yeah,
what about finance?
I mean, definitely the fossil fuel industry per se has enough capital to do this. It's a tiny fraction. It's at 2% of their profits, what it would cost. Now that needs to be specified a bit more because we have the oil majors, and that's not a problem. We've seen the big windfall that we have seen right now as well was just in the news, right? But for the national oil companies, at times having that capital at the outset is hard, and that's where the World Bank gas flaring methane reduction comes in. And on the one side, we have had a big win in making sure that the finance sector overall has come up with criteria, is much more conscious about not putting money into fossil fuel. So there's a lot of reluctance on putting money into helping plugging leaks, and the bigger one is actually making some of the structural changes to do away with routine venting and flaring. And that's where it's complicated. And obviously, we don't want to change that, but we have to find a way of filling this gap. And for other sectors, it's often about creating the right project pipeline. So it's not even about the money not being there, but it's about getting the right projects to those who are ready to finance. So that's a gap. In the waste sector, we're used to seeing big infrastructure projects with the capital investments that are being made. It's much harder to get the operational money going. So CapEx, yes, OpEx, hard. And that needs to be cracked as well. So it really depends on the sector, what we're looking at, and we need to find more financial tools for this.
But another question to you, Martina, is in nationally determined contributions, national climate action plans of nations under the Paris Agreement, there are many, many more countries now that have actually included methane and also some other super pollutants. So they're in there. And if they are targets and timetables for those, then they could be subject to a legal action by, say, NGOs in a country saying to the government, you know, you're not meeting the targets you committed to. Is that right, or?
Well, there's a part about taking things then back into the national law as well. And you're right, there are many more countries that's a big win that we have seen over time. There's many more countries that have included methane and other non-CO2 into their NDCs. We have been counting 91% of the NDCs 3.0 that have been submitted have some sort of reference. In some cases, it's part of the economy-wide target, so it's not specified enough. In some cases, it's specified for a sector, not for all the sectors. In some cases, we have measures that are mentioned and are pointed out, so it's very different how this is being dealt with. The more precise, the better. It would be fantastic to have very clear targets that would help, because this would be an indication. It would be the investment plan for the country in a sense as well, giving a very strong signal.
We've got 3 minutes left. Let's just kind of wrap this up. So what do you want to see happen here in Santa Marta in respect to methane?
With that, I think we need binding action on methane. You know, we're hearing so many of these pledges and promises, and Santa Marta is providing this kind of optimism of this coalition of the willing that is willing, and hopefully it'll be the coalition of the doing, as a lot of the people have been saying, to actually implement and enforce action to transition away from fossil fuels. But this has to include methane. Fossil gas is not a transition fuel. And I want to conclude by quoting Carlos Nobre, who's co-chairing the Spaghetti panel. But methane is the starting point for the end of fossil fuels. And I think that's a very important piece to remember.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
So I would focus on the alternatives. You know, we have the Strait of Hormuz is closed right now. That's 20% of the world's liquid natural gas supplies. This is really a critical time. This is a brilliant opportunity to start shifting away from fossil fuels, but also we have to be thinking about what are we shifting towards, right? It's in the waste sector, we have clear solutions to that. In the energy sector, there are clear solutions. The agricultural sector is lagging behind a little bit, but I think we really need to be thinking about not just what are we getting away from, what are the solutions and how do we drive those forward as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely, very aligned with what you just said. It's like, yeah, passing from commitments to actions, and definitely science will be a key part of this. It should be the basis. Of course, now, and also based on the discussion that are happening here, when we say science, we mean different type of knowledge, right? It's not only the traditional science that we know, but it's how traditional communities are also providing valuable knowledge into those discussions. So yeah, I think that science, but a wider perspective of what is science, should be the basis to mobilize action and to channel capital.
Yes. So I would like to see an outcome here that says all nations that are here right now say we are going to phase out fossil fuels, but whilst we write our phase out strategy, we will remove methane immediately out of the economy and not even wait for the plan to be written in 1 year or 2 years, but to do the methane now and pull that emergency brake very hard. Is that right, Martina?
Yeah, I love that way of how you said this. It's cleaning up while phasing out. I think that's what we need to do. We have transitions in all the sectors, fossil fuel waste towards circularity, and agriculture towards sustainable food systems. These bigger shifts have to happen, and there's measures that we can take right now, and there's really no excuse for them. So there's a bite of the apple that we bite up first, and then we get to the bigger changes.
Take that bite out of the apple. Okay. Thank you, Martina. It also connects with the waste story as well. Be less waste if we ate the whole apple, but that's another matter. All right. Thank you very much for being here. We don't have time, has run out of time. We're 18, 19 seconds over. Thank you, Martina, very much for coming in very late from Paris. Watch out for the outcome of this conference in a couple of hours. And thank you very much, all our wonderful guests here. It's
thank you very much.
An endlessly attractive story is getting rid of methane. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Good afternoon. The Mamo has said that to initiate this dialogue, first of all, we're going to listen to the music that it's going to be played. Now the Mamo, it's going to do a ceremony and he is going to bless. Good afternoon. My name is Yarin Torre Chaparro and I'm a Mamo. I'm a spiritual leader and I'm going to initiate the spiritual part of the ceremony. Can you please listen to me, and if you can please allow me to see what does it mean to do in a spiritual and ceremonial, first of all, the life of the universe, and then it's the life of our humankind in the whole world. We have a life, a voice, a song. We're all the same. We're all equal. This is okay, we're going to continue. We're going to continue with the energy, the spiritual energy and the material energy, because the cosmologists, because we all depend from energy, and humankind in the whole world, there is a positive energy so that there is a good life, so to be able to have a good understanding as a humankind. Well, thank you so much, and welcome to Sierra Nevada, Santa Marta, the heart of the world. Welcome.
Singkagang kreves kwasi ringi panya kawi iwarnandi. Iyan ima ringi panya wabaga kanamu ang kabasa kwekari. Iyan ni nang izamai kwakumei a bori doyan. Ima gagreves kwasi ga kanamu ang kabas kwasi. Charse marakasi panwekari. Maga karaman wandi. Nangawabali. Yin ku nandi. Nibi neki ku nandi binana. Chowa chui karbiam nibi se ik nang korani kasi nibi kawekari. Jiwa karbiam nibi kawazanan. Jiwa ku nandi ka ku narizanagan. Ka kwak mu nandi kan kwak mu. Ka kwak mu nandi ka je kwak mu bi narizanagan. Magum nibiri. Chui abu nivingwa nunaname emi abununkura. 500 años mire de siguro neki ik kwai nak nunkura nankwe nanekri rimasa jamkan. Me kanwe kwai zorieri. Uvicham pinajuna kwana nanuki. Ma vivizanishi zori zananame. Inari zia zunari zenkwa. Vinchunu nanandi seran quase teronase. Man ta su zia zunari kwanengo ginan ta kunan guanande ki vari. Inani nang ta kumingo mang vivizanishi zenugeri. Aziname gumang vivizani knoko warandi. Inani nan zia gazi zojaba. Anwe ka yung kumezin baba. Yan tak kumezin kun. Yan da imagun chowa vunga kwik. Gak karamari ang kabasam ka unan. Be mangumang ang kabasam kawawanan di. Ye man tak kumunari zanika gak karamang kabasam ka unan. nibi samu panu kuri kasi pari ekturanu ni kasi jua sabang waika gunda kanam rang kabasam ka unan ma jua vika gua pikari viajo to au nga wik to awari koi au wik ga kanam rang kabasam ka unan zia zunari wik ka gama se uzani si zinuga nama pari kawa ka gamange kwa chowa chwam ka unan zamu ibori zoja ba chowa chunari ma lina se jumi sakinuku kawa nge kwa na se jumi sakinuga nan andi ajo inki chowa vunga kwik ma chowa vunga kwika kara ang karekusa au kwa nanige gundi mi ingwi ni juga ina chowa chwamu ang kainuga ni bikanikin Gori va namu nang wakau gun kra jua sam kanin koi au kweka to awanam andei migun guiagui ang kanari kweka ina chowa chwam to awanam nan kwa nani gezungun bunti kan lewa mi panu na zinzingan imagina chowa chungundi bunti kanari koi anagu kanu kurang kesenu kurari koi zinugan Azinami buntikan ko wanandi kagam sirun sunugami jibu sirun sunugami kan sirun sunugami je sirun sunugami buntikan panuga ai magun gomang ga karamari karivia avi chowawung au kweka ni biseri ni angkai nukwa nangi iwa choranu ni kasene kiga karamari in chowa chwamu poisanan unan neika yemiri znek zanan kanaki kanakaki ngabari miga kanamri mi ang kabasa kwanan ma za juna nan no ine chowa chwam bun chari zinwika tuizani si zinwika mi moga juna zia zuna zujam kaunan kakabun kwa kokwi nikasi bun chari zinwika chakim rojina nikasi vira kokujina nikasi ma aju ina chowa bunga kweka nange tana zanam kongwa zanguna kuim kan tana zanam kikwasa kweka kan tana zanam kikwasa kweka je tana zanam kikwasa kweka ma tana zanam akutari ga kramran kabasam ka unan yonge ma juavi ka ju chowa chwana zani sidana no neika nande ma ga kram mi kabasi mi kebi marza jun
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, Mamo Camilo, and all four are the younger or the smaller siblings. I want to salute you with great admiration, and I want to share a message that leads us to be together. That since the onset, we have been here to take care of the air that we all breathe, the water that we drink, and that as we can see between the sea and the land, we get together today to be able to get together as well in the thoughts and in the words and in the mission that has been sent to each one of us. That's why it's very important to remember that the same way as we are born, many of the elements that we have today, like the sea, the land, the trees, and all the species, are the things that we need to take care of. And this is a calling that I'm doing this calling because I feel that we've left aside the responsibility of ourselves taking care of whatever exists in Mother Nature. That's why when we do this kinds of chants, it's because we have to see that what exists today, it's because it had an origin, and each origin has a meaning, has a song, a dance. And the meaning that leads us to the fact that we have to keep on replicating, sharing, exchanging this message so that we don't forget about it. And if we forget that, we would change the way we think. We would only see what we do, and we wouldn't think in what they left us at the beginning. That's why I would like to thank the ministry, the government that has given us the spaces to compare. And what we want to say is that we ourselves are we're facing a very challenging situation, and that's why we all have the right, we all deserve to live. Likewise, all the animals, all the water, the air needs to run, needs to be there to be able to work as it has been. And as we have seen, the Father Buki Buki, that's the sun that shines on all of us, that illuminates all. The water belongs to us. Water belongs to us. In the same way, we have to take care of all of us. And we think that to talk about peace, we need to have we need to have that trust, and that honestly, that we are all people that deserve respect in the same way as Mother Earth with us. Thank you so much. Right now, we would like to welcome to this venue in Santa Marta, Magdalena. We would like to welcome the President of Colombia, Mr. Gustavo Petro Rego. We would like to welcome the mamos that from the Sierra Nevada of Santa Marta bring us this harmonization. And I would like to welcome that we're doing a video of this event while you're here and you are participating in this activity. We do understand that you authorize the use and the treatment of image and copyrights and all the broadcasting of institutional messages, and also say that according to what's been included in Article 38 of Law 1995, these types of meetings don't include candidates to the president, candidates or vice presidents, or candidates to the conference, or any spokesperson. In this sense, we would like that to whoever who are candidates in some electoral campaign, please do any action in this venue, trying to preserve all the electoral and citizenship guarantees. And for everybody, good afternoon and welcome once again from Santa Marta. And we would like to welcome you on the broadcasting of this event through the institutional and information channels of the Presidency of the Republic in Colombia web page, and also the public media of Colombia, and also the communitary and the popular channels that from the regions extended this message. And we would also like to welcome who is following this broadcasting from Señal Colombia, because having broadcasted everything that has taken place in these conferences, and have been wonderful partnerships at this first international conference for energy beyond transition beyond fossil fuels. It's a response to the lags in the implementation in the commitment towards the achievement of a fair, organized, and equitable investment. Whilst the investment in clean energy continues, the production and funding of fossil fuels also increases. And this is something that reinforces the need of organizing the economic political needs with having climate goals and the best scientific evidence available. Science has evidence that 75% of emissions are generated by fossil fuels. And nowadays, we have violated 7 of the 9 planetary limits. And we're running out of time, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why from from the heart of the world here in Santa Marta. 56 countries and their delegations have been able to answer this calling, to be able to achieve two specific answers that contribute to closing of the gaps with a scientific panel that guides this implementation and a follow-up process amongst the countries to be able to move forward in coordinated activities, and also a report that collects the main guidelines to be able to reach this transition with three essential pillars. First, it's to overcome economic independence. And number two, we need to transform supply and demand. And number three, we need to promote international cooperation and also climate diplomacy. This conference becomes in this historical place to be able to listen to the voices of the countries, the academia, the people of the world, the governors and the majors that understand that decisions are now and decisions are urgent. And now we're going to watch a video. 75% of the emissions that transform our planet have one source. That's why today, two nations that with diverse geography and joint interconviction would call the world in Santa Marta, Colombia, and Netherlands, the North and the South, the same responsibilities. The first conference that goes beyond fossil fuels. It's that we don't choose this crisis, but we can choose what we do with it. And the world to decide, it's here. And yes, the moment to decide has arrived. I'm going to give the floor to the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, Madam Irene Vélez Torres. Mr. President, thank you so much to be able to respond to this call where 56 countries are gathered here together. And during the last 4 days, but even in the 3 months prior, we have had many online discussions, 20 meetings where 500 academics from the world have participated, 100 trade union organizations, 40 global parliament members, and 10 subnational government members, with the conviction that here we're talking from a government level, and that's why we've had an introduction to this space by the Mamos of the Sierra and the indigenous communities of Magdalena. We have also had conversations with the civil society, and this is the first scenario of this kind at the international level that seeks to generate a new democracy and a new balance in the dialogues between the governments and the people. So that's why the indigenous communities, civil societies, NGOs, farmers, Afro-descendants, children and women have had the floor and have been represented with their own voice. During today's morning, we had a plenary, and right now we closed the first dialogue on some of the relevant topics. Particularly, I would like to tell you, President, that the conflict in the Middle East has shown that not only are we talking about an environmental and climate crisis, but we're also we're reassessing the national security and economic dimension correlation that it's so notorious when there is a synergy between the fossil fuels markets and also the greenhouse emissions. Right now, we have a very important outcome, which is the declaration of a panel that's been the scientific panel dedicated to energy transition that is going to help countries, regions, and countries to develop their guidelines or for the next 5 years and to try to overcome the economic and energy dependence of fossil fuels. Mr. President, here we are gathered here together. Those have already decided to act, that ones that are convinced that it's necessary to initiate the phasing out of fossil fuels, but also in a very urgent but organized manner, because this is a coalition of collective capabilities. It's a power and exercise. We call this a coalition of the willing. You have the floor.
Bien, un saludo especial.
Well, a special greeting to the ministries and vice ministers and chief of delegation of the different countries and international organisms here present, ambassadors and diplomatic chiefs accredited in Colombia, leaders and environmental leaders and social and communal who are with us here today, academical community, peasants, indigenous populations, and our unions, syndicate, organizations, environment, and Neveles Torres, Ministry of Weather and Green Growth, to the Netherlands, it's been TOEFL. And well, my language doesn't allow me to do so, to translate well. Chief of the Presidential Dispatch, Moreno, ministers and functionaries of the DAPTRE Director, Mayor of the City of Carlos Alberto Pinedo Cuello, social media and international and national, and everyone who is going to be with us here today in this first international conference for the transition beyond transitioning away from fossil fuels. So I do believe we have said before enough. What's the Colombian position that allows us to, next to the Netherlands, to convoke to this conference from the COP30 that we objected because Colombia objected according to the objection of what country doesn't allow to be the officialization of the declaration. We did it just because of a basic reason, and unique, the letter that thousands of scientifics of the experts, precisely what the COP30 that was made in Belém, Pará, in the magical place, an amazing one of the region of the Amazonas River, an ocean of sweet ocean and of salty water. The Atlantic, in this case, was configuring the system, or one of the mechanisms, because exists the Amazonic jungle, is the vapor, the huge steamy that is creating upper waters, and the reaches, among some other things, to the high mountains of the Oriental West, and it becomes in water, because much more of the drinkable water or sweet water that is consumed, but in the Andes are the rivers flyers, and is the moisture that allows us the exuberance and diversity because of the jungle, and because of any reason doesn't exist the moisture stop leaving the Amazonic, and there's the third pillar in this moment. So for example, if you think about the oceans and you think, for example, to frozen these fragments or ice, which is in the heart of the South America, or the third climatic weather without it. So we're going to reach the point, no return point. The Amazon jungle is burning, registration within the ocean are diminishing in a really quick way. We don't need to go to the Isla Gorgona. There is a native paradise. And native was a jail, terrible. It was a center of concentration, I would say that word, which was eliminated and now is going to be as a part, but the investigation shows us in the growth or the birth of life in near tectonic, that it could have any kind of disaster over there. There are huge creations of a species of construction as well, and evolution as well. We're going to go to the Jumbles River, to the international fishing. It has lost in just a long 20 years time 30% of its dynamism. So we can see some other examples. We're going to be able to see that we're facing a tragedy in life. Here only we just developed a crisis derivative of this climate change. What it came was the very first time that we know, of course, as an articulator facing the us with these beaches, with a strength of the ocean that we didn't feel before. And of course, with a huge drop, it was meeting with the mountains of water. There are not any kind of registrations. There are no registrations or similar like lands like, such as Tierra Córdoba Sur and the border with Panama, for example. Bolivar, when it was dragged to the neighbors, almost drops on the neighbors' face in front of us. But afterwards, we had an inverse phenomena because of the flow, because we have the carbon. This is just a place of carbon exploration in a worldwide order. Colombia is the 5th international exporter of carbon. So every single time we fall down with the exportation, because it's one of the concrete issues that we face in this government, then there's going to be able to do so, because we've seen the first exporter more than 50 years time of the divisas of the gas and oil and carbon, because fossil, in order to have these dividends, when it's a society in agricultures of entrepreneurs, almost the individual ones, that they are so far away because of few regions. This region is to be like, because it's competing with the biggest one around the world, and that's why we have some trains, of course, because they only have carbon or only people of some other things. It's a region which practically was specialized on this mineral. The flow of the ocean took the wastage of the carbon in this case. We have a crystalline because we didn't see it too much time ago. We are showing contradictions while we are saying the weather, the climate crisis, because this is contradictory, because from the science, from the theory, from numbers, we pass to the politicians. In the COP30, we didn't take into account the scientific report that says that the 75% of the weather crisis is due to the extraction and consumption of hydrocarbons, which basically this is carbon, gas and oil, and it not even was transcribed because of the lobby. It was a strong in some cases, and of course in MON as well, and with the capability that it has to grow the economy in the countries which are the fossil economies. Here we can see we have a practice in 4 years, because we're going to write down as to get as a conclusion, but whether they're going to be useful or not. So the struggling against climate change is a political and social one, not only scientific one. That also it is. Every single time that we are facing a challenge, we have a social resistance and political one, due to articulatory power that is existing currently. And for example, recently from the Arctic front, with the Antarctic front as well, because there is a reflux because of the south, and it's going to be centered by the south, some other center coming from south. So the raining fall down because never that happened before. So their lands were droughts, something like Córdoba, Sucre, and Bolívar as well. We have some droughts as well, but this one is the worst of all. And today, the director of the guild, of the corporate guild, the biggest one, says that it didn't happen. He says that the disaster it wasn't that big. There were some casualties, dozen animals as a casualties as well, poverty, the destruction of 100,000 hectares of water that came. So the historical flow, because they have been moving forward with it, and a huge strike and murders, of course. So that's why the water came back to the natural. It was kind with the farms, with the peasants, casualties and cities. But today, the voice of the most powerful at Colombia, they say, I don't have an economical emergency because we're going to have some taxes because they're going to go to these affected people and victims. So you were wondering, so if this happens around the world, well, practically speaking, it's going to arrive the moment that the power is going to be stop the speed of the transition, and in order to enhance, of course, this kind of gas and oil and agriculture fossil, so it's going to be kind of late. So there is something that we need to say. What about the capitalism can in fact adapt it to this kind of no fossil energy? So I don't answer this question here because it's going to be part of a thought, our reflection. For example, when we went to the COPs and the initial government in the first 2 years, apparently that the cops were talking about the transition, insurance companies, how the market to tax and resolution. We're talking about the carbon. In this case, as a mechanism that I would say neoliberal in order to solve the crisis that produced the neoliberal stage around the world because of the industrial revolution, but it was speeded up. But today I'm like kind of skeptical because they were saying, well, what about the green side? The capitalism that is going to be some maximize some revenues with a kind of energy that doesn't use fossil fuels. So what I see with my practice is there is such as the resistance, the inertia within the power and economy in this point of, because it's really old-fashioned, the fossil that carries to that, of course, no doubt about it, because of the capital can commit suicide because of the mankind and life included. Obviously, mankind can allow us to do so, and obviously, just because of the instinct to follow, continue existing in this planet, is going to provoke and is going to express such a way that the political tensions is going to be able to be more intense in every single country, more with the responsibilities of this climate change as well, but the countries that they suffer the consequences, which are all of them with the climate crisis. So we have a conflict between mankind and capital. I'm going to place the name between mankind and power. And that's why the circumstances that we can see today as such a country, such as Colombia and around the world, the wars, the missiles, the struggling because of the petroleum, get desperate as well. The geopolitical policies related to the conservation of the fossil materials at the beginning of 20th century, we're going to have the possibility to have some wars to the extinction of mankind, rupture of the international right and the human right, of course, as a conception. And we're going to go to the barbarie. So the barbarie is the previous stage of the fascism. And so the questions are going to coming out. Is the energy transition one intention of detaining this climate change because the democracy is already ended up? the global democracy is impossible, the possibility to have a brotherhood and to find common causes, because like this one, because it's going to be able to guarantee the right to exist, and not only us, but all everything that we call life in this planet. What we're going to be in presence is go deeper with the barbarian in this case, so the answer has to be immediate and really quick as well. It has to be the unit of towns or cities, not only because this unit was a failure in the company in the ONU, UN, because we don't have the importance to solve a word and to solve this, whether the COP30 is just a chunk of the last part, the words that we see is just the first thing that we can see, and there is something that we cannot see, the union of nations created by the Second World War, and it's really important as idea, but we don't have this kind of situation. We have to replace it. We have to get apart. So it's not just to be on its knees and to be quiet because we have no alternatives. The barbarian is now to lose time at the crucial time of vital, so it's gonna lead us like the stopwatch of life in the planet was running out, like as well as my speech. So to potentialize implies now the unit of towns. It implies the brotherhood of our cultures, for example. It implies the construction of the human tissue with or without the help of the states. And it's implicit the polarization, as we were reached in some cases, a mobilization that is just a mobilization because of because of life in general. When women created, I do believe they could have a bigger space due to because it's way of being of the essence allow them to feel life more than us. So that makes that the women, they need to pass to the first stage. Colombia is a show or struggling. Numbers go well. Related to the crisis, I would like to be really quicker. We're not a huge emitter, but we like to become an example as well as we cannot do so because we can be stopped. And we're going to be able to do so, mobilizing the Colombian organization under these objectives. And we have been struggling with too much strength, lives, and mankind and existence. Thank you very much for listening to me, and you are very kind. Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Republic of Colombia, Mr. Gustavo Petro Urrego. Thank you. We thank to every single ones who are here to this presence, to this important dialogue beyond the fossil fuels. We invite you to sit, to keep in your seats because Mr. President just left the stage. Thank you so much.
Listo, entonces.
Okay, well done. So, as follows, we're going to the breakouts. Don't we invite you to go to the breakouts, please. But before, we're gonna have some important announcements. Colleagues,
For your patience, we'll continue with our agenda as it was planned. So we will come back to our breakout sessions at 5 p.m. So you have a very well-deserved coffee break, a space for chatting to each other. Please be there on time. Don't force me to break out and to bring out the megaphone again. So all of your sessions are in your emails. If you have questions, please ask. And thank you very much.
So we have another lovely guest with us here in Santa Marta in Colombia. We're coming to the end of this high-level section of this first conference to transition away from fossil fuels. And if you could say who you are and where you're from.
Yeah, my name is Kjell Kühne. I'm the director of the Leave It in the Ground initiative, LINGO.
And that is a global initiative?
It's an international organization, think tank, and we work on a global scale.
Okay, but you're normally based in Germany, is that right?
I'm from Germany. I'm normally based in Mexico.
Ah, you're normally based in Mexico. Okay, lucky chap. Super. And what have you been doing here? There's been like two processes, I suppose. One has been a kind of pre-process of academics, NGOs, scientists, others feeding into this kind of high-level session with the governments on, options for how you might draft an exit from fossil fuels plan.
Yeah, I think that the interesting thing here is that it's not so much about a document. This is about a process, and breaking the addiction from fossil fuels is a big challenge. It's a big task. Many pieces are needed, and so the Colombian government and the Dutch have invited stakeholders to participate in that process. So officially, the conference started on the 24th and has been running all the way to today. And it started actually, among others, with our chapter, as they called them, the Science and Policy Pre-Conference that brought together about 500 people from academia and from think tanks to work on some of these challenges. They're not so hard nuts to crack for getting off fossil fuels. And we started working on that and incubating some pieces that can be taken forward by governments and offering, an evidence base for the task that they are facing.
So we had a plan launched here by the French in the last few days. Colombia's done one. That's good because they're the host here with the, as you say, with the Netherlands. Is it going to be a task to get 60 plus countries to do this, or maybe 85, because that was the number in Belém at the last UN climate conference that seemed to signal they wanted to do this? Is it a long process, do you think, to get that many countries, or can there be almost templates of the kind of economies we're dealing with? Johan Rockström, the scientist, thought maybe we needed 15 countries to be modeled how they would get off fossil fuels as a starting point, that maybe by the COP in Turkey that could be brought forward and fed into that to say, well, here are 15 economies, very different, but I don't know what your thoughts are on all this.
Yeah, I think the question is not so much is everybody gonna do a roadmap. If there is political will, then the roadmap makes sense. And we certainly think that the countries who came here, that's already an expression of political will to talk about the implementation of transitioning away from fossil fuels. So a logical next step for a country that has attended Santa Marta, has joined, and I think that that is what is getting established here, a coalition of the willing, of those who want to go beyond fossil fuels, would be to work on how are we doing that on the national scale to start that conversation. And roadmap is, that's something that the Brazilians gave it a push in Belém. The COP, the UNFCCC pushed back and didn't accept it, and they said we'll do it anyway. It's been a topic of conversation here, and I think also at our pre-conference, academics have showed some best practices on that, how you can make a national plan, and we certainly hope that all countries here will go as next step at looking, okay, what's the phase-out timeline, what are the drivers, what are the policies that we need, and go about starting to implement it, or identifying barriers that need to be worked out and that can be addressed together in this coalition of the willing. So it's as Johan said at the opening yesterday, it's time to roll up the sleeves.
Yes,
right?
yes, absolutely. But it's a good time to be rolling up sleeves, isn't it? Because, I mean, you probably couldn't have a conference like this with any credibility, say, 10 years ago or 15 or 20 years ago, and nobody would know what the devil to do to get off fossil fuels. I mean, because there was no real alternatives. You were really, really trapped. Now we have a chance, right? Because, you know, renewable energy is, well, very cheap in comparison to what it was, and cheaper than coal and things like that, you know, so.
Yeah, that environment has shifted, and now some things that were unthinkable before, now they are possible, and in some cases there is a force of gravity pulling things.
Yeah, and highly desirable as well. Yeah.
So we initially had planned to have a minister of Pakistan open the pre-conference. There were some logistical issues, as many during this conference, but there was a spirit that went through it, a very constructive spirit, that people who are here, they really want to make things happen and they want to work together. And it's not about consensus and one country will say, I don't like it, and then it's going to stop. No, it's about building something. And those who want to build, those who want to get engaged, they come to the table. And that's the spirit of Santa Marta. And that's very important to feed that spirit and build on it. And I think that's happening right now.
Right.
That, you know, different work streams are identified in which countries and other stakeholders will be working together to keep building these elements that we need to be able to overcome our common addiction to fossil fuels. And to the previous question that you asked about different groups of countries, we found out in that process that it's, you know, getting off fossil fuels is something very different to a country that's exporting fossil fuels and earning money from it, and a country that is importing. And we had a very solid work track in the pre-conference on central banks. And central banks are now looking at the impacts of the situation in Iran, but they don't have good tools to deal with it. So we have started a conversation about what should central banks do, what's their homework with regards to the energy transition. And there are many things that are not done yet. The tools are not there. Some study needs to be done. So there's some homework to be done, some next steps for the central banks, and that we already established a group to work on that with the central banks, because several of them participated here in the pre-conference, and now the government conference has taken that up and is institutionalizing that process to bring the central banks into this conversation and study, identify, and develop tools to help transition faster, because right now it's a difficult environment for investing, because if inflation goes up, then the investments become more expensive, and actually it's a bit of a paradox, but the fossil fuel dependency in such a situation of a shock makes you less able to invest in renewables.
That's really something, isn't it? Yeah. Just touching on the central banks, I mean, I think it was, is it Yarman, or I'm getting his name wrong right now, but the guy from China who drafted some of the early stuff for the Central Bank of China.
Ma Jun.
Yeah, there we go. And I was talking to him about him, talking with Nick Robbins about him, and it's quite interesting. I saw the video that he actually produced, and you can see this very deliberate policy by the Chinese Central Bank to, you know, stop the greenwashing, ensure that the loans for green stuff was cheaper than the normal loans. Bring in all kinds of rigors and cross-checking to make this thing happen. And no wonder China is a kind of superpower of green tech at the moment, given that this highly focused and structured approach. Maybe it doesn't work for everybody, but there's certainly a model there for some countries that might work. But you're right, and the central banks are all a bit different, aren't they? Their roles and responsibilities are a bit different in each country. So that's
they are, and actually, for example, the European Central Bank is relatively cautious. They have a secondary mandate, which they could be using, but they are not using it. They're just focusing on the primary mandate, which is price stability and financial stability. But even that primary mandate requires to look at fossilflation.
Yeah.
Because we had the shock from the Ukraine invasion, and now we have another shock, and nothing has happened in terms of developing tools to defend against these shocks. So that is a problem, and that is going to be addressed in the central bank's group. It's called the Santa Marta Transition and Financial Stability Group, SMART FSG. That has been established, and it has now been put forward in the high-level segments by the governments to formalize that process and draw in the central banks to work more. And that's a powerful economic player in the ring there.
Very interesting indeed. Yeah, exactly. And your organisation, what contribution do you continue to make a contribution towards this going forward?
So we were a bridge builder between the academic and the think tank community. We brought them both to a very interesting table, and we had very close coordination with the Colombian government, who was keen to have science provide input and inform the conversations here. So that has been quite a novel setup with a lot of political will, and it has led to us feeding elements into this process, such as this central bank's working group. There is probably going to be a registry of fossil-free zones of places that do not extract fossil fuels, which is also coming out of the pre-conference. There will likely be a forum on ISDS for countries who want to remove that barrier to a transition that is coming from this arbitration model.
Interstate dispute settlement.
Investor-state dispute settlement.
Investor-state dispute
settlement. Arbitration done in private courts that can hold back regulation.
It's very... Yeah, it's the way that some fossil fuel companies could get compensation for being told that they are no longer welcome.
Yeah, and so we really brought together a wide range of academics, of think tanks working on key topics of this transition, that in some cases they were already on the official agenda, in other cases they were not. We were encouraged by the minister to explore more than what they had identified with the Dutch colleagues already as things to be worked on. And there are also topics such as methane, which Carlos Nobre has reminded us this must be the first step on the road of fossil fuels. And so there was a whole work stream on methane, and we had colleagues from the best academic institutions. We also had colleagues from Tuvalu, who are a vocal defender of more ambitious and binding methane action on the global stage, and who are the hosts of the next conference. So we think that this work on methane will continue, and we hope that this coalition of the willing will make methane one of the agenda items of the things that they work on. And we have, the UK government has a statement on fossil methane to cut those emissions faster. So there is different elements, and now this was the government's. This was just a 2-day conference, and they had many things to figure out. And I think the Colombians and the Dutch did a great job in trying to bring these issues towards something actionable. It's looking good, and there is this spirit of Santa Marta going through the room, where people are working together on building something rather than putting each other down. There was very little of that.
Good. So we shall look forward to coming together again, perhaps in the Pacific next year, and see how this progresses. But it is inspiring to see the freshness and the smiles on faces, and rather than the crushing atmosphere of a COP so often.
Yeah, that's right. I believe there's going to be a lot of work done over the year. That was our, one of the main lines of engagement, was to bring pieces to the table that need to be worked on and can be worked on, and making specific proposals for that. And they're being taken up now, and I think there will be work over the year, and hopefully by next year in the Pacific, we will already be taking stock of some things that we have accomplished in the work over the year.
Okay. Good. Well, thank you very much for being on We Don't Have Time, and best of luck with your work going forward.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. Moving on.
Welcome to our first Exponential Race to the Top sessions, co-produced by our long-standing partner, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. The transport sector is a big source of greenhouse gas emissions and other harmful gases and particles. In this session, we will focus on personal transportation and how to scale the adoption of the solutions, which are electric vehicles. And our guests for this session is Fredrika Klarén, Head of Sustainability at Polestar, and Johan Falk, co-founder and head of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Welcome, both of you. Johan Falk, why do we need to scale up solutions to phase up fossil fuels? And where are we in the exponential curve for electric vehicles right now?
Thanks, and it's great to be here, Marcus. In order to phase out fossil fuels, we need to focus on scaling up the solutions exponentially. And the electrical vehicles is really a great example of exponentials. What you can see here is countries on this electrical vehicle curve, which represent percentage of sales of rechargeable cars. As you can see, Norway is really an outlier. It's close to 100% in terms of electrical vehicles, which is quite amazing. Mm-hmm. Sweden, Denmark, Netherlands, China are rapidly scaling up. And then we have a number of countries which are lower on the curve. But all are basically following the same curve, but with different speeds. I'll show you here Ethiopia, which I think is a very exciting example, because it basically shows that countries can leapfrog. They don't have to pass the fossil economy. They can't go directly to electrical vehicles. And this is very much related to strong policy like IEC import bans and other strong policies, which shows that this is possible.
Johan, just a few days ago, the Financial Times wrote that electric vehicle ownership has now reached a tipping point that signals an irreversible shift away from petrol cars, not only in China, but also in parts of Southeast Asia and Europe. So what is the global outlook overall?
Yes, we have definitely passed what we called the positive tipping point for personal electrical vehicles. And you can always argue, where is that positive tipping point? It's basically a point where we get self-sustaining feedback loops, and we enter into what we call a race to the top, where countries and companies race to actually develop the market as quickly as possible, racing together. And we state that it could be around 20%. And we are globally now at around 25% of new car sales. So we passed that. If you look at the global outlook, if we're following that exponential trajectory, which you can see on this particular slide, and which is absolutely viable because you can see how fast companies actually can go on the left side. We could reach what we call the crossover point, where we achieve 50% within 5 years, actually. So that is not unrealistic as far as we see it. And this will have a tremendous impact on the carbon emissions, because you would have the following curve, of course, for the fossil cars going down towards zero. So up to 2050, we could basically avoid with this trajectory between 40 to 50 gigatons of carbon emissions. So that's amazing. So it's all about pushing the exponential trajectories so as much to the left as possible.
Yeah. Over to you now, Fredrika. You work for the all-electric car company Polestar, and I know that you just released your sustainability report. So I would like to ask you, what can you highlight from that report, and also what reflections you have of the curves that Johan has just showed?
Well, thank you so much, and so interesting to hear your take on this, Johan. Well,
at Polestar, we know and have known for a long time that electric cars are as close to a silver bullet that we have to really decarbonize the automotive industry and to secure that we move towards a sustainable, just and climate neutral way of moving about with cars. And we show this in numbers. I mean, we are Europe's only pure electric brand. We are still fairly young, but what we have achieved in the last couple of years is amazing. I mean, we are now scaling to the point where we are reaching 60,000 cars in sales on an annual level. We have been able to launch 4 pure EVs in the last 5 years to the market, while also decoupling that growth from climate impact. In the sustainability report that we launched today, we detail how we have reduced our greenhouse gas emissions per sold car with 31%, while increasing sales with 505% since 2020. So I think that what we are able to really insert in the global narrative is, a very hopeful and inspiring message. And not only a message, but clear, tangible products that the consumers today, can tap into. And if you look at a Polestar car, and I'm super biased, of course, but it is truly a marvel of great design. It is fun to drive, and also it has a positive climate impact. You avoid emissions from switching to the EV, and you also buy from a brand who is trying to decouple growth from climate impact. But I mean, we are in a very weird context, even though we have this silver bullet in our industry, and we are at the inflection point in terms of sales. The narrative is being diluted. That narrative is being diluted, and I think that has to do with the fact that companies have invested and are still very vested in legacy technology, and now they are trying to push back. They're trying to hinder and slow down progress to keep short-term earnings. So what is so important now to really pull this lever that we can do to transition away from fossil fuels, which is the topic of today, we need to come to the consumers with a very clear message. They are here, they are receptive, they are switching, but if we're going to scale it up even more, we're going to have to combat the current disinformation and be inspiring and super clear towards consumers. And that I want the policymakers to help us in.
Yeah. We did see kind of a backlash in Europe a few years ago with the German car makers like facing a lot of problems. But now with the current energy crisis in the Middle East, you can also read every week about how in various countries EV sales are rapidly scaling. Are we seeing a more permanent shift in consumer demand now? With the energy volatility that we're seeing?
Yeah. Even before the Iran war broke out, I mean, we have been seeing this steady support from consumers. They want this shift, but they are not being represented in the right way by certain policymakers or industry players. But I mean, we're seeing now how they are responding to the rising oil prices. For example, well, in March in EU, the EV sales rose with 51% during that month alone. And I mean, we're seeing also how this is impacting the total cost of ownership for our customers. For example, a Polestar 4 in Germany has 72% of the costs compared to a fossil fuel car for the owners of that car. So, I mean, this is just another example of how this technology is proven to be a way for us to create a more resilient and stable and safe situation for car consumers and, for the energy transition as a whole. We haven't even gotten into the issue of, how we can enable short-term energy storage going forward with our products, and how they can, support a renewable energy grid, whereas e-fuels, for example, would deplete it even more. So, lots to talk about there.
You mentioned policy. So what do you need from countries and, in your case, also a region like the EU to scale even faster?
We need to use the levers that the countries that Johan just spoke about have utilized. Those are still relevant. We need to support consumers of all wallet sizes to make the shift. So clear incentives, bonus schemes, and that will really enable a lot of the progress. That is what we are hearing is most needed. Of course, we need to secure that the infrastructure around electric cars also will be scaled. For example, the charging grids. But I would say that the most important thing now is sending this clear message to consumers, and then we need public support in terms of incentive schemes.
Johan, reflection of what Fredrika has just said.
I think really we are in a point now when we will see an incredible ramp up of volumes, I think, which is very good news for basically the producers. I think it will go incredibly fast because we come to that particular point where the products are amazing and coming down in price. We also have the second-hand market, which is growing. And that the case for the consumers is now incredibly good as far as I see it. So I think that is what we can expect, which is very, very positive news as far as I see it. I also think electrical vehicles are so important for the complete, transformation to what we call an earth-aligned economy, because renewable energy and electrical vehicles are basically the two areas which are on an exponential pathway. And as you mentioned, Fredrika, it will drive also the next row of electrical trucks, of course, coming a bit after electrical vehicles, but can basically draw on the same theory of change, as well as strengthening the energy grids and balancing the energy grids, which are quite untapped so far. So it's also really important not just to shift out the fossil cars, but actually to trigger the other solutions to go faster.
Yeah. We will unfortunately have to round up this session very, very quickly. One final question to each of you. If you could name one key ask, key thing that needs to happen to keep accelerating this race to the top, what would it be? Start with you, Fredrika.
To share the hopeful story around EVs. People will respond if we start talking in a positive way about the climate impact of electric cars and how they are simply a better choice. Instead of trying to spread doom and gloom, we have to really take the opportunity of now, in an honest and truthful way, we can actually say that this is a success story.
Johan?
And I would just echo that. I worked a lot with telephony, and at a certain point, people argue that you don't need mobile phones, but it's following the same trajectory, where we all need mobile phones and we phased out the fixed phones. It's exactly the same thing. And I think we are at the point now, by spreading good, positive stories, we can accelerate and reach that curve that I actually showed previously, which will be absolutely unstoppable. So it's a great opportunity, I think, for Polestar, but also other manufacturers which has to step up and move faster. Yes.
Johan and Fredrika, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you.
I am here with Juan Manuel Santos, the former president of Colombia, who's also one of the Planetary Guardians and chair of the Elders. And you're also a Nobel Prize laureate. So it's an honor to be standing here next to you.
My honor to be with you.
So, given your background as the former Colombian president and also a longtime champion for climate, how does it feel to be attending this conference here in your country, in Santa Marta?
Well, I came here not as part of the government, because I'm not part of the government, but I came here because we wanted to support, as elders and as planetary guardians, the objective of this conference. How did this conference come about? It is the product of the failure of the COP in Brazil to take a concrete decision on two issues. One, how to do away with fossil fuels, and second, how to protect the Amazon. Both are very, very important steps to save the planet. So this conference, promoted by Colombia and the Netherlands, what it wants to achieve is to get all the countries that are already in a good mood to take the correct decisions, to see how can they do it in a better way to attract more support for this cause. And as elders and as planetary guardians, with this cause is something that for us is important, and that's why I am here.
And you just attended or gave a press conference as the Guardians where you presented the Renewable Freedom Report. So could you please briefly share what this report entails?
Well, the Planetary Guardians give the scientists tremendous importance because we believe in science. And one of the scientists, which is one of the leaders of the Planetary Guardians, has been following what is happening with the 9 boundaries that have been identified as boundaries that we cannot break if we want to save the planet. And what is very worrisome is that we have already have broken 7 of the 9 boundaries. So this is a call to action and urgent action because time is running out. And what I hope also comes out of this conference is that message, that time is running out, that we are confronted with a big problem, bigger than what many, many people believe, and that hopefully we can encourage others to join the cause and take the necessary decisions.
There are quite a few strong examples in the report. For instance, how Uruguay has been transferring to almost 100% renewable energy, and also Spain. So, what can you say about these great examples?
Well, there's a theory in economic theory. The demonstration effect is very important, and so we can, by showing these examples, demonstrate to the rest of the world that it can be done. Because the thing that we cannot lose is hope and determination to take action. And so when we show the example of Uruguay, look, a country already did it. And this is good for everybody, for the economy, for security, for everybody. Or in the private sector, the example that we sometimes use is IKEA. It's a big private company that has invested in this cause with a great benefit, economic benefit. So by showing the examples that are working, we hope to stimulate others to follow the example.
So let's go back to the Amazon, because I know the Amazon is very dear to you. And it's a critical election year in Latin America. So what hangs in the balance for the Amazon?
Well, unfortunately, we're seeing something with the Amazon that we need to change. On the one hand, we're destroying the Amazon. and we are reaching a tipping point where the Amazon could become a savanna and not a rainforest. That would be terrible for the world and for the climate. And we are seeing how organized crime is one of the reasons why the Amazon is being destroyed. And in order to address that, we need cooperation among the countries of the Amazon. And we are not seeing that cooperation as what is happening in the rest of the world with many other problems because of politics, ideology, differences that do not allow the countries to take the correct decisions as a group. And if we don't take the correct decision as a group, the countries in Latin America with the Amazon, or the world with climate change, then we will be in deep trouble.
When I met you in Belém, you spoke of the big importance of visiting and learning from indigenous peoples. And today you shared a story that sort of connects back to that about your shoes. Could you please tell us this story? Because I thought it was to the point.
Well, we are very near the Sierra Nevada, up a few kilometers from here, from where we are. It's a beautiful place where 4 indigenous communities live. I have developed a good relationship with them, especially the oldest one called the Kogi. And they have insisted that if I am a peacemaker, that I have to be very conscious that peace in the world, among nations, among humans, have to go hand in hand with peace with nature. They have to go in the same direction, that the humans have to treat nature not as second-rate citizens, but as equals. And so my wife said, you're elder, you're a planetary guardian, and you should express your convictions of fighting climate change and saving the planet in everything you do. And so she gave me a pair of shoes where there's peace in one shoe and nature in the other. And they have to walk in the same direction, side by side. So she said, you have to wear this in that conference. And that's why I'm wearing this pair of shoes.
And they're also good-looking shoes, by the way. So my final question actually connects to the question of peace and climate here, because what we're seeing now is, of course, the war in the Middle East is affecting the climate massively, but also the energy crisis. So what can you say about well, maybe you should frame it as a momentum that we see here, also connected to the report with renewable energy freedom?
Well, peace and energy and peace and the dependency on fossil fuels are very strongly correlated. We are seeing how the increase in the price of oil, of energy, directly affects many regions that and it generates conflict. So if we want to maintain peace, we have to cut that dependency on fossil fuels. And history and what is happening right now shows us very clearly this correlation. So this is another ingredient that is important for the world to take into account. If we want peace in the world, we must, in a way, weaken or do away with the dependency on fossil fuels.
And this we can read more about in the report that you just put out.
Absolutely. We have a report that we renew the scientists renew every now and then. And I think this is good material for people to understand what is happening.
Well, thank you very much for taking time to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for giving me this peace, love for peace, or peace for love.
climate love, but it's all peace, so it's all connected.
You cannot have love if you don't have peace, and you cannot have peace if you don't have love. So
Completely agree.
okay.
Thank you so much. I'm here with a parliamentarian from Bolivia.
I'm Cecilia Requena, Congresswoman from Bolivia.
And would you say that Bolivia is in or out of this coalition of the willing?
Well, Bolivia has just changed the government, and I would say we don't have a clear mandate yet. And the government has been hesitating and tending towards, exploring and exploiting additional hydrocarbons in our country, including protected areas, because we used to be an exporting country, mainly to Brazil and Argentina, of gas, natural gas. And that has been an important pillar of our economy. But that has, been almost exhausted, and instead of now looking for an energy transition because of fiscal reasons, economic reasons, the government is tending to desperately continue to go through, into that path. I understand that, but it's not the right answer, I am afraid. First, because it's going to take long. 7 years at least, but then because of ecological, cultural, collective rights issues, and also because of strategic issues, because as we know, this is not only an ecological, there are not only ecological advantages of transitioning away from fossil fuels, but also economic and also geopolitical advantages, as, the depending less and less from volatile prices, oil prices that put our economies up and down all the time.
So what will you be bringing with you back to your parliament from these discussions here to push for this green transition?
Look, I'm really being energized here because here we are, this gathering is uniting all those who think we have to change and to change and to accelerate. And even in these discussions, you find so many different ideas on how to do it. So it's interesting. There is a debate on how to do it and the priorities. So even when there's consensus on where to head to, the how is always, a challenge. But I take, the energy to go back to my country and along all those who think alike, to give the battle, because we are going to receive new laws regarding hydrocarbons and mining, and all those things have really to do with our future, with where are we heading to. And I think we have to be able to make the case that this energy transition, and which is in the end an ecological and a more broadly transition, is the best option for countries like Bolivia. I could go on why. I think I said something before, but going to continue the hydrocarbon dependency, the extractivism dependency is not the way out, is not the necessary answer for our countries. We've been there 500 years. That's not the answer. We have to move on, change, and change is feasible, and it's much better even in economic terms.
Thank you very much indeed.
You're welcome.
This is the first day of the Transition Away from Fossil Fuel Conference in Santa Marta, Colombia. And Would It Have Time is here as the official global media partner. And we just attended the first press conference here at the conference, and this was the press conference for the Goldman Prize Award. The winner has been presented here today, and we have her with us here, Yuvales Morales Blanco. Honored to have you by my side here. And I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Sarah Chaban, to do the interview in Spanish. So over to you, Sarah.
Muchas gracias por estar acá con nosotros. Acaba de dar una conferencia de prensa acá en Santa Marta en el contexto de la primera conferencia para la transición más allá de los combustibles fósiles. Después de haber recibido el premio Goldman medioambiental. Primero, felicidades. Y por favor, puede contar brevemente a nuestros espectadores sobre fracking en Colombia y cómo está afectando el río Magdalena, el río principal de Colombia.
Bueno, fracking es una técnica que busca expandir la frontera extractivista, es decir, sacar más petróleo. Se llama fracking no convencional, petróleo no convencional. Esta técnica afecta porque hacer una técnica extrema de extracción de energía extrema se requieren muchos químicos, bastante agua y muchos materiales tóxicos que afectan, en este caso, por supuesto, la principal fuente fluvial, que es el río Magdalena. Sin embargo, una gran claridad, y es que en Colombia, la Alianza Colombia Libre de Fracking lleva hoy 10 años defendiendo a Colombia esta técnica, por lo que no tenemos fracking en Colombia. Sin embargo, siempre decimos que no necesitamos experimentar con la vida, no necesitamos experimentar con la naturaleza. Por eso buscamos la prohibición del fracking en nuestro país.
Muchas gracias. Como dijiste, la Alianza contra el Fracking en Colombia empezó su trabajo, su lucha hace 10 años, seguro antes de eso. Pero ¿cuándo empezó tu lucha contra el fracking y cuáles fueron los actores involucrados en esta lucha?
Hoy yo tengo 25 años, empecé esta lucha cuando tenía 18, en un contexto bastante peligroso para ser líder social y ambiental. Recordar que Colombia sigue siendo el país más peligroso para ser líder social y ambiental en el mundo. Y a estos a los que tenemos que enfrentarnos las juventudes, los líderes sociales y los defensores ambientales. Así que empieza por una defensa territorial y al final y al inicio del día termina siendo por la lucha por la vida en la defensa de los derechos humanos.
Muchas gracias. ¿Qué significa este reconocimiento para ti, para la lucha contra el fracking más general y para Colombia como país también? Como dice que es un país donde los defensores de la naturaleza son siempre en peligro por su vida.
Este premio llega como un reconocimiento a la labor que realizan quienes han defendido el agua, la vida y el territorio antes que yo, conmigo y después de mí también. Llega a decirle al mundo que defender la vida no te puede costar la propia y que en Colombia necesitamos sí o sí la prohibición del fracking en nuestro país.
Como dijo usted en la conferencia, el fracking sigue vivo en Colombia y ahora estamos en una crisis energética mundial con el bloqueo del estrecho de Hormuz. ¿Puede pensar que el método de fracking se va a expandir? ¿Puede pensar que tal vez va a ser un método que se va a ver más y más ahora en este momento?
La geopolítica mundial nos está diciendo que el camino no es el petróleo y no es el gas, que el camino no es seguir extrayendo y exportando y emitiendo más combustibles fósiles. El mundo hoy nos está diciendo que el camino correcto debe ser la transición energética justa y territorial con base en la transformación social a través del agro. Hoy, cualquier país del mundo que decida hacer fracking y seguir explotando combustibles fósiles está condenando irresponsablemente a sus habitantes a un declive social, financiero, económico y cultural, y que en ese sentido todos los países están llamados no solamente a la prohibición de fracking, sino a lo que viene siendo el pilar fundamental de esta conferencia internacional, y es buscar la transición para un futuro más allá de los combustibles fósiles.
Muchas gracias. Y todos estos son temas que vamos a abordar en nuestra transmisión con We Don't Have Time y durante esta semana en Santa Marta. ¿Cuál sería tu sueño o tu expectativa tal vez para esta conferencia acá?
De esta conferencia tiene que salir un plan de acción, una hoja de ruta efectiva que escuche a las comunidades, que escuche a los territorios, una ruta de hoja que definitivamente defina que el modelo extractivista a partir de los combustibles fósiles tiene que terminar, porque Santa Marta es el inicio del fin de la expansión fósil mundial.
Muchas gracias, Juvelis, y nos vemos.
I am here with a parliamentarian from Colombia. Could you please state your name?
Juan Carlos Lozada.
And what can you tell us about what's going on in this room here today in Santa Marta at the conference?
Oh, we've been having such an interesting discussion. I think parliamentarians play a very big role in pushing transition in each of our countries. We are not the government. We are not civil society. We're somewhere in between those two. We represent the civil society. We don't take the biggest decisions, but we can make big decisions in budget when it comes to Congress, and we can present laws that can enhance our politics for the transition. So to be able to share experiences among parliamentarians from everywhere in the world. In this room we're more than 30 parliamentarians from more than 15 countries. It's a pleasure and it's an honor, and I think we're learning a lot from each other.
And what is what is discussed here in the room? What will happen to those insights?
Well, usually we take them home. We are part of a big network of more than 900 parliamentarians who are pushing for a just transition, who are pushing for phased out of fossil fuels. We have demonstrated that whenever we go to these international stages, when we go back to our countries, we're able to coordinate actions that goes towards that goal. For instance, in the Amazon, we're more than 5 members of parliament here who presented at the same time a bill in Brazil, in Peru, in Ecuador, in Colombia, in Bolivia, to phase out the fossil fuels in the Amazon, which is a strategic, very strategic ecosystem that we have to preserve. So, of course, we're going to take all these learnings and all these ideas to our home countries, and we're going to push our governments to start building a road towards the phased out.
So Colombia being one of the organizers here of this epic, historic event, what would you say are the main winnings, the gains from being part of this coalition of the willing?
Well, only the fact that we have this coalition and that we have met in Santa Marta is a huge win. We have been part of the Conference of the Parts of the United Nations, and we have seen how systematically talking about the phased out is vetoed by some countries. So to be able to gather with the people who want a change in this planet, who want to take the deep decisions that have to be made for the planet to stay alive, it's an absolute win. And I think that the cooperation that is going to be built after this conference is going to take us towards that goal without any doubt. So the fact that we're here is already a big win, and what's going to happen after this, I'm sure, is going to be, as you said, historic.
So there are 56 countries present. Is there a special country that you would like to give a shout out to, that you would like to grab to bring into this coalition of the willing, and why?
Of course, without the United States, it's absolutely impossible to do this transition in the world. Without China, it's absolutely impossible to do this transition. Without India, it's impossible to do this transition. We need to get the countries that are the most historically responsible for the state of the art of the planet to join this coalition. Of course, that's going to take time, and that's going to take political will from those democracies to be able to get back, especially the United United States on track. What's going on today in the United States politics is unspeakable and unacceptable for the rest of the world. So, of course, we would love to have people like the governor of California to join this task force to bring America back to the Paris Agreement.
So what would they win if they join? What would they lose, in short?
Well, if they don't join, is the whole world who's going to lose, themselves included. So the United States have to understand that economy is not only the gains of their own country, but if the planet goes, in the wrong way, they're going to suffer the consequences as much as all the other countries in the world. So I think the American economy must understand that there's a global economy that has to be based on ethical measures and that has to do the transformation that is needed for the planet to stay alive, or they're going to be also implicated in the consequences.
Thank you very much indeed for taking time for this interview.
Thank you so much, Katrina. For me, it's an honor, and for all the viewers from Santa Marta, we welcome everybody who wants to make a change in the world.
Hello, can you hear coming here from Santa Marta to Fiji? Okay, you can hear me. That's really good. We just need to have some connection in terms of your speaking voice to us here. And maybe that's something to do with the speaker, or I don't know. Can you just say something?
Bulavinaka, and I hope you can hear me.
Ah, that's very good indeed. Hello, is that Sivendra Michael?
Indeed, sir.
Thank you, and you're the Permanent Secretary for Environment and Climate Change in Fiji. I know you're in. We heard that many people could not come from Fiji because of the price of fossil fuels, because of the war happening in the Middle East. So you've been kind of stuck there. But are you hearing about the conference a little bit from people here?
Yes, our Pacific colleagues that are attending the conference provides regular update. We also have a Viber group and a WhatsApp group where we are consistently touching base with each other. I got an update from my civil society colleagues yesterday regarding the high-level discussions that was happening. So yeah, very much up to par with the information that is and the discussions in Santa Marta. And I'm sad that I could not attend in person, but really glad that the Pacific is well represented by Tuvalu, Vanuatu, Marshall Islands, and many other countries that have been championing our 1.5 degree guardrail, as well as our journey towards the transitioning away from fossil fuel.
From what you've heard, we've just got maybe an hour or so left, maybe 30 minutes. Do you think the impression you're getting is that it's gone well?
The last update I got was that there was still some discussions around the concrete, outputs and the way forward that was still being negotiated amongst the leaders. I'm still waiting for a follow-up update, as I understand that they have just concluded their last high-level plenary. So at this stage, I would say that based on the last comment, it's good that to have our leaders on the table to actually discuss this. And the Pacific has always been united in its call for action, one that cannot be discounted, which is particularly in relation to the urgent need to transition towards sustainable energy sources, just so that for us, it's always about keeping within the 1.5 degree reach, right? Because of how often or how little people know about the impacts of climate change in the Pacific region, and how less it is discussed in scientific reports like the IPCC.
And what do you think the next steps are from Santa Marta?
From my knowledge, I think there can be a couple of pathways that will be explored. We do have the fossil fuel treaty. Please do remember that. Santa Marta is one of them that's been happening as a conduit to the work that the fossil fuel treaty is doing. There are many other avenues that has been discussed with the fossil fuel treaty outside the UNFCCC process. And I think, it would be good to hear as well what the leaders have decided, whether we want to continue pushing for outcomes on the second global stocktake, or do we, want to pivot towards really thinking about a pathway with the General Assembly, or whether we want to operationalize action to demonstrate what transition looks like to regions that are largely dependent on fossil fuel, and those regions that are dependent on the importation of fossil fuels like the Pacific. And I think for us, it's very clear that one thing we hope is that will be coming out of the next steps is how do we ensure that all of the work that is done in the space towards the transitions towards a cleaner, safer, and greener future would be looking at its direct correlation with the country's NDCs, the nationally determined contributions that we have submitted. From our view, this is possibly the last chance at achieving our 1.5 degree temperature limit goal. And the first global stocktake, also 1 CMA5, really called for deep, rapid, and sustained reductions in GHG emissions, and parties were called to transition away from fossil fuels. But you can see the signaling. Currently, you are not seeing so much action. So I look forward, really, as part of next steps, to really understand what what would be the pathway that the leaders are deciding to take, whether it goes through a independent or some thought process to go through a UNGA, or we take these discussions back to the fossil fuel treaty, and then go and fortify our way forward.
Yes, yes. So, yes, those decisions will certainly have to be thought through. But at the moment, it feels people are quite free to discuss phasing out fossil fuels because they're not part of a large bureaucratic process. You've got a coalition of the willing that's not bogged down by existing structures that have their own dynamic, which may be can be a little crushing to this enthusiasm, right? I mean, this is a coalition of many people, could be 85 countries if we think about the number of countries in Belém at the last UN climate conference wanted to get off fossil fuels. So let's see. But one of the interesting things I think here was to discover that quite a few countries have draft phase-out plans in their sort of back pockets. They've been working on them for years, but they've never had to really use them before. And now they might start coming out of their pockets and be laid on the table, which could be an interesting development. But look, it's been lovely to hear from you from Fiji. And presumably you'll be going forward with this with your partners in the Pacific and others. Looking forward to some kind of report at the next UN climate conference in Turkey. And we see where it goes from there, I suppose. So best of luck. Keep safe, keep well, and let's move on from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity. And I once again would like to, pass on my well wishes to the teams that are meeting. Just to remember that, for some countries, the impacts of climate change are far-reaching, and we invite all of you, all of you that is listening in, that is tuning into this particular meeting or watching this live, come to Fiji for the pre-COP, come and see Tuvalu for the high-level segment, for the leaders segment, the special leaders event, to see front-hand what the impacts of climate change look like for a region that has least contributed to this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, moving on. So, we have another wonderful guest with us here. If you could say who you are and where you are from.
Mi nombre es Atigundiwa.
My name is Atigundiwa.
Soy de la comunidad Arhuaca
I'm from the Arhuaca community
de la Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta en Colombia,
of the Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta in Colombia,
territorio ancestral,
an ancestral territory,
corazón del mundo.
the heart of the world.
Okay. And where does this belief that it's the heart of the world
¿De dónde viene esa
come
creencia
from?
de que es el corazón del mundo? ¿De dónde viene eso?
Es lo que sentimos todo, nuestro
That
corazón
this-
late.
This is what we all feel, that our heart beats.
Estamos en un territorio como un cuerpo vivo.
We are in a territory which is like a live body.
Nosotros somos la tierra.
We are the land.
Nuestra tierra somos nosotros y nuestro corazón late.
We are the land and our heart beats.
Me alegro mucho que este encuentro se haya dado aquí,
We are-
en el corazón del mundo.
I'm very happy that this meeting is taking place here in the heart of the world.
Esta montaña es la más alta en el mundo, cerca del mar.
This mountain here is the highest mountain in the world, close to the sea.
Tenemos el mar Caribe que
We ha-
conecta todos los continentes.
We have the Caribbean Sea that connects the different continents.
Esta montaña, junto con muchas otras montañas, recepciona información de cómo está ambientalmente el planeta como un cuerpo vivo.
This mountain, together with other mountains, receives information about the state of the world.
Y nosotros, que hemos cuidado esa memoria del territorio ancestral,
And we have protected this memory of this territory, of this ancestral territory.
estamos abiertos de corazón para recibir, así como recibe las distintas aves que vienen de otros continentes a la Ciénaga Grande, como las tortugas que vienen al Caribe, poner sus huevos, anidan allí.
We're open to receiving, such as the Ciénaga, the wetlands close by, receive the birds from other continents, and the turtles are received here, coming from across the seas.
Que son especies que no tuvieron que ir a una universidad, a una escuela para aprender ese GPS natural de código, que tiene un entendimiento con la naturaleza, llegan aquí.
So these birds, these animals, they did not have to go to university to learn or have a GPS. They find their way to this place automatically.
Y desde aquí llevan la energía de vida hacia otros lugares, vuelven a sus lugares de donde vienen.
And from here, they take this life energy to other places and go back to where they came from.
Recibimos distintas voces de diferentes países, diferentes continentes, aquí en el corazón del mundo, y vienen como esas aves.
And we receive voices from people from all around the world in this place, in the heart of the world. And they come here like the birds.
Solo esperamos que conecten con ese corazón para llevar esa energía vital hacia los lugares de donde vienen.
And we just hope that they connect with this vital energy here to take it back to their places.
Have your ancestral homes here been harmed by coal mining and other minerals being taken out?
Su casa ancestral ha sido dañada por la minería, por ejemplo, del carbón u otras actividades.
Estamos en una montaña con mucha abundancia,
We are in a mountain with a lot of abundance
con mucha agua.
and a lot of water.
Todos bajan de la montaña donde está la nieve.
Everything goes down from the mountains. There's snow on top.
Más de 300 lagunas.
More than 300 lakes.
Bajan los ríos, llegan a la Ciénaga Grande y desembocan en el Mar Caribe.
So the rivers go down to the Ciénaga, which is a big wetland, and then into the Caribbean Sea.
Y en el Mar Caribe. Desembocan los ríos en el Mar Caribe. Y estos son memorias, son leyes que están consagrados en la ley de origen.
And these are memories, these are laws that can be traced back to the original law.
Y esa memoria nos lleva a entender en qué lugar estamos, pero tenemos muchas presiones.
And this memory allows us to remember in what place we are, but there are lots of pressures.
Hace 500 años atrás
500 years ago,
tuvimos la oportunidad de poder entender en qué escenario, lugar estamos, pero no fue así.
500 years ago we could understand in what place we are and what's the scenario, but it didn't play out like that.
Tenemos un territorio que hay grandes extensiones de palma africana, bananeras. Tenemos intervenciones de licencias mineras, más de 200 que están concedidas, otras en estudios.
There are big extensions that were cut down for planting palm trees and banana plantations, monocultures, and there are more than 200 mining concessions and additional ones under study.
No se ha entendido la ley de origen.
The law of the origin has not been understood.
Esperamos que las decisiones en este primer paso de diálogo, de entendimiento articulado de esa ley de origen, pueda entenderse que este diálogo es muy importante y permite una articulación desde la mirada de la cosmovisión indígena.
We hope that this first dialogue will allow to bring in the indigenous cosmovision and an understanding of this situation.
Para poner en el centro la vida.
To put the life in the center.
Right. Good. Thank you very much indeed for sharing your thoughts about this, and we hope that the beating heart of Santa Marta and the region will beat back around the world to encourage nations to choose life and health rather than the darkness of fossil fuels.
Gracias por la oportunidad de
Thank you for the
exponer a todos.
opportunity.
Thank you. Good. Thank you very much indeed. And moving on, please. Great. So we've got another bunch of wonderful guests here with us right now. Just at the end of this conference here in Santa Marta, where governments have been meeting to try and see how they can begin the process of basically exiting fossil fuels. We've got close to 60 countries here. Maybe there's more going forward with, 85 countries signaled they want to do the same thing in Belém at the last UN climate conference. I'm just looking at my script here and I'm trying to see which wonderful people I have with me. But I have Catherine Abreu, that's you. Okay, Director, International Climate Politics Hub, superb. And
Hello.
I've got Andrea Cardoso Diaz, the professor at the University of Magdalena in Santa Marta here in Colombia. And this wonderful guest, I haven't got on my list, so say who you are and where you're from.
My name is Professor Peter Newell from the University of Sussex in the UK.
Oh, jolly good. I got family that live in Horsham. It's not far from where he works. Okay.
I believe you.
Many people wouldn't. No. All right, let's have a look at this. We're coming to end, as I said. We'd like just some insights into what you think this has resulted in. I realize that it's, and we realize it's the first conference, and it's not a negotiated outcome, so it's not like the drama of a COP. But could you perhaps, maybe I'll start with Andrea first. You're an expert on ecological economics, and you were the spokesperson representing the academic dialogue. What ideas, maybe 4 or 5 of the big ideas that came from what you were doing before this high level, how it fed into the discussions here in the last 2 days?
Yes, I can tell that we host, the Universidad Magdalena host the academic chapter, and we met like 400 academics, and we discussed different actions within those days. And also a group of academics, we published 12 action in science. These 12 action in science where like every action in science has recommendations. So what I share in the plenary is that some recommendation, actually the central banks, for example, they have a working group on financing with the central bank, which is I found very interesting. And also there is another proposal about free fossil fuel zones and also the country roadmaps. And what I found also interesting about the closing plenary is not only the national roadmap, but also the regional and local roadmaps as well, because the locals and also the regions has different pathways in order to phase out fossil fuels. So, and also take into account the global roadmaps. So I think it's like a scale roadmaps, which is I found very interesting in the discussion in the plenary.
Right.
Yeah, we have these insights that are in the website. So I invite the audience to review all the insights.
Yeah. Catherine, you work for the International Climate Politics Hub. It's a global network of organizations and individuals working to accelerate climate action and respond to climate impacts. What's your role been here in Santa Marta?
Yeah, I'm the director of the International Climate Politics Hub,
Okay.
and we are really committed to multilateral cooperation to accelerate the transition away from fossil fuels towards renewable energy and energy efficiency. We understand that no one country can take this transition on by itself, right? In particular, if we want the transition to be just, orderly, equitable, which of course are the words that are associated with that global commitment that we got to accelerate the transition away from fossil fuels at the set of UN climate talks that happened in 2023 at COP28. I'm here to participate in this historic moment, and I think it's maybe worth, here we are at the end of this conference, and it's maybe worth just taking a moment to let it sink in. I was just saying to Pete and Andrea that 100 years from now, we, our descendants are going to be remembering this moment as a turning point in the global conversation around fossil fuel dependence. And it's actually, I think, a rare moment in history where we see global governments coming together to respond to a crisis with vision, with cooperation, rather than with fear and retreat. So, you know, here we are in the midst of yet another fossil fuel war, where we are experiencing huge losses, where the threat of soaring energy costs and food costs really are threatening to prolong our pain. And in the midst of this crisis, we have almost 60 governments coming together to put some concrete solutions on the table, not just for the kind of planning that they need to do at the domestic level through the roadmaps process, but also how they need to cooperate to change the systems that are currently disincentivizing this transition. And those systems are in trade, are in the financial institutions that govern the kind of economic order. And it's really inspiring. I mean, I couldn't stop crying through the final plenary, just to see the positive, productive energy in the room and the commitment to continuing this conversation at the next conference that Ireland and Tuvalu are going to be hosting.
Right. So Ireland and Tuvalu, this is now confirmed. I know Tuvalu is confirmed. There was some chatter this morning whether, you know, it was going to be Ireland or not, but that was confirmed in the... Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. And it will happen in Tuvalu in 2027, which makes so much sense because, of course, the Pacific Islands have been helping us lead the conversation on this for so long.
There were some of the early signatories, weren't they, to the Fossil Fuel Treaty and Initiative and so on, yeah. Peter, what's your work been about here? What have you been trying to achieve?
So I was involved in the academic pre-conference, which Andrea was organising, and we had a work stream on fossil fuel phase-out policies.
Okay.
So putting together academics from different parts of the world to reflect on some of the key lessons about phase-out policies and how they work and for whom they work and what lessons we can take from them to try and make sure that more countries adopt those sorts of policies, as they must if we're going to tackle this challenge. So we had roundtables on European experiences of exits from coal and oil and gas, and from Latin America, including colleagues from Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, and so on. So it's really pulling that together, synthesizing. I've also been running workshops here with other colleagues in Colombia, trying to think through strategies moving forward. So we had a scenario, for example, we're saying in 15 years' time, imagine a scenario in which Colombia has moved beyond oil and gas, and then to do backcasting and say, how did we get there? What would have to happen in the next 5 years, the next 10 years, and then the 15 years, in terms of finance, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of policy, in terms of law. So really that forward-looking, where do we go from here type exercise. So a mix of academic things, media interviews, networking, but really, I mean, I would just echo what Kat said, like, this is such an exciting and important moment. You know, this conversation has been frustrated and stalled by very powerful actors for so long, and we can't afford that for that to be the case anymore. All the lights on the dashboard are flashing red. This is the moment, and finally we're taking this forward. So a lot of optimism and, you know,
I mean, it seemed obviously with the Paris Agreement of 2015 that, you know, at the end of that, you know, there was soft music, all the lambs were dancing and petals were falling. We'd done the deal. Everybody in the first global treaty of nations all committed to doing something to act on climate change. And yet, the intervening years have shown us that that was a false dawn. Not false in 100%, but it was not the promised land being delivered and us all walking through it, but there's something, as you say, about this moment here and what's been happening in the last week that seems to give one optimism that there is something possible, because also the geopolitics have also, as you were rightly saying, have switched into a different mode. It's with horror that people see what's happening in the Middle East, but it's also the response, the resolve to say, that's it. We've had enough of this insecurity based on fossil fuels, right? And if that persists, it's such an engine, because it's no longer a climate story, is it? It's an energy security story. It's a prosperity story. And we've all been trying to make that story work for many years. But it's like really in your face right now with the Middle East. I don't know whether that's overdoing it, but all the stars aligning in a sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'll share a few thoughts. Like I mentioned that I was crying in the closing plenary, and I was reflecting on crying in the closing plenary of the Paris talks.
Yeah.
That was my first set of UN climate talks. And I was deeply moved by the conclusion of the Paris Agreement. That is the fastest international treaty to ever go into force. And I often reflect on the words of one of my friends who is a historian at the time, who said, this is going to be the most significant peace treaty of our time.
Mm-hmm.
And I really hold true to that. But even as I was celebrating the conclusion of the Paris Agreement, the adoption of it, I knew it would not be enough. Because that was my first set of UN climate talks, and I was going there from the work that I had been doing on the ground in my home country of Canada to stop the expansion of fossil fuels. Mm-hmm. And I noticed when I went to my first set of UN climate talks that we weren't really talking about the cause of climate change there. You know, I was expecting to go there to have a conversation about ending fossil fuel expansion, the conversation that I was having at home, and we weren't having it. And it took us a really concerted effort over a number of years, and I'm proud to have been a part of the push to finally get fossil fuels into the agreement in 2023. Every space has their role to play. I think that's the important thing for us to keep in mind, and that's actually been a big, important part of the conversation here. The UN has its role to play. The Paris Agreement has its role to play. Importantly, it tells countries what they need to include in their climate plans. But this space has opened up a new space for us to have the conversations about some of the sticky issues that are getting in the way of this transition, including just transition. And I know, Andrea, that's something that you work on in particular. So I think, and this is definitely the case for the International Climate Politics Hub, we supported the work stream on the roadmaps in the academic and pre-conference. Our members from Latin America also hosted a big summit of Latin American civil society here to develop a regional roadmap for Latin America on the transition away from fossil fuels and on ending deforestation. And I think we as a network are going to be taking away from this space an understanding that now we have this kind of refreshed energy for international cooperation on this issue.
I think that's a good point. I mean, I know a bit about the Paris Agreement because I was the official UN spokesman for it. And I remember Christiana Figueres, who was my boss at the UN Framework Convention, said, from this point onwards, no infrastructure project, no road project, no project will now be going ahead unless it's shown that it is, in line with what the climate needs. And it was quite interesting how quickly that didn't happen, because some sectors of government, some parts of the economy just carried on as if nothing had changed, right? So why I like this interesting thing here with the central banks discussion is that they can certainly change the game plan of the financial system if they want to. I mean, China being a superpower in green tech is not by chance, is it? It was a decision taken through the Central Bank of China to have cheap loans for green things, to fight any greenwashing, and so on and so forth. This was part of the talks in the finance economic stream at the university. So, we can, the central banks have a role, so that's a good decision here. Bring them in. There's probably going to be other decisions that have to be made between now and next year to bring maybe some other players in, but this is a good start.
This is, I think, the feeling, as you said, is a perfect time to, or was a successful conference because we start to talking about, and we start to talk about action in different topics, for example, the labor transition and also the economic dependency. So in the closing plenary, the minister also talked about three work streams related to the economic dependency, how to overcome this economic dependency, to fiscal dependency, as well to distinguish the needs of the exporter nations and the importer nations. For me, it was also interesting about the closing plenary that the countries from the South said we are willing to fossil phase out fossil fuels, but we cannot afford it. We need to.
Who said that?
Africa.
Oh yeah.
Say that, and also it's our case here in the Caribbean region. We in 2021 we face the consequences of the closure of two coal mines without any planification for the workers and for the communities. So that was for me one of the motivation of this government, of Petro government, to start thinking about planning to the closure of the coal mines, planning the fossil fuels phase out or fossil exit, because for us as a country we were not prepared. What happened in 2021. And for this region was an economic crisis because the region, the Caribbean region where we are in Santa Marta, with the port behind just over there, we were not prepared about this closure of the mines. And in order to overpass the economic dependence, we need to plan. And I think there are willingness to collaborate, willingness to the international cooperation, and we hope that. I think there is the feeling, I feel that motivation that to collaborate and to cooperate to overcome the economic dependency in the extraction, in the supply areas.
So these are all very good points, aren't they? And in a sense, perhaps a lot of the information of how we do this is all out there, but it's scattered a bit, maybe needs to be brought together. It needs to be brought together quickly, right? Because we don't want conference fatigue of, another 1,000 years of the COP and another 1,000 years of now a new process. We need to be agile with this phase-out initiative, and also probably not bog it down with too much baggage. There's a lot of baggage in the UN FCCC process, right? But there are a lot of examples. You mentioned countries. I mean, we had somebody from Uruguay on the show earlier today. When you think of what they've done in, 10 years or something, it's unbelievable, right? And how were the conditions created for that, for example,
Yeah, so that's one of the things we were in our panel trying to pull out. How was it possible for what we're calling first mover countries, so countries that have voluntarily given up reserves of fossil fuels, left them in the ground? And there are different reasons why countries have done that. So in the UK, we went through quite an unjust coal transition, and there's lessons to learn there about regional planning, about alternative jobs. In other countries, Costa Rica has had a moratorium on new oil and gas in place since 2002. Because obviously it's an economy that's very dependent on ecotourism and has a viable and alternative model of economic development. In many countries and contexts, it's energy security really is the big driver. Countries that are importing huge amounts of fossil fuels and wanting to diversify their economies. And that comes back to what Andrea was saying. I think ultimately it's that challenge of not just an energy transition, but an economic diversification. It's an economy-wide shift. Which brings in what you were saying about central banks and all these other actors. They have to be part of that conversation. This can't be a siloed conversation, led by environment ministries working on climate change. It has to be about trade and agriculture and energy and all of those key things, because it has to be that much broader shift, and not even just a transition, which implies a sort of shift the technology, shift the finance. It's actually a transformation that we're really talking about here.
The success of this conference I find very interesting because one thinks about another issue that's come to the center in the last few years, which is the huge level of disinformation going around in the world, partly turbocharged by social media channels. But, it's not just about climate change as disinformation, it's about a lot of things, right? And but climate change has been one of those key focuses. Populist governments have been also trying to manipulate the information. Donald Trump's often talked about, I don't think he's talked about tearing down wind turbines with his own bare hands, but he's always like, shut those wind turbines down, they're useless. Probably the dialogue here is coming from the fossil fuel industry. It seems like the playbook we all know. Do you think the success here is going to increase even higher the noise of disinformation about why it's good to get off fossil fuels? And do you think we're ready for this? I mean, it's possible.
I can say that, for example, we are here, and the whole week we have been discussing about transition away from fossil fuels. And in the news, they were the unions for the petrol oil industry were protesting against this conference, against this. And I have to talk with the unions leaders, and that they explain the situation. And there are a lot of economic interests on these issues. I understand the workers, of course, because it's the way that is their jobs. So without any planification, without any negotiation, it's so difficult to talk about these topics with the unions.
Right.
And with the oil here in Colombia is quite the discussion and to talking about coal exit is quite easy with the unions of the coal workers from the coal industry, but it's very difficult with the oil industry, with the workers of the oil industry. So the government is doing the job, and also we as academics, as a Colombian academics, we are doing also the job, and the unions try to negotiate and try to inform the roadmaps and the plans in order that we can negotiate with the unions of the oil industry.
Yeah, I mean, I think the more that this is successful and the more countries come on board with this process, the more resistance and backlash there will be. And so we should be flattered that it's a sign of success, that we're forcing the conversation and they don't like it because they're benefiting. Some of the oil companies are making record profits from the war in Iran.
Is it 3 million a second or something stupid? Or?
Yeah.
30 million every hour.
Oh, there we go, 30 million every hour.
So you would expect them, it suits them quite well, the way in which things are currently organised. So an attempt to try and move beyond those systems and dismantle certain aspects of the fossil fuel economy is a threat to them. So we can expect that. For a while they could ignore us. They can't ignore us anymore. So expect the backlash.
That's a very good point, yeah.
I think that is a really important point as well, right? Because a part of what we've been facing for decades is the incredible power and coordination of the industry to stop conversations about transitioning away from fossil fuels. I mean, to stop even conversations about the fact that fossil fuels are causing climate change, right? And that level of coordination, the amount of resources that have been put behind it is so significant, and it can only be countered by coordinated action on the opposite end.
Yeah.
And that's really what we're seeing emerge here, is a commitment by these governments, but also from the countless stakeholders and rights holders who have been participating in this conference, of a coordinated effort to push back against that mis and disinformation, the denial, the distraction, and the delays.
Yeah. No, I mean, as a communications person, I've seen this disinformation for years, right? And I was also a journalist on the Times newspaper in London in the 1990s covering environment and science. And it has got more shrill. It has got louder in the last couple of years, because you're right, they can start seeing the penetration of renewable energy, the way storage is now coming in, and if the world gets good long duration energy storage, you've probably got the last significant piece in the big jigsaw puzzle for clean energy, maybe. And, that really is the beginning of the nail in the coffin of the oil and gas industry. So no wonder they're fighting like dogs right now to persuade us all that, we should be digging for more oil because of what's happened in the Strait of Hormuz. Rather than getting off oil. But interesting, the governments have a different narrative, and that's what seems to be different.
But I think what it also emphasises is the need to have multiple entry points for this conversation. Like we can have conversations about health, about energy security, jobs, and these other aspects. It might not always be climate change as the dominant framing. There are so many entry points for saying this system is dysfunctional, it's not working well, other than accumulating huge profits. But most of the costs are being passed on to consumers. We're paying the costs in terms of, chronic air pollution in many countries in the world. And so, it's really the case increasingly that most fossil fuel projects will be non-viable if they actually paid the full costs, ecologically and socially, that they systematically pass on to society. So that's a challenge of pricing, of policy, of all sorts of different things. But so we have to sort of fight the populism and the right on its own terms to some extent by saying, yes, it is about jobs and it is about security, but we have an alternative, and what you're proposing is more of the same, which is hugely destructive.
Yeah, that messaging is very important.
Yeah, and importantly, it's also about development, right? I think that was a strong message coming out of the sessions leading into this conference and during the high-level segment. Right now, many countries in Africa and Latin America and parts of Asia are in a position where they're either having to continue their fossil fuel production in order to receive the revenues they need to service their huge amounts of debt, or they're thinking through, how do I what do I need to do in order to have the revenue to suit my development needs? And we're existing in a macro financial situation where that disproportionately incentivizes the development of fossil fuels. So that was, I think, a really important part of the conversation that we landed at here in Santa Marta, which is, in order for countries in the developing world, in the global majority, to be able to really fully undertake this transition, it has to happen in a context of significant changes in that macro financial order, particularly focusing on debt, on trade rules, and it also has to happen with the international cooperation that brings in the investment and the resources that are necessary to let countries say, oh, I actually don't need the revenues associated with fossil fuel development.
And what about this fossil-free region topic? It seems blindingly obvious that we have to have no new fossil fuels. Where are they going to be? Do we know?
I can say that before the conference, actually, the Minister Irene launched the first free fossil fuels free zone here in the Caribbean region, in the mountain Sierra Nevada Santa Marta, which is actually a sacred place for the Indigenous community. We have there 4 Indigenous communities, so she launched this law for free fossil fuel zones. So that was a successful, and that was 2 weeks ago.
Yes, I was talking to the delegate here from Vanuatu earlier, Ralph, and he was also saying the Pacific wants to do this, have a fossil-free region. There could be other places.
Yeah, I mean, the Pacific agreed on developing a pathway to a fossil-free Pacific actually a number of years ago. And I think now that we have, again, this process that is allowing us to kind of rationalize a variety of initiatives, entry points, cooperative mechanisms, legal instruments. We've got a number of things on the table already. And it was, I think, important for us to have a space that can pull all of those initiatives together under an umbrella and say, all of these add up to a really shared direction of travel. Different countries will be using different tools in order to deliver this transition, in order to house the necessary cooperation. And yes, the fossil-free Pacific is one of them. We've also been hearing talks about whether that's needed for the Amazon, given the threats that we're seeing to Amazon already from the climate impacts and the escalation of threats from proposed fossil fuel exploration in the Amazon, which of course also infringes on Indigenous rights and territory. So, this is one of the significant entry points that has been given a new profile by this process.
And maybe just to pick up on that, I mean, it comes back to the general theme of the conversation about the different entry points, and obviously biodiversity and protection of the oceans and forests is one of them. But I think of some work some colleagues of mine did looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, of which we have 17. and they produced a report called Fueling Failure, and basically what it showed is that none of the 17 SDGs can be achieved unless you control fossil fuel production. So it's true around gender, around health, around conflict, around land-based, marine-based ecosystems. Each of the 17 SDGs will not be achievable unless we deal with this central problem. It's so critical to all those other, our ability to deal with all those other developmental gains.
So it's not just the climate impacts of burning fossil fuels on the SDGs, it's wider than that.
Yeah, because fossil fuels are so tightly tied up with military systems and conflicts. They have very gendered impacts, massive impacts on health, as we know. So right across all of the SDGs, there's a fossil fuel footprint, if you like, and unless we deal with that, we won't be able to achieve those broader developmental goals. So this is why it's such a huge challenge, but also creates so many opportunities. There's so many levers there across all of those goals to try and move this discussion forward.
One thing I wanted to ask you, Peter, was that Rachel Kite, who's the our climate special envoy? I say us, I live in Berlin. I've not lived in the UK since 2000, but anyway, still think of myself as being British. She had a little press conference on the other side earlier, and I asked her, so what does this mean for the UK in terms of drafting an exit strategy from fossil fuels? And she said, yes, we will have to look at this. And so it wasn't like that the British NDC, the UK NDC delivers on that. It doesn't. So there needs to be another document in a sense, or you need to pull in stuff from across the UK policy areas to formulate that exit strategy. So it does require something new, even from those countries that think they're on a strong path towards a net zero 2050 target, yeah?
Yeah, no, it definitely does. And as you know, there's a lot of controversy at the moment in the UK around oil and gas licenses in the North Sea. There is a pledge there, and there's pushback on that. And there are decisions around Rosebank and Jackdaw coming up around other oil and gas fields. But it's absolutely critical, and you can see that in a conference like this, that the UK demonstrates leadership. Like, if the UK can't leave dwindling reserves of oil and gas in the ground, how can you possibly say to any other country that they need to exit from fossil fuels?
Yes.
And given our historical responsibility from the Industrial Revolution onwards in driving the climate crisis, we really haven't got a leg to stand on in terms of not doing this, because the alternatives are more attractive. And coming back to our point about backlash, we are seeing that being weaponised by certain groups, sort of saying we need to double down on oil and gas in the UK. But they know full well that those reserves are dwindling, that there are many jobs attached to them anymore.
And they also know they're not although it's in the UK oil in theory, it goes on an international market.
So the prices are set on the international market. Most of it's for export. It does nothing to do with cost of living crisis. We know this, but it's a political game for those who are pushing back on this.
Canada? Do you think Canada has to do the same thing?
Canada's had to do the same thing for quite a long time.
As Joni Mitchell said.
So here's the thing, right? When we're talking about the roadmaps to transition away from fossil fuels, to halt and reverse deforestation, and I'm mentioning both because it is actually really important that they are interlocking roadmaps, because we run the risk of sacrificing biodiversity and nature protection in the pursuit of fossil fuel transition if we don't approach the search for critical minerals in the right way, for instance. And likewise, we need that biodiversity and nature protection to be working in favor of the transition. So largely, many countries have policies and regulations in place that are already helping them chart the course to reducing their dependence on fossil fuels. And what we're saying is add all of that up and say, this is explicitly charting a direction of travel to fossil fuel phase out. This is explicitly charting a direction to us protecting our forests and reversing deforestation. Put that in your national climate plan. It's important to put that into your NDCs, because you then enter into the UN system that gives us some accountability tools. That allows us to be able to track that progress over time. When it comes to Canada, Canada was here at the conference. The day before the conference started, a new pipeline was announced in Canada. We are actively expanding fossil fuel infrastructure in my country. And I do think that there's a question to be asked of in particular, those rich global north countries that have spent the last 100 years disproportionately benefiting from fossil fuel development, from polluting our global atmosphere. And I think it's, I hope at least that if we continue along this process, that countries like Canada, the UK, Norway, Australia, will start to really understand that an important part of their international responsibility and maintaining good international relationships is going to directly relate to how credible they are when they say, I am in favor of climate action, but continue expanding fossil fuels back at home.
Mm. So next steps then, where do we go from here? There's a lot of conferences in the world where this could be discussed. There's G20s and G7s, and there's COPs in Turkey, and there's meetings of the International Energy Agency. I mean, there is a lot of places one could insert this into it, but then that requires some careful coordination by governments, but also maybe NGOs as well. Or are we going to just let this? These are questions that probably there's no answer to right now. I mean, or maybe there is. I mean, or is it just write the plan? And if you're a developing country, who's going to help you do it? And then just do it, right? Is that it?
I mean, unless you want to, what I would say really is that we need it to be discussed in all of those spaces. There isn't a single institution globally where they shouldn't be talking about transitioning away from fossil fuels. So we do need the discussion in the World Trade Organization, in the IMF, in the World Bank, regional development banks. So this conversation will have to happen everywhere. And we have a lot of initiatives in different areas. We have, Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, we have Powering Past Coal Alliance, we have the Clean Energy Transition Partner. We could go on and on. There's so many of these. Academics call them mini-lateral initiatives, these sort of small clusters, largely voluntary-based initiatives, and those are really important. But now it seems to me, and there's obviously a lot of demand for this coming from different movements and governments increasingly, that we need another multilateral response, which could take the form of a fossil fuel treaty, because we need this. Energy transitions are deeply interconnected. What one country does impacts on another, and we will need a principle-based set of ways of dealing with this, which recognise what we were just saying, the historical but differential responsibilities, the need for just transition, all of those sorts of things. And we will need a financing mechanism to support countries and regions that are still heavily dependent on fossil fuels, so that there's a fair exit. And that will have to be multilateral. Because it seems to me the way the energy transition is unfolding at the moment is reactive, it's quite violent, there's price instability and uncertainty, we have stranded workers, we have stranded regions. The only alternative to that is a more planned and proactive process nationally and through the roadmaps, but then also internationally. And in our view, that does mean thinking about a new legally binding approach to a treaty.
And multilateral doesn't have to mean United Nations, does it?
No, not necessarily. There are many examples of treaties that have started outside of the United Nations, but could be ultimately incorporated within it too.
Yes, because otherwise we might land ourselves as a group in the same hot water or cold water that we've had before with perhaps the UNFCCC in moving forward. So I don't want to downgrade the UNFCCC, but we are talking about getting away a bit from consensus right now. We're talking about the coalitions of the willing, right? And
but it's also the case the UN regime, as Kat was saying, is dealing with so many issues already around climate change, loss and damage, adaptation, technology transfer, finance. A new treaty wouldn't have to deal with all of those aspects. It's laser-like focused on this massive problem, the elephant in the room of fossil fuels. So that's why it would be complementary to rather than duplicating.
This is a point that you raise that's very significant, isn't it? How much is going to be in this process versus... Yeah, I mean, well, I'm just thinking just transition needs to be in, but how do you make it not a deal breaker? Do you know what I mean?
But to pass for a justice process and equity.
Yeah, but how it's formulated, isn't it? Because if it becomes like, well, unless we have that, nobody's going to move, then you're almost getting trapped again in the UN. I don't know how you calibrate it, right?
Yeah, I think that this is really I feel you, right? And I think
Okay.
we're all in the midst of trying to sort this out. And really, that's a big part of the conversations that happened here. So, you know, if we're talking about just transition, last year it was agreed at the UNFCCC that we will have a just transition mechanism. So that will be a mechanism that's developed under the UN climate process that has full participation from all countries in the world. That could be a very productive space for countries to help countries plan a just transition away from fossil fuels. That being said, you know, again, the UN has its role, the UNFCCC has its role in being that consensus place that sends these really strong signals out to global governments, but also to global financial institutions and other multilateral institutions of the direction of travel. And then those implementation questions, you know, they're going to have to happen in other spaces, right? We are going to have different instruments that are delivering on different parts of the problem. This is a huge, complex issue, right? And for us to think that one space alone is going to help us solve that issue, I mean, if we think of other huge, complex issues that we've tried to solve in the past, we haven't relied just on one space to provide the solutions for those issues. However, it is necessary that different spaces talk to each other. So I think it was really encouraging for me in the closing plenary of this conference to hear a lot of countries saying, you know, here are the pieces that we're going to bring back into the COP. Here are the pieces that we're going to bring to the IMF, to the WTO. Here are the pieces, you know, actually there's a meeting happening right now with the International Maritime Organization. We need to be showing up there. And I think there's kind of a bit of a spirit of like a coalition of governments coming together to say, we're going to take this conversation into all of the spaces that we inhabit. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Doesn't mean it's always going to be consistent. But it does give us this new kind of energy and a force to be reckoned with in these multilateral conversations.
Good. Well, I think we should probably wrap it up there. I think we've probably covered as many bases as we could possibly cover. There's probably ones we didn't, but and I think we'll be having the end of this press conference very shortly, and I think we have some ministers coming out and grabbing these chairs. So I'd like to ask my colleagues to say, can we move on from here, please, and await the next section of the show.
Welcome back to the final session of these broadcasts. The press conference just ended a few minutes ago next to us here in our studio. And I'm so delighted to have with me the two ministers that really made this happen. And I'm so impressed, and congratulations to both of you. So Minister Irene Vélez Torres, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, Colombia, and Stintje van Veldhoven, Minister of Climate and Green Growth, the Netherlands. You really pulled something historic off here in Colombia and Santa Marta. So I'd like to ask you in brief, because you did share your major outcomes of this conference during the press conference in here. So could you please, in brief, share them with our audience? What are the major outcomes of this conference?
I will start sharing with you that we are going to have a second conference, so this sense of a process is actually guaranteed, and that conference is going to be co-hosted by Ireland and Tuvalu. A second excellent result is also a dedicated scientific panel for the transitioning away from fossil fuels that is going to support particularly countries and regions that want to have that as the next step. And the third outcome that I would like to share is the three main work streams that we have generated in order to activate actions. And those are, first, we are going to be working in pathways to transition away from fossil fuels. We are going to be working on the decarbonization of trade balances. And we are also going to be working on new financial mechanisms that could enhance the transitioning away.
Thank you so much.
And then we are going to make sure that we don't add to the further fragmentation with a new initiative. We're going to make sure that we coordinate between all the initiatives out there to support the work streams that Irene just mentioned. Then, as a further outcome, we want to make sure that we get this message out there, connected to the COP notably, because this entire conference of this coalition of the doers of the willing, we want to make sure that this supports the UNFCCC COP process. That is where it needs to feed in, and we're going to make connections to the COP presidencies to discuss with them how we can appropriately bring this back to COP. We're also going to make sure that we create transparency in all of the countries here about where those fossil fuel subsidies, incentives, revenues are in our socioeconomic systems. Because only if we have that can we see the way how to get away from that and how to transition away from that. We need to know first before we can take action. And then finally, I think you and I are going to make sure that we bring the results of the process and also the specificity of this beautiful process that we have here to all the other fora that need to know about this, because we want to invite others to join us. It is an open coalition, and the more we are, the stronger we are. But already with these nearly 60 countries, I think we are a strong voice and we can do a lot.
So what can you say about the process? Because being here in the studio and interviewing ministers and activists, they all seem to radiate something completely different than at the COPs. So what have you injected in the process?
And maybe what we did not do was, I think the biggest difference is that this was not a negotiating conference. We said it from the beginning, this is not about negotiations, this is about dialogue and about jointly looking at what is it that we can do and how can we use our creativity, our collaboration, the science to find new opportunities and new ways to do more. Because the countries who came here because they want to do more. And we just have to make sure that together we find the ways that we can do more. So that was very much the focus, not negotiation, but creating more space for ourselves to do more. This really can-do mentality, I think, was something that also gives a lot of energy. If you hear great examples of how others are doing it, that just kind of generated the energy, I think, that we had here.
I will also say that we wanted to transform the way these conversations have taken place before. So for me, this is a new climate democracy in which we have brought new voices. So we heard the parliamentarians, we heard the Indigenous, the peasants, the women, the NGOs, and that gave us like different supports, different angles, and also I think renewed the visions of governments that are usually looking at their own problems, at their own mechanisms without being out there, like really connecting to what is happening. And I also felt that by incorporating them in the conversation, we were also backed up like supported. So we were, okay, this is very brave, sometimes like scary, because this is difficult, and but we are supported, so we can do it because we are not alone. It's not governments alone.
Speaking of new voices, there was a 10-year-old girl in the plenary that gave a fiery speech that made me weep a bit, and I'm sure plenty of the people in the plenary too. So what can you say about the bringing in of even of that younger generation in this process? That I've never really encountered that before.
The choice we make today defined our future. We all know it, but it's better if you hear it from them. And I think therefore having them, like the other stakeholders, right holders, in the process, having them there as we talk about how to do more is essential. So it adds very much to what Irene just said, that the way we try to run this process, the inclusiveness was not because we feel they have a right to be included, because we need them to feed into the quality of the decision that we take. And I think the passion that we heard from her was just amazing. So we couldn't have done it without her, I would say.
They really felt it. So what can you say, the final question here is really Tuvalu and Ireland, the combination here with the two islands. We wanted to have the Minister for Home Affairs and Climate Change with us here, but I think he was detained. So what do you think this process will entail, the Irish and the Tuvalu, very far away from each other, but still both islands. They spoke very eloquently about their common denomination. So the handing over and the collaboration here to the next step and the next conference, can you briefly just say something about this process?
I will highlight, first of all, that we really try to make the same balance that we managed to do in the organization of this conference with the second conference. So to make sure that there is a global South and global North collaboration, so we have different views, but also different energies, trajectories, and also aims and problems. We managed, and I think that's very
powerful.
It's also
more fun if you do it together, right?
Fun
so
is important.
That was our experience, much more fun.
That's true. And also, I think their collaboration is going to be crucial in the sense that they're islands and they live similar realities. So that's also going to bring us something of that togetherness of the process.
Yeah, and then of course, we will make sure, as the current co-chairs, that we kick off the follow-up of the Santa Marta conference. We will be indeed presenting the results to other fora, and of course we will do so also in close cooperation with the COP presidencies, but also with the incoming chairs. So that I think around the next COP, we will formally hand over and then they can really take the reins. But we will also allow them to grow, let's say, into the process, making sure that we hand over in a very warm way. And of course, if there is ever a question, we're also always continue to be happy to support. But I think from the COP process, they will have full control in the preparation to their conference. And then I think they will do the same for those that come after them. So in that sense, we also try to create like an overlapping of presidencies, because that usually helps in making sure that the work continues.
Indeed. On the note of handing over, Sarah, on the note of handing over, we have a little bit of a, well, we wanted to share with you something that you could hand over, like a baton to Tuvalu, but they're actually, well, we'll have to facilitate this separately. But we have this campaign, since you put the science in the heart and center of this conference, which we really appreciate. So we have this golden cap. It's never been given to anybody before, because it is actually the golden cap. So we wanted to have this like a symbolic baton from you to Tuvalu. But now you get to keep it and give it to Tuvalu when you meet the Minister Maina next time. So it's a golden cap to make sure that the science stays at the heart of this process.
We can commit to that.
Absolutely.
I have no doubt. So again, congratulations from all of us to you for this historic, epic event that you pulled off. Oh, here is Minister Maina.
Okay.
Oh, how lovely.
Minister, we were waiting for you to actually deliver this, the silver hat to you.
This is a symbolic passing of the baton.
Thank you.
To make sure that science stays at the heart of this process.
Thank you.
And now that we have you with you, with us in the studio, I'd like to ask you What does this mean for Tuvalu to be hosting this next conference together with Ireland?
Basically, the opportunity to host, not only to bring the world to Tuvalu, but also to ensure that what the science have been talking about in the past many years is correct. So we need to link science and legal frameworks, and of course, they need to hear our stories. They need to see, to breathe the ocean. So we are excited to host the coalition of the willings and the doers who are willing to come and see for themselves.
And we are so delighted and looking forward to joining you in Tuvalu next year. So thank you so much for the work you're doing, and also congratulations to all three of you.
Thank you.
And thank you so very much for this. I have called them the two female warriors. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
A round of applause.
Thank you.
And now, I guess you need to rest and maybe relax and maybe have some fun because you've been working so hard. So thank you. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's move on.
So we're here, the final broadcast from the amazing conference that's been taking place here in Colombia, in Santa Marta. And the conference where nations have come together to kickstart the process of exiting fossil fuels. We're very delighted to have with us the Minister of Tuvalu, the Minister for Home Affairs, for Climate Change and the Environment. That's quite a portfolio. And it's Minister Marta Colombia, and we're very nice to have you here. What have you made of this conference? Have you felt that it's something that's delivered or starting to deliver something close to your heart?
Thank you for the opportunity. I have been to many COP meetings in the past many years, and I never felt like this. More relaxed, ready to go back home.
Yep.
No long hours. So I felt that what has been discussed over the past 2 days, it makes a lot of sense. It really connects people to people. We are not negotiating. We're not here to negotiate. We're not here to find positions or demonstrate what's right, what is wrong. we are here to find solutions. So we have created a platform that is fair and equitable for all civil societies, NGOs, indigenous peoples, governments, companies, and so forth. A coalition of the doers, a coalition of the willing, those who are willing to collaborate to ensure that we go back home with solutions.
I think the other thing that strikes one about this this conference is I was hearing a little bit from the British climate envoy here, Rachel Kite, and one asked the question, you know, what will you do? And she elaborated in saying that probably there are more countries out there that have had some form of a draft exit strategy in their back pockets for quite a few years, but they've never brought them out before because there was no moment, in a sense, to do it. And this beginning here in Colombia is now giving space to countries to say, maybe we go and look at our drafts that we've got tucked away in a bottom drawer that we never brought out before and see if we can join this kind of initiative. Yeah? It's a new dawn, potentially.
Definitely, yes. Definitely, yes. I mean, the space that have created for the past 2 days at the conference here in Santa Marta has really give people the assurance that we can do it. We can do it. We just need a platform that really provide the freedom to people to elaborate, to share their minds, their hearts, to share their stories, the challenges, their experiences, and define what does it mean for all of us to transition away from fossil fuel in a manageable way.
Yeah.
So I see the facial impression by people. I are able to engage with countries in a very informal manner. Not like what we do at COP meetings. We stress ourselves out, we stay the whole night, we negotiate, we try to find positions, we compromise. But the past 2 days, people were able to speak their minds, speak from the heart. Because at the bottom line, this is about the very survival of the planet and the survival of human beings.
And what do we say about the Fossil Fuel Treaty Initiative? It's played an absolutely critical role in bringing us to this point, yeah?
Tuvalu was amongst the very first countries to be part of the treaty. And this was something that Tuvalu and the treaty members have been advocating for, talk about it for the past few years. So the role of the treaty in stirring up things, the role of the treaty is in ensuring that information are well provided, briefings are well provided, in order for countries to make fair decisions. I think the role of the treaty should be acknowledged. Again, what I have just explained in the plenary and of course with the immediate discussion that we had is that we don't want the treaty to shape the whole discussion in Tuvalu. We want to continue discussing the treaty, but we don't want to narrow down the whole discussion. As just like what I said, a platform for people to feel free to discuss, to explain their aspirations, to explain their frustrations. So the treaty, on the one hand, will provide guidance, will continue to play that role of escalating or elevating the moral grounds and keeping people accountable, keeping companies accountable. But at the same time, we don't want to stick to one option. Treaty is an initiative. So we want to take into account all other initiatives to ensure that we have a fair, balanced outcome from here, from Santa Marta to Tuvalu, to the Pacific.
Do we feel collectively that this, sometimes the world turns a little bit and things start coming together in ways we hadn't really thought about before? I mean, this terrible war in the Middle East, most countries, instead of saying, oh, we must go and dig for more oil, many countries are saying, no, that just shows we have to get off it. That's one thing. The other thing is the numbers now coming out about the penetration of renewable energy worldwide are truly astonishing and backed by now storage of electricity that's coming. much more into people's economies. It seems that the shift is now happening, both politically, geopolitically, where it's no longer just about climate change, it's about energy security, it's about stabilities of economies. It's starting to play into the portfolio of the finance ministers harder. It's an interesting moment for all this happening with this phase out of fossil fuels.
Well, we cannot rule out the geopolitical tensions happening at the moment because whatever we want to call it, either with energy demand, energy supply, whatever, it's all about power. What we have witnessed in the war in the Middle East, it's about power. But I'm glad that people are start talking about solutions. People are start shifting the paradigm. So in that way, we are literally coming to our senses as human beings of how we can resolve this as people who are dealing with their very survival. So responding to the crisis with solutions, I think, is what Santa Marta is all about.
Zebra?
Thank you. And Minister Maina, it's an honor to be here with you on this historic evening when you've just announced the second international conference on the transition from fossil fuels will be held in Tuvalu. And it's great to join. We don't have time again here. I think the points you're making, Nick, are really important because this war turned this meeting into an emergency meeting. Of course, it was already because of the fires and floods and lethal heat that is sweeping our planet. But I think a lot of countries here felt a sense of urgency to start working on how to ensure the fossil fuel phase out, given the price scarcity, given the chokehold in the Strait of Hormuz. The war has really shown people how fragile the fossil fuel system is and how it makes it vulnerable. But different from other wars that we have seen that were oil wars, today this war happened in a moment when renewable energy is cheaper than fossil fuels. When we have technology that we didn't used to have. And we have this incredible uptake in electric vehicles around the world. So phasing out fossil fuels is possible, but we don't just need to build the clean stuff. We also need to, as we heard in this conference, constrain the production of fossil fuels. We need to stop expanding oil, gas, and coal and manage a wind down. And what we're working on at the fossil fuel treaty table under the leadership of Tuvalu and the other 18 countries who are sitting at the table and another 10 countries who have been sitting as observers is what are the mechanisms that can be used for countries to cooperate on some of the critical issues that were discussed here in Santa Marta, on debt, on tax, on trade, and what can those mechanisms look like under a legally binding agreement? Because that's the essential difference with what's happening here and the new conferences and diplomatic track is that the Conference of Parties is and the United Nations Framework on Climate Change was very limited from discussing fossil fuel phase out because there were a lot of vested interests that were really holding that conversation back for decades. And what's happening now is this is a coalition of the ambitious countries like Tuvalu and other Pacific countries who started this movement to ensure fossil fuel phase out become a diplomatic priority. And I think it's really important to recognize that leadership. The fossil fuel treaty proposal emerged from the Suva Declaration that Pacific countries put forward in 2016, 2014, and so for a long time we've seen some of the most vulnerable nations on Earth working the hardest to put forward tangible proposals and high ambition on climate change. The International Court of Justice opinion, the 1.5 goal in the Paris agreements, and again today we're seeing that leadership, and we need to tonight remember that leadership, and we're very lucky to be guided by it over the next year as we move towards the second conference in the Pacific.
And finally, a couple of headline things just worth mentioning here. this initiative about with the central banks is quite interesting because if you simply look at how China became a superpower in green energy, and it seems it started in 2015 with a clear plan from the central bank to make sure the banking system in China pulled behind super cheap green loans and no greenwashing, even firing people that didn't actually follow the rules. So that's quite something. And then this one about the fossil-free regions.
Fossil-free zones. Yeah.
Fossil-free zones, there we go. I think you guys are thinking about something like that in the Pacific.
The fossil-free Pacific.
Yeah.
Your new declaration that's...
That's the Ricky declaration that we crafted in past weeks, where the Pacific Small Island Developing States were able to meet in Vanuatu to ensure that we prep ourselves for the Santa Marta meeting. So we came up with a declaration of ensuring that a free fossil fuel Pacific. So we will continue to highlight some of the most important things in the core, especially to try to establish an intergovernmental task force for the region in order for us to take actionable initiatives and ways in which we can implement what Santa Marta's outcome will be.
Yeah. And finally, can I just ask about, obviously there's going to be some report to the UN Climate Conference, COP31 in Turkey, jointly with Australia. That seems to be understood that there will be some reporting of the events here.
That's what the co-hosts of this conference, Colombia and the Netherlands, have announced, that they will be reporting.
And do you think that with Australia, I mean, there's close relationships between the Pacific Islands and Australia, that this could be an opportunity to get a few more countries behind this initiative of the fossil fuel treaty initiative and plans to exit from fossil fuels? There's maybe potentially 85 that were in Belém. Maybe 50 more would be 100. 100's a nice number. It's quite a nice number. 99 is a nice number as well. We didn't want 99 to be upset, but 100 is very rounded, isn't it? Could we all work together to get some diplomacy going on getting a few more on board in Turkey?
Well, that's always been the plan, to ensure that we talk to countries about the treaty, and that's what I can assure you, that's what we have been doing in the past, to ensure that we bring countries on board and to have a to become members of the treaty initiative.
But I think one thing that's really important to remember as we leave Santa Marta is that the ideas that emerged here, the plans that emerged here, will live now in multiple forums. We certainly hope that the central banks and international financial institutions will recognize what's happened here and start to address some of the financial barriers. We believe that a lot of the outcomes here will go back inside the UNFCCC process in order to strengthen countries' own national regulations and commitments under their nationally determined contributions and in the global stocktake. And some of the ideas will live in new legal instruments, like a fossil fuel treaty. And these issues, these different areas are compatible. I think the growing support for the fossil fuel treaty is very exciting. And the fossil fuel treaty will help us meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. What we need to remember is that what has been built through the Paris Agreement is critical architecture for climate ambition. But one tool is not enough in order to ensure the phase out of the most powerful and one of the most profitable industries in the history of the world. We're going to need all the tools in our toolbox.
Exactly. Good. Well then, thank you very much both for being with We Don't Have Time. We've had about 2 million viewers today around the world in about 150 countries. So hopefully your messages have got out to a big audience who are clapping right now and jolly excited about.
I hope they're celebrating.
Happened.
Yeah, and again, I'm very much looking forward to see the upcoming COP, because I'm sure Santa Marta will change the landscape of discussion.
That's a very good point. Very good point, Minister.
Yeah.
Thank you very much
you.
indeed.
Thank you.
And moving on. Great, so we've come to the end of our amazing series of broadcasts over the last 2 days from the high level of this incredible historic conference to phase out fossil fuels, the first conference on the transition away from fossil fuels, hosted by Colombia and the Netherlands. We also had the pre-sessions before, where academics and NGOs and civil society and finance experts all came together at places like the University of Magdalena here in Santa Marta to discuss how they can feed new ideas into this governmental meeting. And the amazing thing, I think, has been it's been very quite happy, actually. And people just love the idea they can talk honestly about getting off fossil fuels without some government coming along saying, no, shut up, we don't want to talk about fossil fuels. So this is what's really refreshing. I've got David Elson with me here, who is our COO. We don't have time. What does that stand for, David? Is it Chief?
Chief Operating Officer.
Okay, good. And of course, Katarina Rolsdottir Jansen, the wonderful co-host with me. I'm either her co-host or she's my co-host. I think that's what a co-host is. Let's just examine, I mean, what did you find personally yourselves exciting about this? Maybe David, start first, yeah?
Well, I would like to commend the courage of the Colombian government and the Netherlands for hosting this conference and for doing it with such courage and with such acumen, really, because this has really turned into a success. And you know, when you invite people to a party, you're not sure everyone's going to turn up and it's going to be a good party, but it was definitely a very, very good party. And also in the face of the challenges, the setbacks that we've had in the UNFC triple process, which has been sort of watered down or dominated by petrostates and other interests who are pulling us back. So that's my first thought. Let's in this moment of joy, as we just had this final outcome happen, let's not forget how courageous it was at the outset and how uncertain everyone were about what was this going to be. Well, it's still a process, it's still in the making, but very courageous indeed. And I would like to thank the Ministry of Environment and the Colombian government for hosting us here and for partnering with us. And their support has been truly amazing over these 2 days as we have broadcasted live from the heart of where it happened. So, yeah.
Good. Absolutely. They've been absolutely superb hosts, yeah. Katarina, do you think the geopolitics have moved? You know, the Earth turns every day, doesn't it? But sometimes it goes and then just moves a little faster. I mean, if you think it wasn't long ago that we were talking about maybe 20 plus countries coming, you know, and then suddenly we've had a lot more. Maybe something happened in world events that made other people think, I've got to be there. What's your comment?
And also, I'd like to comment on
have you got a microphone there?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you've got an in-ear one, have you?
It's fallen off.
Okay, let's have that.
The microphone has fallen off. It's been a hectic afternoon here.
Yeah.
So yes, definitely. Of course, the energy crisis and the war in the Middle East has affected the willingness and the urgency to really transition away from fossil fuels, definitely. And I also wanted to share my highlights or what I think about this epic historic conference. I mean, we have all attended many COPs and many other climate meetings. But when I stood in the plenary just about an hour ago, and the ministers delivered the outcomes of this event, I actually shed a tear. And I mean, I've worked with climate as a journalist for 25 years. I've never really felt that in my bone, that this is something shifting. And you could feel it in the room. There were other people wiping their eyes, and there were so many rounds of applause, even from the press. So something is indeed shifting, and the trajectory here, and also the momentum, because of the climate, of the energy crisis, I think this is a turnaround, and I'm very, very hopeful.
David, we've been broadcasting a lot. Obviously, we want others that maybe missed some of this to be able to, or missed a lot of this, maybe to actually enjoy it as well and learn from it and be inspired. How do they do that?
The viewers can tune in at wedon'thavetime.org and our social media accounts. The handle is We Don't Have Time. So that's where you'll find our content on X, Instagram, TikTok, and wedon'thavetime.org and YouTube, of course.
And where do we go from here?
Oh, where do we go from here? That's a very interesting question. The Dutch minister said really pressed on the inclusivity of the process. And I think that's important to understand. One thing I just thought of today. These 56 countries, they were already quite committed. I mean, they were the ones who came for the party, right? The likelihood of them leaving or skipping out of it, I don't think it's very big. They are committed. The likelihood of more countries joining is higher. And for every country that joins, that in itself has an impact. So I think pushing the inclusivity, growing the coalition is something that's very important going forward. And we Don't Have Time obviously want to do our part in making that happen by sharing as far and as wide as possible about the fantastic thing that has happened here.
Yes, because there is such a thing called campaign journalism, right? I mean, every newspaper in the world has campaigns on various things. Some have them on winter fuel payments for old age pensioners in their countries, but they campaign really hard for it. We have a very simple campaign in a sense. We want to change the dynamics of climate action to a very positive space. That's our raison d'etre. We have no opinion who does it or why they do it, but we do it this way. And we would like to campaign to encourage more countries to be part of this initiative, because this goes to the heart of solving the climate crisis.
Yes, and on that point, what is really important then is to showcase the benefits of the transition, not just for companies and countries, but definitely for them, but also for communities and to emphasize the just transition aspect, and for countries, obviously, for their economies.
Yeah. Katrina, I'm going to give you the last word on the stage because we need to wrap up here.
Well, actually, I would like to thank our team, but I can't see them anywhere. Where is our team?
Where is our team?
Where's our team? Know. Team, where are you?
The control room is up.
Hey!
Oh my
there they are.
God.
Wonderful, 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 wonderful.
There's one member of the team missing, though. Oh, okay.
The crocodile, as in the crocodile economics.
I think it was kicked off by somebody.
Wonderful people working with us: Victor, Sarah, Marin, Bernardo, and we're signing off here from Santa Marta.
From Santa Marta.
Stay tuned and share these recordings with friends and family and colleagues, because we need to keep moving, and we will, and we don't have time.
Excellent.
Thank you. Over and out.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. I was on a timer. I thought I'd be waving all night. Yeah. I thought, oh my God, who's going to stop it? I knew the alligator was back here, otherwise I would have asked the alligator.